as an ogre. We f***ing get it. Ogres are terrible. You're worried about that. Jesus, give it a rest. How did Shrek even know where to go? Harold only got out Arthur's name before he croaked, and it didn't even seem like Lillian knew he existed.
Bro, don't burn all my frankincense and myrrh.
Yes, at least one of the screenwriters fought tooth and bone to keep this f***ing stoner joke in the script. Congratulations, guy who wrote Caddyshack 2 and Wild Wild West.
By how did you receive the wedgies when you are clearly not the wearer of the underpants?
Let's just say some things are better left unsaid and leave it at that.
The only reason you are leaving this unsaid is because it is a total lie. The fact that Donkey is even leaving something unsaid is proof enough for me.
So then I was all like, I'd rather get the Black Plague and lock myself in an Iron Maiden than go out with you.
Lines like this illustrate why movies like Shrek should stay at 1 or 2 chapters, because every single time the dialogue peppers medieval references into modern lingo, begins to pile up and become stale. Man, this movie's so derivative of other movies that I totally believe that horse just got hit by a golf ball.
Now you better run, you little punk no goodness!
Remind me why we're in high school for this sequence? I mean, I guess it's tangentially related to the Arthurian fable, but why f***ing high school? What sense does this make to any of this goddamn story?
Thank you to Professor Primbottom and his invigorating lecture on how to just say nay.
I mean, do you see what I mean? They got a million of them, folks.
Artie, a king? More like the mayor of Loserville.
Geez, even when the movie appears to try to be self-aware, it's so stupid you think it might actually be serious.
It's for the poopies. Babies poop. Everyone poops, beauty.
I'm adding 100 sins for the poop jokes and the anachronistic way people talk in this movie. It's goddamn nauseating. Also, this is a quick-ass baby shower, right? Shrek can't have been gone long. We've only seen one night pass. Do ogre babies fully gestate in less than a week? I don't care what fantasy land you're living in, there is no way they could expect Fiona to fit into that. No way Dragon saw these assholes approaching, especially since we've seen how shitty she is at guarding castles in the previous movies. I see someone got the golden snitch. What the hell are the trees from anyway? If they're Ents from Lord of the Rings, then they wouldn't be villains. If they're from The Wizard of Oz, then they're really also not villains. And they should be sporting apples. F***ing what? Someone please tell me the logic of this joke. How does chasing people out of a bootery suddenly turn it into Hooters? I think the joke is that you can easily change bootery into Hooters, and I'm sorry, I just don't get it.
To the castle!
Why didn't they go there in the first place then? They now have to climb up to the castle on foot just because they wanted to do some light looting?
Only thing you're ever gonna be king of is king of the stupids.
This line is appropriate because this movie is definitely funnier than the 1996 Tom Arnold vehicle, The Stupids. And that's about it.
Avast, ye cookie. Start talking.
Movie thinks it's got a cool reflective shot, but if Hook is truly threatening Gingerbread Man directly to his face, this is an impossible angle. Screw me. Now everyone in this f***ing universe goes to high school?
It wouldn't be inaccurate to assume that I couldn't exactly not say that this or is not.
Let's combine all the stuff that's terrible about this movie with the shrill character voices and... Guys, I might have to stop sending this movie. It's that freaking awful. The sin counter says I have to finish this, and I always do what the master says.
I just figured everyone forgot about me.
Well, it did get a little foggy after you left in sync, but Justified was the man.
I'm going back.
Back to what?
How is this even a struggle? Shrek's been shown to have incredible strength, and movie's gone to great lengths to show us what a pipsqueak Artie is, even if he's in panic mode.
Far, far away from you.
You get back here, young man, and I mean it.
Guy who will soon be a father learns fathering with the surrogate son during an adventure cliche.
I was merely a victim of a level 3 fatigue, and at the request of my therapist.
This is Eric Idle's voice, right? Because it sounds so much like John Oliver that I'll never be able to listen to John Oliver again without thinking he stole Eric Idle's mojo to further his career.
This is lame.
Ow! You're lame.
Somehow the argument between Justin Timberlake and the director made it into the actual movie.
I get it. My dad left. So what?
Uther issues.
Just thought I might help set the mood.
Whenever the movie finds itself in a rut, somebody sings or plays a modern song that was popular in its day, but relatively obscure now, for all the laughs. And inevitably, all the other characters hate the song and scorn the person for singing it or playing it. This movie is so tired that it's practically Zequel.
Maybe it just bothers you that I was voted fairest in the land.
Man, in a sea of bad scenes made by talented people in this movie, the princess scenes are absolutely the baddest.
We're gonna get inside and find out what Charming's up to.
How does Fiona know that it was Prince Charming that attacked the castle? He was way too far away for her to see him before they escaped. And even if she had seen him, there were like dozens of other well-known villains that could have been the ringleader. But how long have they been wandering the catacombs? Like minutes, right? Maybe a couple hours? But in that time, Charming's taken over the entire city and carved out an image of his head into the hedges? If Rapunzel was on Charming's side this whole time, why did she even bother going into the secret passage with the rest of the princesses? Flipping the bird. Also, movie franchise can't resist the chance to kill yet another bird, as if it's got a vendetta or something. If the trees are this angry and have been here this whole night, then why didn't they attack them in their sleep? Oh, Hook's piano blew up. The whole plan's ruined. Run for it, even though we have nowhere to go.
I know you can do it.
I said, forget it.
Character says he's not going to do something before immediately doing that thing cliche.
I've been abracadabra into a fancy feasting second-rate sidekick.
Is there an actual plot to this movie? Or was this entire thing greenlit as is after the first brainstorming meeting?
Yeah, you should think about getting yourself a pair of pants. I feel all exposed and nasty.
What the is he talking about? Donkey doesn't wear pants. This is the second time Donkey's mentioned something about pants. Like there's some weird character trait where he's delusional about pants he suddenly wears. How did Far, Far Away shut down so quickly? Again, it's only been a few days since Shrek even left. So even though Charming took over, the whole city wouldn't end up like Hill Valley and Back to the Future 2 that quickly. If you need to put $5 into this machine to see Pinocchio, then who put $5 in the first time? Look at this scene. You can see the machine on the left with Pinocchio inside of it. Did the witch that's walking away from it put $5 into the machine and leave? Or is this machine alive?
He's a star, people. Hello. I'm so sorry about this, Mr. Shrek.
This somehow works.
Who told you to stop dancing?
Wow, Charming got a lot of authoritarian capital out of one rousing speech at the bar and a round of fuzzy navels.
Let me guess. Arthur.
How does everyone now know who Arthur is, when the king only just mentioned him on his deathbed?
He's an ogre. What did you expect?
Whoa, hold on now. Wait just a f***ing second. Are you telling me Shrek is an ogre? When did this happen? Why didn't anyone say anything? So, they're just gonna let him go? Second rightful heir to the throne? Charming is still planning on killing Shrek, right? Seriously, this is the second sad music montage of the movie, and by my unofficial count, the 47th of the franchise. Also, the song that's playing is Damien Rice's 9 Crimes, which is about infidelity and Jesus movie. Just because a song is slow and dour doesn't mean it's perfect for a sad moment. Damn, this is a big castle to only have one cell to put all the dissidents in together.
Huh? Who dat?
I suppose the joke about Sleeping Beauty is that she's a narcoleptic, and I understand that the deal with these Shrek movies is to be irreverent and interpret fairy tales in a skewed and humorous manner. But knowing that Sleeping Beauty only fell into her deep, deep sleep because of a curse, and not because of some sort of sleeping disorder, makes me wonder how long anyone thought about giving her more of a character than the tired narcolepsy nonsense. If she could do this, why didn't she do it earlier? The f***ing is this I mean... Also, see? There's a whole other cell right there!
Why don't you just lie down?
This dialogue was personally approved by Roger Goodell, just out of habit. This is funny and all, but it's guaranteed that when we see all these women again, no one will be sporting a pair of pokies consistent with the choice.
Who would have thought a monster like me deserves something as special as you?
Guys, does anyone feel that? I think I got crushed by a heavy hand.
Man, you'd think there'd be a better way into the castle than this overly complicated plan. Like, couldn't Lillian have just headbutted an interior wall?
Hey, how's it going?
See, it's funny because she's ugly, even though she's apparently got attractive legs, and guys are horny. Laughing yet?
He was using me. That's all there is to it.
Shrek only said those things to protect you.
This is one of the only times when saying something or not saying something in order to protect you is actually used correctly. But my sins filter still wants to sin it, simply because they said those magic words that I hate. So after Prince Charming became king, he still wanted to put on this stupid play about beating Shrek, like he did at the beginning of the movie, when he was clearly at his lowest point. Why not just be king? Not like he even knew Shrek was in line to be the heir. The f*** is this movie?
You're about to enter a world of pain with which you are not familiar.
Really wish they'd given this warning at the beginning of the movie.
That's actually a very nice leotard.
Thank you.
Do they come in men's sizes?
This has got to be like the 5th man is a woman joke in the movie, but I'm too pissed at it to go check. Just like every Shrek movie, the dragon comes in to ex machina the proceedings. Feel like they could just take this dragon anywhere and no one would ever f with them during their stupid schemes, but who am I to judge? I'm not even mad about the stupid poop joke. I'm just sad that everyone f***ing does this joke, and it's neither funny nor clever, no matter what character is doing it.
You'll not ruin things this time, Ogre. Kill it!
But make sure to do it all slow and stuff so I can actually finish jerking off for once.
The thing that matters most is what you think of yourself.
Is anyone buying this? Is this speech really going to turn the tide here? God damn it. Holy. This could not be more telegraphed, but no one moved a muscle except the one motherfucker who's chained to the floor. Yay! The guy we've never met nor heard about is going to be king. Woohoo!
I have something much more important in mind.
What? So Shrek's cool with the fatherhood now? He just faced down an asshole that wanted to kill him and let Artie take over as king? And nothing about that would prepare him for having a kid. Plus, I had a perfect Cameron Diaz audio outtake from Vanilla Sky queued up for whatever Fiona inevitably yelled at Shrek for being a dick. Damn it. This movie for that alone.
Where's the baby?
I guess everyone thought this guy was going to be such a hit that the filmmakers gave him another scene at the end. That's too bad. I was kind of hoping they forgot about him. 33 seconds of logo.
Once upon a time, a long time ago,
Movie rehashes the preface to the first movie with some narrating. Narrate-hashing?
a king and a queen had a beautiful daughter named Fiona.
God damn, this is the 4th movie in this franchise. Do you really think we need a refresher? Why does this animation seem so sucky? This feels like a cutscene from Civilization 3, which came out 9 years before this movie.
But to put our daughter's life in the hands of this person?
Conversation that should have already happened while riding in the carriage, and most certainly before they got in the carriage, takes place just before they make their deal. Oh, be sideways.
So we all put an end to our daughter's curse?
Jesus, what a king. The movie acts like he's a good father because he's so distraught his daughter is stuck living in a castle as a prisoner to some dragon. But I see a king who just sold out all the people in the entire kingdom just to hug his kid again. Fucking dick.
Your Highness, the princess, she's been saved!
So wait, while the stuff in the first Shrek movie was happening, the king and queen went to some faraway place to sign away their kingdom to get Fiona back? Shrek saved Fiona, and I guess someone from Farquaad's place ran to tell the king and queen, only to find out they had left, and I suppose the king and queen's journey to Rumpel's camp to sign away the kingdom was well known because the messenger was able to track them down to their exact spot and tell them just in time that Fiona was saved.
Sir, you're gonna have to pay for that.
That's funny and all, but did Rumpel walk into a bookstore just to read about some he already knew happened?
Nobody needs your deals anymore, Grumple Stinky Pants.
Grumple Stinky Pants. They should have called this movie Shrek for Never Laughter. Why would there have been a need to nail an entirely different block on this sign with an S written on it? There was plenty of room to draw an S on the sign.
Happily?
Ever.
After.
Close enough. Roll the credits, get me a tea time 30 minutes from now, and tell my wife to start heating a hot tub up.
Look, a shooting star.
Fiona sees the shooting star before it actually shows up in the frame. DreamWorks. Pee, but it's actually a fish being squeezed by the baby. That's the joke, which is weird, because babies actually do pee on their parents while changing diapers. And fish do not have lots of water in their bellies that can be squeezed out. And this might be the laziest Shrek movie since Shrek. This scene is a repeat of the last one, to show you that Shrek's days are settling into a familiar routine. But what I'm worried about is a character like Puss in Boots, who seems to have no life other than hanging with Shrek. And here's the third one. This isn't Groundhog Day, Edge of Tomorrow, Happy Death Day, or Russian Doll. This is just beating you with dead Shrek. 2 of these 3 babies are drinking out of squashes or gourds, which do not have enough moisture to drink from. I'm giving that third baby with the red pumpkin thing a pass, but I'm not happy about it. So he's older now, and Mrs. being younger, and this is a midlife crisis story crammed into the Shrek universe? That's not fun. It's boring. Just let me watch City Slickers again. Why does this exist?
Looks like you forgot the candle.
Shrek Forever After puts us through this anxiety-inducing birthday party where everything is going wrong, and there's this little bastard who's like the where's the baby dude from Shrek the Third. It's almost like nobody trusted the last 4 minutes of the movie to tell us that Shrek was in a rut, and they went over the top, aggravating. If you're laughing at this scene, you're part of the problem. I actually don't know what the problem is, but I'll get back to you.
Are there any cupcakes?
Some tools. They have lollipops.
F***ing pigs. I feel like this would have had to have happened on so many previous occasions that it should be predictable and preventable, but whatever. The 4th Shrek movie's got a movie.
I wouldn't expect you to understand. It's not like you're a real ogre.
That's ogrist.
You have 3 beautiful children.
He does not. Me. Was this asshat just scrounging for garbage outside the Shrek household at the perfect time? Did he have any reason to be here, or is this a giant-ass coincidence? How did Rumpel set this up before Shrek got here? He was hiding behind these barrels when Shrek started taking his anger walk, and it would have required him running to his carriage, getting a goose to carry at max speed to this spot, pulling off a wheel, and making it look like he was stuck underneath with very little time. And even if that's possible, how did he know this is how far Shrek would sulk?
Let me give you a ride.
It's the least I could do after all you've done for me.
Shrek falls for this because Shrek is super selfish right now, 4 movies into being the hero that saves the day. Movie makes a joke about Shrek being lured in with a drink and then getting drunk before he realizes it, and Shrek is smarter than that. He's also physically too large to get drunk on 6 eyeball teenies. This ogre for a day contract uses English for the title and then all gibberish in the contract's main body.
It'll be just like the good old days, when you're swamped with your castle.
What Rumble is offering is basically peace and quiet for a day, and I feel like Shrek could accomplish this by making a deal with Fiona, like married couples do. But in movie world, if you have one argument, there's absolutely no recourse. You either have to endure annoying every day, or you have to sign a shady magical contract from a guy you met in a forest.
I think I fell on my keys.
First off, what f***ing keys, asshole? Second up, didn't we retire that joke in the 90s? I think we retired that joke in the 90s. I guess this means the bride was as big as Shrek, so everybody at the service was fooled. And the hidden reason for Shrek somehow taking the bride's place is that he ate her, right? Picnic dick. Pick dick. Dick pic? F***ing with cats for no reason is a legit metric for detecting serial killer behavior. Just FYI. How the f*** did Shrek get in his cart and put watermelons all over himself? And sure, it's a cartoon, but I feel like Shrek wouldn't go this far just to scare one asshole. Shrek goes all X Games. Shrek's Games? Jesus Christ, how many wanted posters do you have to put up in one section of forest?
Fiona, are you in there?
This is Shrek, It's a Wonderful Life. It's weird to me that the protagonists of these movies think anything is the same after being provided proof that it's not. Like in the first 10-15 minutes, don't you think you realize that the world is not the same anymore? That there's no way Fiona is in this tree stump, and that somehow Mary never found a suitor despite looking like Donna Reed? Yeah, I guess George Bailey was right to question that. But all the other stuff? Yeah! The director said, let's make that witch throw a grenade that looks like an apple. It'll make her look like even more of an asshole. So the deal with Rumple changed history, and no one remembers how it used to be, but Shrek accidentally himself into Donkey right away.
I've never seen you before in my life.
Never seen me before. Come on, donkey.
You are a toy! I mean, how do you not know this world is different yet? How is it that there are other ogres? Have other ogres been hiding out during the last 3 Shrek movies? Man, witches be crazy.
And then they disappeared.
Thanos.
You took the day I was born.
Yes, Shrek signed away the day he was born, but what happened with his mother after the gestation period? Did she just forget she was pregnant, or does this world still operate under the Stork Union? Of course, we know it doesn't because Fiona was pregnant in the last movie. As the witches chase Shrek through this giant f***ing building, I have to wonder if I can skip
My angry wig.
having an angry wig. Also, angry wig makes you a discount syndrome.
You need to calm down.
Taylor Swift.
You've got a friend.
That worked.
I've never seen a ogre cry.
Why did you come back, though? You were terrified and took off running.
I was tricked into signing something I shouldn't have.
Taylor Swift.
Donkey, I've read the fine print and there's nothing about an exit clause in here.
Also known as the exit clause machina. It's insane that a sneaky magical contract created to totally someone requires an exit clause. Also, just imagine what happens if Rumple tells his witches to leave Shrek alone and never take him back to the castle. Shrek never figures anything out and simply ceases to exist at the end of a 24-hour period. In many movies, the villain's need for revenge is a crutch for all the stupid things they do to the hero instead of just killing them. In this movie, Shrek didn't even know who Rumple was when he ruined his plans. They have no real history.
Here, let me show you how it's done. I didn't spend all that time around with witches without picking up a few tricks.
This is the reason given for how Donkey knows that Rumple's contracts have hidden messages in them, that being around the witches somehow gave him that information. If the witches regularly wrote and delivered contracts for Rumple, that might make sense, but they clearly do not.
According to fairy tale law, if not fully satisfied, true love's kiss will render this contract null and void.
If there's a fairy tale law, wouldn't it also require the contract to contain plain language that wouldn't require a puzzle right out of the Da Vinci Code to read? Also, remember Pinocchio? Rumple gave him a real boy contract with the same secret letters written on it. So if he had signed it, would he have to find true love's kiss too? Also, here's the contract Shrek signed. That run enough big letters to spell out true love's kiss. And the letters this thing does use are completely different in some instances. And there's nothing on the back either. Movie suggests that Fiona was in here a super long time because Shrek didn't save her. But in Shrek 2, Prince Charming was on his way to save her, only to find out she'd already been rescued. So shouldn't he have found her? At least show us the charred remains of Charming somewhere in the castle, so we know he simply failed and you acknowledge his existence. I don't know what's dumber, this waffle booby trap that is nearly Rube Goldberg in its complexity, or the fact that this is actually going to lead Shrek miraculously to Fiona. No one will be seated during the Count of Monte Cristo portion of the movie.
Resistance?
We fight for freedom.
And ogres everywhere!
I'm beginning to think Shrek's birth caused this entire ogre population to dissolve, because in this world there are tons of ogres. And remember, they wouldn't all be underground in Shrek's old life, because there wouldn't be a resistance without Rumple using them as slave labor. Nose horns.
Fiona! I'm so happy I found you!
When is this asshole gonna learn about no one knowing who he is? I think I'm gonna add 20 more sins for this crap, because he continues to do it even more after this, and it is driving me insane.
I know you don't remember me, but we're married.
She doesn't immediately exile his ass.
And when the smoke clears... Wait, what's this?
That's my chimichanga stand.
This chimichanga stand thing is much funnier if Fiona knows what it is and it's part of the plan. The way this is done, it grinds all the story momentum to a halt. It's almost as if the writers were saying to themselves, this battle plan is much too serious. Let's give the cook a comedic beat to show that we're still winking at the audience. Shrek is addicted to frogs. Also, that's not how frogs work.
Fiona?
Christ, she's the leader of the entire ogre clan and no one is guarding her royal tent. He's able to just pop in.
I have all the cream I can drink.
Once again, for those in the back, most cats in real life are lactose intolerant. So, unless you want to cause them to have incredibly smelly diarrhea, stop giving them milk.
Good for one free kiss. Let's cash it now.
Why hasn't she kicked his ass yet? Or called her soldiers to kick his ass? Goose grooming.
Oh, this little piggy wants to go home.
How long have you been holding on to that one? If the Pied Piper has a flute with multiple settings, including ogres, why hasn't Rumple used him before?
Was one taken?
We use that to clean the toilets.
So why is it in a fucking bucket full of weapons then? And if someone's cleaning the toilets, why do they have to go to your training ground to get the proper tool? Yeah, sure, it's just a joke and all funsies and Cinema sense is ruining movies, blah, blah, blah. But you've got to admit, this is a terrible place to store your toilet bowl cleaners. What a terrible message. Shrek's advances are unwanted. He's been a persistent asshole despite being told no many times, and now Fiona is falling for Shrek through their mutual love of fighting. Somehow. Don't try this at home, kids.
Until you find true love's first kiss.
I've been dreaming of a true love's kiss.
I'll scout ahead. Wait for my signal.
This is like the Enterprise's captain beaming down on an away mission. No one in this tribe would ever let their leader be the main scout. It's too dangerous.
I'm gonna fix everything. The ogres, Rumple, your curse. How do you know about my curse?
Fiona misses the approaching bad guys because she's got a knife to Shrek's throat. Because Shrek said the word curse, and this is some contrived f***ing horse.
You don't know anything about me.
I know everything about you. Shrek's about to rattle off stuff only someone who truly knows Fiona would know. Or someone who's been stalking her for a while, which is exactly what he's been doing the last few hours. So I don't know why Fiona would think any of this stuff is proof. Somehow, this movie with tons of ogres and this scene of all the ogres dancing sexily to the Pied Piper's music makes me miss the minions. God damn, even Bruce Almighty is jealous of this moon's overall girth.
I don't care how big your eyes get, play, it's not going down.
DJ Khaled.
True love's kiss was supposed to fix everything. True love didn't get me out of that tower. I did.
The main character and the film's ignorance of what true love means and the lack of acknowledgement by all involved is by far the most infuriating thing about this movie.
The kiss didn't work because Fiona doesn't love me.
Jesus. Only took you 45 minutes of movie time to finally figure that out. God damn. Rumple is offering a reward for Shrek's capture. But how did he put this video together so quickly? I mean, just renting out rainbows is notoriously difficult, even if you're a king.
The kiss didn't work.
This is what Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes thought at first, but then they kept at it and eventually everything fell into place.
Life was so perfect, then why'd you sign it all the way to Rumpelstiltskin in the first place?
Because I didn't know what I had until it was gone.
No, actually, the reason why you did it was because you didn't know what you were signing. You got tricked. This is a revisionist memory.
Surrender now! I'm taking you in! Nobody's smart but me!
You're just gonna leave the only two people in the world who can f*** up your dreams in the same dungeon? Even if you don't think they can reach each other, don't you at least put a guard or something in here until sunrise? I know Rumple's planning for the dragon to kill them, but aren't you taking chances that way too? Why is he making it easier to lose?
Locked up tighter than old Mother Hubbard's cupboard.
Wait, I thought her cupboard was empty. Why'd she lock an empty cupboard? Why, this guy used an empty cupboard analogy to describe lock security. I'm no fairy tale law expert or anything. I know that True Love's kiss is supposed to break this contract, but what if Rumple breaks it by not giving Shrek his full day? If he kills him, isn't that kind of like not honoring the contract? To accept this Trojan horse ornament ball thing, we have to ignore that Donkey concocted this plan in sight of the witches without the witches getting suspicious or seeing the plan develop right in front of them, that someone was able to roll this thing full of ogres and heavy shields up to the front gate pretending to be a delivery man, that Rumple ordered a new ornamental ball after the old one got damaged and expected same-day delivery. Remember, this movie is all happening in one day. That you can simply make a beautiful ornamental ball out of shields and that you can simply make a beautiful ornamental ball out of shields in minutes. And for the fact that that was only 5 cents, I'm adding another 500. Holy MCU editing, Batman. What in the holy spontaneous trapeze hell is this nonsense? She isn't kissing him because she loves him, she's kissing him to save his life. This movie sits on a throne of lies. I understand that everything's back to normal, but why did he get to go back before he had his argument with Fiona?
I always thought that I rescued you from the Dragon's Keep. It was you.
F***ing end. I'd rather have unnecessary surgery while fully awake than watch any more of this f***ery. Shrek sucks. The end credits of this movie are a series of them mistreating the beryllium sphere.
Sooner or later, you let your guard down, and then flush. It's toilet time for Tiny Town.
Me? Yes, I was talking to you.
Can I just say that you was really great
Back then, those guards, they thought it was all that. Then you showed up and bam!
and get you all off my land and back where you came from.
Get off my lawn.
You are a toy! You see, Mr. Powers, I love gold.
They judge me before they even know me. I eat because I'm unhappy. I'm unhappy because I eat.
Come on, boys! I'll send you a postcard from Paradise Falls.
Down the stairs? Oh, well, don't stop when you get to the basement. Keep straight on. Give my regards to the Earth's core.
You must tie her down on a bed and spank her. You must spank her well, and after you have spanked her, you may deal with her as you like. That's not a word, Pepper. You'll try someone?
Privates! We have reports of an unidentified flying object. It is a long, smooth shaft
would expect from you would be...
Ogres. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, of course not. Please call me Dad.
How you doing, Dad?
I'm doing fine.
Come on, Charlie.
All right, away and go with your mother, all right? And while you're there, why don't you try one of her bras on you, wee girl? Float away, you fairy!
I snore last night. Sometimes I snore when I'm drunk.
Tot round buttocks! I'm human again, only human again, poised and polished and gleaming with charm. I'm free. Dang it.
Put some back into it, people.
This isn't working. If you think this whole mad scene ain't dope, I feel you.
Don't mess with me. I'm one crazy mofo. I had to pop a cop because he wasn't giving me my props in Oaktown.
So just go.
I'm gone.
Get it?
I am.
Go.
I'm gone.
I am no tree. I am an ant.
You've got 2 empty halves of coconut and you're banging them together.
Once upon a time, someone decided that we were the losers.
Welcome to the Losers Club, asshole!
Get in my belly!
Fox Force 5. Fox is in we're a bunch of foxy chicks. Force is in we're a force to be reckoned with. And 5 is in there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us.
You haven't heard the best part? She's f***ing this Prixie's golf pro, but she's married some other guy. And he's the one they did it.
Hold it together.
Just hold it together. Keep it together, keep it together, keep it together, keep it together, keep it together. This wasn't part of the deal. That wasn't part of our deal, Blackheart. That wasn't part! Mr. Burgundy, we will be honored if you will play jazz flute for us.
I was looking at myself in the mirror. I wish I had a cut.
Wait, remember holes?
Well, I never been to camp before.
Dirt? Shovels? Venomous lizards? Digging holes in the desert sure sounds like the perfect setting for our classic Disney film here, Holes. In fact, 20 years ago from the day I posted this video, April 18th, this film originally hit theaters and nothing has made me feel more old than knowing that I went to see this film opening weekend in 2003. But this video isn't about my realization that life moves too fast for me to catch up to it. We are here to celebrate this film in general. Essentially revisit it, see how it holds up, and learn about some fun extras along the way. What we aren't going to do is compare it to the book, which has the same name, Holes. Because it was something we read as a classroom in school, and if anyone picked me for popcorn reading, ooh, I was not a happy camper. Speaking of not so happy campers, Holes tells the tale of kids at a juvenile detention camp that they are sent to instead of jail, where every day they do what the title of the book says. But it's so much more than that, filled with a generationally entangled family curse, a harsh look at the reality of our past, and even some CGI lizards. This movie has it all. As someone who is both a fan of this movie but who also hasn't watched it in at least the past decade, I felt nostalgically drawn towards giving it a rewatch, and wow, there is a lot to talk about here. So let's take a look at the star-studded, dirt and dust-filled world of Holes.
So, where's the lake?
Couple things to note right off the bat. First, this was the early 2000s, and there was one TV kid actor that was starting his rise, and that's Shia LaBeouf. This was his biggest movie role away from TV yet, putting him center stage coming right off the incredible television run of both the entirety of Even Stevens and his heartbreaking performance for the TV movie for Disney, True Confessions. If you haven't seen that movie, please watch it. Disney wasn't done with Shia just yet, and with Holes, well, Disney knew how to bring their Disney Channel audience to the theaters. So right away, some pretty great casting for your main lead, at least for the main lead of the kids in the film, as they also have heavily marketed the adults that would appear in the film, I guess in a way to sell it more to parents coming to see the movie. Because trust me, there weren't any 9-year-olds clamoring to see Jon Voight in the role of Mr. Sir.
You think that's funny?
But in saying that now as an adult and a film enthusiast, yeah, this cast is pretty stacked here. Sigourney Weaver, Jon Voight, Patricia Arquette, Tim Blake Nelson, Henry Winkler, Eartha Kitt. The list just goes on. The director of the film, Andrew Davis, was pretty much known for more action-based movies, so when it came to agreeing to direct Holes, it was something that he felt could offer a more creative venture, that he knew he was capable of doing. He even got the author of the book, Louis Sacker, to jump aboard and worked closely with him to adapt the book into a screenplay, and how it should all be paced. So then it was time to shoot this sucker, and to make things more fun, this film would shoot for 10 weeks in the summer of 2002 in California, with a lot of it being outside in temperatures exceeding 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Things were going to get sweaty, but one of the biggest changes that people will point out from the book compared to the movie is the look of the main character, where throughout the book he starts off heavyset, continuously losing weight as the story goes on from sweating and working in the heat all day. But for the production, they decided to have the main character just already be skinny, as they couldn't ask that kind of demand from a teenager over the course of the shoot to lose a significant amount of weight for real.
Finding a chubby boy that could then toughen up and lose weight was, virtually impossible to ask of a teenager.
Dang it, did I just compare it to the book? My bad, I'll try not to do that again. But let's get into the movie itself, as we start out with some holes being dug in the desert, showcasing how dirty and dusty this film is going to get. We see a group of kids in jumpsuits digging their own holes, as the heat is really starting to get to them, as we notice how limited their water supplies are, which clues us in to the nicknames that these boys have, as we focus here on a character who's nicknamed Barfbag, who purposely goes and gets bitten by a rattlesnake. One, the hospital would be a way better place than here, and two, it's not the worst thing that can get you out there. This cuts and transitions us to a pair of shoes flying through the air as our main character Stanley Yelnats the fourth, the last name's just Stanley backwards, as all the boys that continue down the generations take the first name of Stanley, and this Stanley is Generation 4. Now, which starter is he going to choose? My bet is on Piplup. A water Pokemon may come in handy in just a bit. These flying shoes end up landing right on him, and we hear narration about there being some sort of Yelnats family curse, specifically about being at the wrong place at the wrong time. So naturally, on his way, running back home after being gifted from the heavens these shoes, he gets stopped by the police as they assume he's the one that stole these shoes, which we would find out shortly why these shoes would warrant a very aggressive response coming up. At his place with his mother, father, and grandfather, we see a messy household, with his father trying to come up with a perfect remedy for getting rid of foot odor. So there looks like there's a reason to at least have so many random pairs of shoes in the apartment, but the men in the family are very superstitious of the Yelnats curse, and young Stanley heads to court over this whole incident and is sentenced to 18 months at Camp Green Lake, a juvenile correctional detention camp facility. I don't know if there's any other words I can add to emphasize what it is at this point. That is located in the middle of the desert instead of him being sentenced to the Slammer. So now Stanley heads towards the camp in a Texas youth bus as we see what seems like a tiny town, with everyone in orange jumpsuits and nothing but holes around the camp for miles.
Them to the desert. Dig here. Monday at 8, 7 Central.
Upon Stanley's arrival at Camp Green Lake, he notices that there's actually no lake at all, and he meets the warden, or who at first we think is the warden. He's more of the right hand to the warden, who has all of the power when the warden's not around. He's a tough, no-nonsense person who makes it very clear how serious this place is, and just how awful it's going to be for Stanley, noting that there are no fences around the perimeter, no guard towers keeping watch, just miles and miles of desert with various deadly animals and insects, with no water source for quite some ways out. You'd be eaten by vultures before you'd even make it that far. But at least he's not in jail, I guess. Boys, the rules are simple. You are to dig one hole each day that is 5 feet deep and 5 feet in diameter, no more, no less. But we are clued into a few things about the deadly creatures out there. Whereas we already know about the rattlesnakes being a problem, but those guys aren't the scariest critters out there. We are warned about the yellow-spotted lizards, which have a nearly instant effect of causing death after biting you. And they can also be pretty aggressive. We will touch more on this later when it's important, but foreshadowing sure is fun. We also meet the next person under this not warden guy, whose name was Mr. Sir, by the way. So here's the camp counselor, Dr. Pendansky, who comes off pretty nice right away when we first get introduced to him, being the softest one of the adults yet, but still having this nasty side to him as we get introduced to the other campers. Specifically D-Tent, where Stanley will be taking over the spot that Barfbag had, as the doctor dishes out a dose of being an annoying adult that picks on kids for for them not being so smart, aiming most of his jokes at a silent kid named Zero. But yeah, we get to meet the whole crew: X-Ray, Squid, Armpit, Magnet, Zigzag, and of course, Zero. All of these are their nicknames, as Pendansky only refers to them as their actual names, which always pisses them off. And as we'll see Stanley later on use one of their real names and get a swift lesson in never forgetting to use their nicknames, as he starts to realize more and more how much this place is going to suck. Something is off about Zero, though. Aside from getting picked on by the counselor, he just doesn't talk. And that is until he has this weird interest in Stanley, finally speaking up as the rest of the group are all in disbelief that Zero said something in general. He asks further about the shoe incident as Stanley was speaking about his story of why he was in here in the first place, as we learn that the shoes he got in trouble for stealing belonged to Clyde Livingston, a pro baseball player who donated these valuable shoes of his to charity. But what hurt his defense in the long run, of just randomly coming across these pair of shoes, or I guess them coming across him, is that he was a massive fan of this baseball player, with his room at home during a search from the cops being shown to be covered in a whole bunch of merch from that player specifically. But all the campers in the morning are woken up even before the sun is out so they can get ready to head out and start digging their hole for the day. We learn about a reward system that if you end up finding something, you report it, and if the warden deems it interesting, based off whatever it is, then you get the rest of the day off from digging a hole. While that sounds pretty fishy, we are assured that digging these holes is only for the benefit of the campers themselves. It builds character and possible heat stroke. Throughout the movie, we get two other stories at play aside from the modern-day story at the camp. One that wraps up quickly in its base story that takes place the furthest back but ties in heavily to the overall plot and specifically the characters, and another that is placed throughout the film as we learn more about the past of this area that plays into the story today. The first backstory we get heads back the furthest, where we hear the tale of Stanley Yelnats IV's no-good, dirty, rotten, pig-stealing great-great-grandfather, who, while trying to figure out how to earn the hand of a fair maiden, he must win the acceptance of the girl's father, who is courting off his daughter, against Azamat from Borat. Well, I guess this movie was 3 years before Borat, semantics, who has offered the father a really big pig, which the father is into that gift over this guy's who's just wanting to offer his heart. So he turns to a fortune teller named Madame Zeroni that offers him a pig that he must carry up a mountain to a water source to help nurture it into a pig large enough to beat out this other man. But before he leaves, the deal only works one way. You can have the pig, but notes that if he doesn't come back for her to bring her up the mountain, then him and his whole family will be cursed from there on out. So of course he takes the pig and begins doing what he can to raise it into a large pig. And after some time has passed when the pigs are presented to the father, the pigs weigh the same. So the father leaves the decision to his daughter, and to Yelnat's surprise, she has to think about it, even though he already assumed that he's the surefire choice that she wanted all along. Before she even makes her decision, he bows out over all of this, tells them to keep the pig, and catches a boat ride that will bring him to America. But there was one thing that he forgot to do, as Madame Zeroni causes the curse to set in, as the lineage of Stanley Yelnats would begin, starting with this guy's firstborn son, which plays into the lore of the other flashbacks we'll see throughout the film, where we hear all about Kissin' Kate Barlow, an outlaw that ran with a dangerous group to rob from banks and stagecoaches, as she leaves her victims with a lipstick-covered smooch on their head. Stanley Yelnats I ties in initially to the story through being robbed by Kate, but not killed by her. She only stole what he had on board, like this chest. But from here, we will tie back into this story as we move along. Back at the dig site, we see how fast Zero is at digging holes, as the others also finish not too long after, but Stanley is still finishing up his as the sun leaves the sky for the day, being the last person back to camp, being surprised by Mr. Sir, who holds a gun directly at him. But after this shock, it was actually aimed at a yellow-spotted lizard right behind him. A very CGI yellow-spotted lizard, and Mr. Sir eviscerated it off the face of the earth. And its face, off of its face. I don't even want to show you this part, where we get a close-up of the gruesome aftermath of this little fella. Now, let's finally chat about this thing, the yellow-spotted lizard. Well, here in the film, these Texas-based lizards, well, they aren't real. And for shooting this movie, they worked with real lizards that they brought in that had a certain look to them, but were not yellow-spotted, nor were they a threat. And they ended up mostly having them in the film as CGI or random set dressing, so it is what it is. But yellow-spotted lizards aren't technically real, except they look like this, and they are more so found in Central and South America than North America. But they are venomous, so that part at least still checks out. There's a little fun animal fact for you today. But now the days start coming and they won't stop coming, and more holes are dug, with the narration backdrop of Stanley writing to his mother about his experience here, as he lies about it all, mentioning how it feels like a regular summer camp, and it's fun more so than a prison. But this was all in the effort of making his parents, specifically his mom, not worry about him. He doesn't want to cause more stress, as the family is dealing with a lot currently, as we'll see. He then gets picked on for even writing letters to his parents, as the other campers have been conditioned to feel like they are unloved and unthought of from their own personal experiences and what this environment at the camp breeds. Later on, when digging, Stanley finds a fossil of some fish that are pretty cool, but not cool enough to excite the warden, so he doesn't get the rest of the day off, which kind of starts setting up some red flags about what findings even qualify as something of interest. But hey, at least we have proof that this barren desert was once a lake, and possibly a green one. We start getting a taste of the flashbacks where we meet Sam, an onion farmer who brings his goods to the town from his boat, the Mary Lou, across the Green Lake. And he also has a donkey of the same name. His goods are what he has made with his onions, claiming them to be the cure for everything, and can aid in fending off those pesky yellow-spotted lizards. He sells the elixirs and mixtures to those in town who hear him out, but another reason he enjoys this town so much is Catherine, who runs the schoolhouse, teaching kids and adults alike. When we cut back to the holes, X-Ray comments to Stanley that the next time he finds something, he should give it to him instead, as in a vague threat that it wouldn't be fair for him, who just got there to have a day off, when he hasn't ever had one for the long length that he's been there for. Things continue to not be so great for Stanley, as later he accidentally gets in a confrontation with this other guy. But the rest of his cabin crew back him up to calm this other guy down, as we see that Zero, again for some weird reason, was looking out for Stanley, having a pool ball clenched in his hand and ready to fight. But it was de-escalated, so no worries at all. Stanley also earns the nickname Caveman, and we see that there is some bonding starting to happen within the group, but also some internal conflicts between them here and there. Stanley receives a letter back from his mom as we cut to seeing her write it, as stuff around her seems to be a mess, as there is troubles with the landlord and being able to afford rent. But she mentions that this note made her feel like a good mother who could afford to give her son the camp experience, even if it isn't the way Stanley made it sound. So his curated candor in writing gave her a moment of peace in a room full of madness. Zero stands behind him as he reads this, as Stanley says that he doesn't want him reading over his shoulder like that. But Zero says that he can't read and opens up to Stanley, asking him for help to teach him. Stanley rejects this at first, as we see more of a brotherhood build between Stanley and the rest of the boys. Next time we see them in the whole field, Stanley finds something again. This time at first looking like a bullet, but really turns out to be a lipstick container with the initials KB on them. Reluctantly, Stanley lets X-Ray take it, but tells him to wait before turning it in. Since they've already worked so much of the day already, just wait until early the next day to claim you found it so you can get the whole day off. So he does just that. The next morning, once it's turned in, the warden comes to check it out, and we see that this is something in relation to what she thinks is worthy of a day break, and our clue into why they are digging the holes aside from character building. Because of how great of an item she claims this to be, she sends X-Ray back to the camp, and everyone working still gets their cantinas refilled with water before they come together as a group effort to start digging one giant hole in that area where this item was found, or where X-Ray pretends he found it. This also gives us our first real moment with the real warden, and how on a dime she can go from seemingly kind and reasonable to mean and demanding. The mean part is taken out on the counselor, as she shows the rest of the campers some love, like longer shower privileges and a nicer dinner. It's a pretty sweet deal. But what can this giant mystery be leading up to? Something is off about them all having to dig in one central location together now, and the warden seems to be on some sort of mission. We enter another flashback to see Sam once again, who is eyeing Catherine, as the two then show a nice rapport between them, which quickly becomes flirtatious as he starts helping her fix up the schoolhouse, as she starts giving him some of her jarred peaches, just as a thank you. Remember those. They will be on the test. We also get to see Mr. Walker, a wealthy, spoiled prick who has a liking to Catherine, but is also a complete jerk, especially during her night class that was helping adults get better educated, where he mocks one of them by saying,
Duck may swim on the lake, but my daddy owns the lake.
and even after that, he asks her out on a date, but of course she rejects him, and then building up some suspicion that Sam has been spending a lot of time with her. Sam keeps helping her out with fixing stuff up, saying, I can fix it, as she finds more things for him to work on, coming to her once again when she was crying, saying, I can fix it, as they share a passionate kiss kiss. But who's that out there in the window, being rained on? It's none other than Mr. Walker himself, where we later cut to Sam not being around, the schoolhouse being lit on fire, and a distraught Catherine running to the sheriff for help, only to find a drunk man who tries making a move on Catherine and mentions that they are hanging Sam. During this time, the sheriff mentions that for him, a black man to be kissing a white woman is illegal, and she responds that she should be hung as well as she kissed him back, where it's then noted that it's not illegal for her to do that. No one at this time in any position of power thinks twice about Mr. Walker's story, especially with how deep-rooted the racism is, as a hunt for Sam would then take place, showing us that his donkey was shot dead, as we then cut to a silhouetted boat chase of Sam paddling away from a personal-sized steamboat, one that belonged to Mr. Walker, with the only backlight being the moon, until we hear a gunshot, seeing Sam instead shot dead for trying to escape, with his body falling into the lake. After a night of coming to terms with what happened and what she'll do now, she arrives back at the sheriff's office the next day and shoots him dead right then and there with no second thought, leaving him with that kiss he wanted the night before right on his head as it leaves a lipstick imprint, where she then goes on to become the famous outlaw Kissin' Kate Barlow. The lipstick we found earlier, no doubt, was Kate's.
Starring Shia LaBeouf of Disney Channel's Even Stevens.
I'm a math daddy, and I play armpit.
This is all you jackasses got to show for it.
After nothing is really found in the digging location, they all are ordered to go back to their own holes as the next day, one of the boys steals Mr. Sir's sunflower seeds. Then as he turns his truck back around after noticing that they're gone, Stanley takes the fall for all of them as the bag was poorly hidden in his hole last second. Without snitching, he gets pulled away with Mr. Sir, and they head back to the warden's office, as they now have a conversation with her. And the warden seems to be playing more calm and quiet as tension starts to build. Mr. Sir is all proud that he is disciplining him, but mentions that he thinks he's just covering for one of the others. The warden starts talking about rattlesnakes and their venom being harmless in some ways, as it's mixed in with her nail polish. I guess just as a quirky, maybe evil person thing. But in reality, we do get this scene. Yeah, she claws him with the venom nails for wasting her time with this, as maybe the detention factor of this place is just a giant cover-up. And cover-up is what Mr. Sir will surely be needing. I mean, just look at his face after this. It's disgusting. Stanley gets sent back to the holes where everyone is surprised that he didn't snitch about the sunflower seeds, but also sees that Zero has dug his hole for him in the meantime, something he's fast at and is stated earlier in the film that he likes to do. He tells Stanley that he knows he didn't steal the shoes all along, but doesn't go into it further just yet. Zero wants to dig every hole for Stanley in return for Stanley spending extra time helping him learn how to read. And now we start to really meet the person behind Zero named Hector. Hector Zeroni. Where have I heard that name before? Anyway, Hector wants to learn how to read in the efforts of helping him hire detectives to find his mother after he explains how one day she disappeared and he was left on his own, causing him to become homeless and fending for himself in the streets for some time. Back at the digging site, the other boys are pretty mad at Stanley for having Zero still dig his holes for him, but he's still somewhat participating regardless. The kids all start taking their comments too far as Zigzag pokes at Stanley too much, where even the counselor is encouraging Stanley to fight back at it. So the two of them get into a scuffle, but Hector jumps in and starts choking out Zigzag and not letting him go no matter what, taking it even further as the counselor gets scared about this and fires his gun in the air, stopping them. The warden and Mr. Sir pull up as the kids try to explain what happened, but the other kids end up snitching on Stanley, saying that he isn't digging his own holes, doing so even after he didn't rat them out or get anyone else in trouble just the other day. Hector gets pretty heated as the counselor picks on him some more for not being smart, thinking that Stanley teaching him to read is useless and a waste of time. So Hector gets handed a shovel from him to get back to work, but the comments go too far and he smacks him in the face with the shovel. So not only is Mr. Sir looking pretty rough with those gashes on his face, but now Pendanski's face has been flattened. Right after this, Hector goes running into the desert away from the camp, as the adults don't really chase after him, at least not hard enough. Later on, privately meeting, knowing that if he doesn't come back, no one outside of this place is waiting for him. They can just get rid of the evidence of him being there in the first place, and it's like, hey, Hector, who? Stanley walks in on them just at the right time as he lets them know he hears how terrible of people that they are. The boys ponder on what might happen to Zero out there as they offer each other different thoughts of what could happen as we see a clip of Hector sometime during the day collapsing in the desert. We also cut back to learning about God's Thumb, a place of refuge in the desert that tales tell of only being able to survive out there by finding it and climbing up this rock structure. A place that Stanley Yelnats I apparently survived after being stranded by Kate thanks to being robbed by her. In the meantime, another new kid gets brought to the camp who gets nicknamed Twitch because, well, he twitches.
Should've seen me behind the wheel of that Mustang convertible.
But he's there for stealing cars and joyriding them. So Stanley silently starts putting together a plan. When they all head out the next day to the holes, the rest of D-Tent starts to distract Mr. Sir for a moment, as Stanley gets inside of the truck and has Twitch tell him how to operate it real quick as he pulls off, dragging Mr. Sir for a bit before he ultimately crashes the truck into one of the holes, as then he just takes off on foot into the desert after Hector. On the lam, we get to see some brief looks into the dangers of what we were warned about. This whole time with a beating sun shining bright, yellow-spotted lizards owning the territory, and skulls of animals picked apart by vultures laying around, as we see what seems like story content for the audience of footage of Sam making a journey through the desert with his donkey. But if we look back to when Stanley is arriving into the desert and he sees a man we don't know yet at that time, and his donkey, it serves as these desert visions that symbolize and showcase the dark past, as we, along with Stanley, understand it through these storylines of the past and finding the connections in the modern day, leaving you to kind of infer if Stanley is having these visions or if they're just trying to serve the audience. Eventually, Stanley finds a flipped-over wooden boat that he checks underneath to find Hector surviving from the heat in there. While there is no water to drink, there are some jars that contain something that Hector calls sploosh that surprisingly tastes good, that they both end up finishing that turns out to be fermented peaches. The same peaches from who? Correct, Catherine, from back in the day when she gave them to Sam. See, I told you they would be on the test, and you passed with flying colors. When they get out from under the boat, seeing that it was called the Mary Lou, they notice a rock structure like no other in the distance. God's thumb. So they make their way to it, while everyone back at camp champions Caveman as brave and really awesome for stealing the truck and heading out after Zero. But the climb up the mountain for God's Thumb isn't easy. First, when Hector was helping Stanley up with a shovel, it resulted in slicing both of his palms open, as well as Hector nearly fainting and falling off the mountain at one point, and Stanley saving him. He decides then to carry Hector the rest of the way up God's Thumb, as we hear audio from Madame Zeroni, who started the whole curse, reciting the promise to come back and bring her up the mountain for the water to strengthen up. Yes, if you couldn't tell from earlier, the Zeroni bloodline meets with the Yelnats once again as they mirror fulfilling that promise. My only complaint with this scene is that they really go out of their way to make it obvious what is happening. Rather than playing the scene without the audio to leave the viewer a chance to understand and take it all in, it would have felt more impactful this way rather than to layer in the obvious audio that explains this. And yes, at the top of the mountain, God's Thumb houses its own water source for them to drink from, quickly bringing Hector back to better health, as they also discover Sam's onion farm, nestled in its own sanctuary, as when they eat it, they instantly start feeling better. Remember, those onions have the power to cure anything. We see some symbolism referring to the curse being lifted, and the promise, in a way, of the Yelnats helping a Zeroni being completed. We immediately see this as when we cut back to the Yelnats' apartment, Stanley III finally figures out the perfect mixture to make his foot odor spray work, being the blend of none other than peaches and onions. How genuinely poetic. But it also will be more poetic shortly. Zero then mentions to Stanley that it was his fault that he's here, as he was the one who stole the shoes. Not for value, but for necessity of surviving in the streets, but got scared when the cops were after him, throwing them off a bridge and right onto Stanley for his troubles to start being at the wrong place at the wrong time, being the direct result of a Zeroni. Hector would eventually be arrested and sent here for stealing shoes from Payless. I guess he really did pay less. Stanley isn't mad though. He considers it destiny that it all happened, and when you connect every generational dot, yeah, their family bloodlines are intertwined in fate. Back at the camp, Stanley's attorney is there and not happy with the camp or how it's run at all when she's informed that Stanley just isn't there and now knows that something's up, being angry and promising to return with a court order to figure out everything that the camp is not telling her, and to a further extent find out more than she bargained for. Stanley, for some reason, was going to be released, but we don't know what is fully happening just yet. But these two here continue their shared moment of feeling at peace for once and enjoying that they found this place. Stanley also says he feels lucky, and says let's dig one more hole, as we then get treated to one more flashback for Kissin' Kate, as this time Kate is sitting against the flipped over Mary Lou, in the now dried up green lake as she is approached by an hallucination of Sam greeting her. as what feels like a message from beyond, before then being approached by the man who started this, Mr. Walker, and his company, who used to be a former younger student of hers, which makes it even creepier. But they corner her with weapons drawn as she acts all nonchalant, not giving up the details of where she even buried all of the riches she's acquired over her outlaw spree, choosing to die with these secrets as her life feels at its end, grabbing a yellow-spotted lizard that crawled out from under the boat and taking a direct bite from it as she fades from our plane of existence, dying in the same spot Sam did. Stanley has this idea of the kiss, meaning it marks the spot, so the lipstick in that case, representing the kiss, with him knowing now where to look, which was the original hole he dug and marked with a rock, which was where they didn't look during the group dig from before. And eventually, when looking, they end up hitting something that turns out to be a locked chest that they pull out, while at the same time the warden, Mr. Sir, and the counselor appear, but before they take it from the boys, a group of yellow-spotted lizards crawl out all over them, as well as the chest, in a stalemate of nothing happening for now, as they just sit around.
This whole thing is happening. It's just been amazing.
One of the joys of making the movie to me was working with Louis Sacker. They aren't biting or attacking the boys because of the onion being this safe repellent for them to give the yellow-spotted lizards no interest. But the adults can't do anything about this right now. They tell Stanley that he was supposed to be set free, his attorney came by and they cleared him of the crime. But since he wasn't there, he wasn't released. The warden gives us a flashback of her own, where it shows that her grandpa was so obsessed with digging holes in this area and finding Kissin' Kate's treasure. And the reason he's so obsessed? Well, it was none other than Mr. Walker himself, making the warden his granddaughter, and now equally as obsessed with finding that very chest right there. The amount of tying everyone's story in just works so well, and genuinely not one reveal or connection feels forced, but quite plausible actually. Now, with the sun coming up and the stalemate still stale, the court system comes riding in deep as they confront the warden and her underlings and see Stanley held there along with all the lizards. But when the warden starts lying about everything, Stanley just shakes off the lizards, fully calling her out, and so does Hector. Especially when she tries to take the treasure chest, Hector speaks up. Thanks to learning exactly how to read, he says that the chest says Stanley Yelnats on it. The very chest Kate stole from Stanley Yelnats the First, making it this Stanley Yelnats property now, which eats away at her. The law now gets jurisdiction over the camp and fully begins their investigation into what is happening here. Stanley says he won't go home though unless Hector comes with him. So as they agree to this, we find out some revealing truths, and that these three are all placed into custody, especially with Mr. Sir getting his name revealed as Marion, and that he was under probation and not allowed to own a gun, getting him in even more trouble. But for the endangerment of the kids and the unethical labor they were put through, they would all be in big trouble and the camp would be seized and shut down, with all of the campers being let go and set up with their own real counselors. But before we leave the camp, a miracle happened. It finally rained for the first time in forever, and started drenching the dry land once more, as the most satisfying thing also happened, when the warden pleads one last time just to see what's in the chest, to fulfill her knowledge of just knowing it's real or not. Stanley denies her of that, leaving her treasure-hunting madness brain to rot in a cell somewhere. Now back at Stanley's apartment, free of being in that camp along with Hector there, they all together open the chest. And shoot, it's actually filled with crazy amounts of loot with treasures beyond their imagination. That would be worth millions, as Stanley makes sure that whatever it equals out to, Hector is entitled to half of it, which they all agree to, of course. Pushing forward a little bit, we see a bus station where Hector did end up figuring things out to get the best investigators he could to find his mother as she arrives there, explaining that she's been lost from him just as much as he's been lost from her. In the end, we all see that the Yelnats and the Zeronis are now intertwined once again as neighbor and neighbor, living a better life with nicer houses that take care of their families and accommodate gatherings of friends coming over. All the kids from D-Tent come over for this get-together, trading in sweating in the desert to playing in the pool instead. Clyde Livingston has made amends with both Stanley and Hector, and is even working with the families as he becomes the spokesperson for the foot odor spray Stanley Yelnats III would bring to the market, all coming together with the name Sploosh, bringing that combinations of peaches and onions representing Kate and Sam, with the name that Hector Zeroni came up with for the product invented by a Yelnats. It all connects them and represents them. It saves the Yelnats family from their financial issues post-curse, beyond just the treasure chest, and it builds Hector a legacy for him and his family. as they honor the past, as the brand that they create that owns Sploosh is KB Industries. Green Lake was closed down and would possibly come back as a girls' camp, with it never being able to become what it once was before. We end the movie on a statue in the front yard of the house where it is holding up a shovel, as the rest of the story elements that we may not have seen on screen or had in detail explained are written off as the holes that you just have to fill yourself.
I guess you have to fill the rest of the holes yourself.
There's also this fun little post-credit scene with Hector quoting Madame Zeroni about cursing the family.
For always and eternity.
Just a little fun thing they tossed in the end. When it comes to this film, I absolutely loved it, and seeing just how well it holds up, not only from the performances in the film, but from a writing aspect, how interconnected and important the story constantly feels, is genuinely impressive. And of course, a lot of thanks to this goes to the book, but also for how the author was able to adapt and slightly tweak things to fit a less than 2-hour film is worth a lot of praise on its own. There are moments that could be fleshed out further, or some gaps that needed to be filled in, but they aren't crucial enough to ruin the movie, and heck, there's a book to read to do that in some aspects. While I wish some of the story's mysteries as they were getting resolved weren't as obvious visually and audibly through the editing, there was a significant level of pacing out each part that would open up more of the missing information, with constant things happening at first that make you go, well, why did that happen? Only to later get some more context to why that thing happened, and even later context to it that connects it all to something else. Back in the day, and by that I mean 2003, the film ended up performing fairly well, earning $71.4 million at the box office, having a $20 million budget to begin with the film living on to become a classic for the generation of kids that would grow up with it and hold on to it fondly. But from a critic standpoint, it reviewed very well, with some being surprised, thinking that it would be something more kid-focused and juvenile than it turned out being, having more mature themes, tackling more important topics, and telling a compelling narrative. But this film was almost something else. Before Andrew Davis would get on board to direct this movie, another director was initially going to adapt the book into a film, but Disney got more than they bargained for, as they were working with Richard Kelly, who at the time was writing and working on this film that would come out in 2001 called Donnie Darko, which would become its own cult classic. The problem with that is that the script that he would end up writing in 1999 for Holes became something so drastically different from what the Holes book was, both in tone, age demographic, and even the setting, putting the film into this post-apocalyptic era, sometime after some war, where the characters in the movie are speaking in philosophical tongue, mixing in extremely vulgar moments with visceral violence, leaving the only true similarities to the book are that the holes, well, they will be dug. The full script can be easily found online now, as Richard Kelly himself even tweeted it out back in 2016, so I implore you to deep dive the script if you have any interest in seeing the what could have been if Disney didn't take Richard off the project, because oh boy, it sure is not the same movie we have here. Since the film, Shia LaBeouf has stated many years later that he doesn't think the film is bad, but he's not too proud of it, saying he thinks it's just okay. Cleo Thomas, who played Hector, is in the mixture of the current entertainment medium and Hollywood, still acting in some projects, but also being a musician and a YouTuber, complete with a whole online personality and brand, integrated in spaces like the gaming side of things. All of the D-Tent boys worked together in writing and performing the song Dig It for the movie, which was used heavily for the marketing, especially on Disney Channel. And hey, shout out to the crew that had to dig somewhere around 400 real holes for this film. I hope you were all well compensated. It all just seemed like such a great effort putting this whole production together. Having Lewis being involved to bring in the creator of the story made it feel that much more authentic to what he originally wrote. It surely wasn't the easiest shoot, with long summer days filming in the heat, with Cleo even getting a heat rash at one point, and for Shia, he was double busy filming for this and the final season of Even Stevens. It just turned into a labor of love, with legacy actors wanting to actively be a part of this story. Kid actors who put in great performances, and a director proving that he's not just an action filmmaker. While Cleo has noted that he'd love to be in a whole sequel movie where it focuses on the way the characters have used their riches over the years, because, well, who wouldn't want to get work? There technically is a sequel to Holes. The book, kind of. It's more of a companion piece written by Lewis as well that brings you a survival guide to Camp Green Lake. Speaking of survival guides, I have a big Ned's Declassified School survival guide video coming soon. But as far as Holes, I'd love to know your personal thoughts on the film. Do you think it holds up today? Is it one of your favorites? Tell me all of that in the comments below. Thanks so much for watching. Like and subscribe for more. Later. remember Code Lyoko? I sure do. My comment section sure does, and this fellow over here does too. That's Billiam. He's a fan of long foreheads, just like me.
He's talking about me.
Code Lyoko was a French animated series that focused on a group of kids who constantly have to save the world from an onslaught of attacks from a violent and angry computer virus called Xana. It premiered on September 3rd, 2003 on France 3 and premiered in the US on Cartoon Network half a year later on April 19th, 2004. And now, nearly 2 decades later, a couple of YouTubers are still talking about it. Wow, the internet is fun. Code Lyoko drops you right into the action and lets you infer over various episodes and piece together the world in which this takes place. A group of 4 friends, Yumi, Ulrich, Odd, and Jeremy, all have befriended a presumed AI girl named Aelita. Aelita exists in a virtual reality world called Lyoko, which is also home to that evil virus named Xana. Xana seems to stop at nothing to destroy the human dimension and through various technological means is able to take over and manipulate various parts of the physical world. The group must enter Lyoko and assist Aelita in reaching various towers to rid Xana of his command by entering Code Lyoko. Oh my god, that's like the name of the show. Due to Aelita's predicament, they are all constantly working towards manifesting her into the real world. It's a quest to make her a material girl. Slay, but her backstory gets even more interesting, so just you wait. With the show being available in over 10 languages, having major success in 150 countries, and massive worldwide acclaim in all forms of entertainment from the show to video games and of course the toy market, this has easily been the most requested show that I cover here on the channel. So what better way than to jump into the multi-animation style show than mix my 2D self with a live-action friend?
Yeah, this is Billiam.
Yeah, it is. And today, on both of our channels, we are teaming up to enter the world of Code Lyoko, explore a bunch of what the show and beyond had to offer, and maybe, and just maybe, see about getting some forehead extensions of our own. We're beautiful.
No need to worry, Jeremy. We're used to this.
Now a word from our sponsor.
Thank you to Surfshark VPN for sponsoring today's video. Surfshark VPN is a virtual private network that helps you secure your digital life, in turn helping your real life by putting your worries at ease. Surfshark offers one of the best full coverage VPN packages out there with an unlimited number of devices that can all run under one subscription, all at the same time. Seriously, as many devices as you want. The Surfshark app itself is available on all platforms, PC, Mac, and of course the Linux users out there, you're covered as well, even smart TVs and video game consoles, all along with 24/7 live customer support and a full 30-day money-back guarantee to make sure you know it's completely risk-free by giving them a shot, as well as one of the best security measures with their strictly no-logs policy, which encrypts your data, meaning that they do not keep any of it, nor does anyone know what you're doing online. Want to watch something that isn't streaming in your country? No worries, just connect to any of the servers Surfshark has around the world and boom, you can access streaming libraries of even more content that otherwise would not be available in your country. It's fast and it's easy to use, filled with features that go beyond just the basics with a regular VPN. If you want to protect yourself online while browsing, as well as help support the channel, you can get Surfshark VPN at surfshark.deal/JordanFringe and enter promo code JordanFringe for 83% off and an extra 3 months for free. So click the link down below in the description and get protected today.
Say that again?
Our main focus in the show is this group of friends that are all very different but bring a lot to the table in terms of skill and knowledge. Jeremy is the tech aficionado of the group, often compared to a genius given the Einstein poster in his room. That's always a clear sign. He's the one that controls the jump to the virtual reality of Lyoko and oversees his friends in their intense battles with various monsters that roam the land. While he doesn't actively fight in Lyoko, his job is incredibly important to the team. And throughout the early episodes, we meet the full team. Like Yumi, who has proven to be an intelligent kid and a fast learner, but is also kind of an outcast at the school. Because of her slow burn romance with Ulrich, she garners the attention from the popular girl at school, Sissy, who is also the principal's daughter. Despite harassment from her peers, she is able to shake things off very easily and is not often fazed by anything. She ventured into Lyoko quite a bit, and a lot of the fans point out how many times she has been the victim of attacks in both the physical world and in Lyoko. But her telekinetic abilities come in handy very often in saving her life and the lives of her friends. Ulrich is dubbed the most attractive boy in the school, which makes him quite popular with everyone, especially Cece. He is fairly introverted and quite competitive, which results in him being the most immature of the group, which is surprising considering that Odd is also there too. Ulrich joins Yumi and Odd in Lyoko and proves to be an extremely skilled fighter with cloning abilities and super speed. Odd is the blonde and purple-haired kid who definitely stands out most in their group, accompanied by his dog Keely. Despite his unique appearance, Odd proves to be unapologetic and very confident in himself. He is often used as a comedic relief and is characterized as messy and toxic occasionally due to his self-centeredness. He ventures into Lyoko the most out of all of them and seems to rival Ulrich in terms of fighting skills. Yumi also seems to rival Ulrich in fighting skills, and maybe a bit more. But Odd's shielding power ends up being quite the lifesaver. But at least for his design, he is definitely the one that stands out the most and is the most memorable character. Lastly, Aelita is a young pink-haired girl who was later revealed to not have originally been artificial intelligence at all, but a human turned virtual being. She has proven her selflessness countless times and sees the world in a very unbiased way. She is intelligent and quick-witted in her ability to dodge or sneakily destroy monsters without attacking them head-on. She's also very naive and easily gets her feelings hurt, which allows her to grow and change as a character as she adapts to the real world outside of Lyoko. Yeah, they are able to bring her back to the real world thanks to Jeremy creating a way to materialize her, making her a character who, just like the others, can go between both worlds. In fact, Aelita's whole story is incredibly fleshed out. 22 years before the events of the show itself, Aelita was born. Through some time passing when living and being homeschooled by her dad, who has a mysterious supercomputer, they are both tracked down by two men in black as they make their escape to an abandoned factory, the same one that becomes the secret base for the Lyoko warriors during the events of the show itself. To keep his daughter and himself safe, once there, he scans them both into the virtual world, thus putting them in Lyoko, where Xana is already trying to hunt them down. So this is something that the father needs to fix. In an effort to stop Xana when all else fails, and for Xana to not escape and attack the real world, he begs his daughter to never forget him, shutting off the supercomputer and trapping Aelita inside for the next 10 years. Yeah, it's quite a lot to handle, but it sets up a pretty fascinating backstory for the character, and the main course of the plot. Other than her, we do have another person to mention though. In the second season, we are also introduced to William, a loner kid who sparks a romance with Yumi in conflict with Ulrich. He was kicked out of his last school for leaving love letters all around. Hopeless romantic or weird creep? That's up for you to decide. His character is pretty interesting in general though, as he is full of angst and eventually joining on to the group thanks to the majority of them accepting him in to fight alongside them, especially since Xana is growing stronger and the help is greatly needed. Though even at one point when William is helping, Xana takes control of his body and mind, turning him into a temporary villain until he was freed later on. To avoid suspicion at their school in the meantime, Jeremy is able to create a clone essentially to fill in for him based on downloaded memories. And the clone becomes the opposite of a loner. In fact, he becomes quite popular, which sets up more of the school-based situations. It's like several shows at once, combining the thrilling 3D animated action and 2D moody school drama. The voice acting, aside from the animation, is the first thing you'll notice, as it definitely seemed like a mixed bag of characters that didn't feel like they were all in the same place, talking to one another.
I don't have frog's legs, that's just the way I walk.
Why are you yelling? Well, at least I can watch the French version.
De pièces mécaniques, de circuits électriques qui pourraient sans doute me...
Great, now I gotta read.
After all, it is your job.
Join the battle against Santa, Code Lyoko style. Join us. The fate of Lyoko is up to you.
The animation style, or styles, is probably the most recognizable thing about the show. The settings and backgrounds are beautifully painted with a soft detail that is associated with Japanese anime while keeping a uniquely French aspect to it, drawing a lot of influence from Serial Experiments Lane, a late 90s anime that has quite a bit of the same themes we see from Code Lyoko, only a bit darker. You can notice a lot of the color palettes resemble the look of the show in spirit, as well as the technology in general with how it looks and operates. The characters are heavily stylized with large foreheads, and, oh yeah, large foreheads. Sorry, I literally can't see past the large foreheads because they are blocking the view. Funny, For something like Oban Star Racers, we talked about the distinct feature of having no noses. And here in Code Lyoko, the distinctive feature is having enough room to play tic-tac-toe between someone's eyes and hairline. There is something that connects that, though, which we will go into shortly. And I'm not talking about the tic-tac-toe connection, I'm talking about Oban Star Racers to Code Lyoko. It should definitely be noted, though, that this show was one of the first shows to utilize the combination of both 2D and 3D animation, which is something that is a bit of a controversial decision in the animation community. Most times, having 3D assets on a 2D landscape is something that stands out aggressively and for some can ruin the scenes it's utilized in. However, this show separates the two by one being the real world and the other a digital one, which is a pretty smart way to incorporate it all. It's like how in Breaking Bad we know when the scenes are in New Mexico versus the scenes that take place in Mexico based on the shots in Mexico being just very yellow. Now you have to remember that this was the early 2000s where 3D animation was still early on for a lot of the cartoons jumping on board with it. It would be cheaper to animate than standard 2D animation, but came at a cost sometimes, with the most apparent thing in the show being the almost wasteland-esque feelings that lifeless 3D environments would often bring. That's not to say that the show didn't offer some really awesome 3D action in more detailed environments, it's just that it becomes more noticeable the more you watch. Contrasting with how detailed and nicely colored the 2D worlds environments are, it just sticks out like how cool and interesting Billiam's live-action backdrop looks, and my teal backdrop with floating particles. Maybe I should hang up a picture or something. Ah, there we go. The characters and concept had taken a while to develop. Creators Tanya Palumbo and Thomas Romain were both attending the Goblin School of Visual Communication and Arts in France. Contrary to popular belief, it's not a school where they teach you to go goblin mode, unfortunately. The two of them created the animated short that runs just under a minute titled Les Enfants font leur cinéma, which in English translates to The Children Make Their Movies. The short depicts a young boy running through the streets of what looks like a dystopic and dilapidated city. He delivers a roll of film to a group of children that have gathered together in an abandoned building, but have created a movie theater setup. Many of the children there that we see look exactly like the characters we would also see in Garage Kids and get to know and love in Code Lyoko. Garage Kids would have been the next step in their process. After their short premiered at the International Film Festival of Annecy in 2000, they were approached and started to begin production on Garage Kids, which premiered in 2001. This next short was a bit longer, with a 5-minute runtime. We get to hear the characters speak and see the bones of the story and setting that Code Lyoko adapts. With a virtual reality as well, this short is very much like Code Lyoko with a few differences. The main one being the changes in Lyoko, which isn't even called Lyoko. It's called Xanadu. So here's a little bit of a history lesson into where this word comes from. Kublai Khan, the 5th Khangan emperor of the Mongol Empire. Xanadu is actually the name of a location, specifically the summer capital of the Yun dynasty, also known as Chengdu. The location itself was popularized in modern vocabulary with the help of poet Samuel Taylor Coleridge in 1816. In his poem titled Kublai Khan, there he metaphorically refers to Xanadu as an idyllic and opulent place. Today, Xanadu serves as the name for a series of experimental homes that were built in the late 1970s, with the purpose of computers being used in the houses. In modern day, we would call them smart houses, and to an extent, some of us live in some form of these type of houses today. Well, I'm still terrified of smarter-than-me houses since the movie Smart House had Leela torture a single father and his kids. So it seems that technology has adopted the concept a bit more in terms of Xanadu being a utopia, which seemingly would fit right into the computer-generated virtual reality. If only Xanadu, or Lyoko, weren't as terrifying and monster-ridden as it was. It could be that the reality is named ironically, but I would prefer to speculate that it was initially created to be a virtual utopia that the Xana malware or virus has since then corrupted. Now known as a failed utopia or a temporary dystopia soon to be cleansed by the Lyoko warriors. Xanadu is also speculated to be where our main villain Xana gets their name from. Written frequently in an acronymic form, fans have speculated and thrown out guesses after guesses of what it could truly mean. But the fact of the matter is, no one really knows. In an interview with writer Sophie de Cressette, she admits that by the time she started working on the series, a lot of the characters were already named by Tanya and Thomas. the original creators. This included Xana, but then again, as Xana could be the product of Xanadu itself, they most likely got his name from a developing concept of their old virtual reality in Garage Kids. So the acronym is just kind of left in the air to what it really means. Other differences between Xanadu and Lyoko are in size. Lyoko is vast, multi-biome landscape with different terrains, whereas Xanadu is mainly referring to a small bit of land held up by cords and cables, with a few scattered towers on top. Lyoko has smaller, yet more spread out towers. That total to about 85, most likely to make it more interesting, given that our main characters have to enter and do something new and interesting in every episode. The changes in production from Garage Kids to Code Lyoko actually resulted in creator Thomas Romaine leaving in the pre-production process, due to differing opinions as to how the project should go, as well as pursuing some of his other interests. He left and began to work on other various anime and shows like Oban Star Racers, for example. See? There was a reason I brought that up earlier. Before leaving, though, he did spend time working on the show's literary and graphical Bible with Tanya, in order to make sure the look of the show and the story have an actual path to follow along. Tanya, on the other hand, did stick a little closer to the series, but took a step back similar to Thomas and continued to help just with artistic direction and creative management. In fact, the initial fans of the show helped shape and mold the future of Code Lyoko past season 1, where the creators would get in touch with the audience, hearing out their thoughts and wants through online message boards, which actually turned into the series Bible, translating into some pretty cool things like the general concept of the Lyoko Warriors being called the Lyoko Warriors. Yeah, the fans of the show adopted calling them that name before it would even be used in an official way in the show itself. A very risky but cool way the writer Sophie de Crusset and director Jeremy Muscadet found a way to keep fans involved beyond just being supportive, and in return giving back a little bit of fan service. Once the series Bible is set, changing it during the show's run is something that can easily get very messy and result in it all falling apart, but the changes ended up being for the better. Code Lyoko would be a part of the Maguzi animation block on Cartoon Network as a way to fulfill the weekday mid-afternoon lack of Toonami, which had switched over to being a Saturday night cartoon and anime block. The Maguzi block would include a large range of different shows, in which Billiam will be deep diving more into what Maguzi is and what it encompasses.
And I won't even need a snorkel. I'm much more accustomed to the pitch nose method.
But for Code Lyoko's time on the air during its 4th season, the final 7 episodes were never aired on Cartoon Network, but rather distributed online only on Cartoon Network's website. If your access to the show in the States was only catching it on TV, you were left with only questions. And in 2007, the internet was still in its infancy with hosting videos compared to where we're at today. What was the main cause of this? It's different from not getting renewed or canceled. The ending to the animated show, for many, was just simply taken away from TVs. It doesn't even seem to be for ratings or toys, which I'll touch on those a little bit later, but for the fact that a singular Cartoon Network executive just didn't like the show. Simple as that, which is wild considering how close it was to just finishing its 4th season. Why not just, I don't know, wait a tiny bit longer? You have this amazing Tron and Matrix inspired show with incredible, cool, and unique character design, and you take that away from me? That's just cruel. Well, another thing that could have been an issue is some of the content in the show. While being rated as TV Y7 in the US, this was a French show wherein which they are a lot more chill about certain things being in their shows, which is why there are more risque shots or more mature moments. Although a lot of the show remained untouched, some parts were cut for the violence being too much and would push past the rating, and even some nudity-related reasons like Odd exposing himself or being in control of Yumi's body and making her kiss Ulrich. Yeah, I understand why those didn't make the final cut. Moonscoop themselves made that decision. But in general, the show, still here in the US, was cut just a tad short from nearing the end of Season 4. Sure, you could find them online if you knew about it, but it still was a weird way to handle what would be the end of the show. So before we look into the future of Code Lyoko post the original animated series, we need to go back and get some answers about the world of Lyoko and how our Lyoko warriors came together in the first place.
I couldn't care less.
Moonscoop Distribution presents Code Lyoko.
And now back to Code Lyoko.
Halfway through Code Lyoko's run of 4 seasons, We were given a two-part prequel titled Xana Awakens, taking place a few weeks before the events of the show's first episode. When we start Code Lyoko at episode 1, it's more of just throwing us into the mix rather than going into the full-on reasons for the events of the show. Serving as a proper introduction, we get to see how this group of friends came to be and all about how Jeremy ended up finding Aelita. As Jeremy finds himself at the abandoned factory trying to find some parts for the robot miniatures he was working on, he runs into the turned-off supercomputer that we already know houses the world of Lyoko, but also the trapped digitalized Aelita. Once he decides to activate it because of his curiosity, he is met with the girl trapped in the computer, pink hair and all. But him not having the funds to support her on a tier 3 sub-level decides that he must save her from this world. Okay, not quite yet, but we do get to see how Odd and Ulrich meet one another.
And they were rooming.
We also meet Sissy, who is swooning over Ulrich, but he is clearly showing no signs of reciprocating those emotions. In fact, he even calls her a brain-dead leech.
She's totally brain dead and a leech as well.
Ow. But back to Jeremy and his new AI friend, who he calls Maya, as she questions him about where she is and why she is there due to her memory loss. But during their conversations figuring out the lay of the Lyoko land, she is attacked by some creatures, causing her to run back into the tower she ventured out from, which to their surprise starts healing her life points back up. This seems like a banned strategy in Yu-Gi-Oh! We also get introduced to Yumi. Well, in a way, we see her purchasing from a vending machine while Ulrich creepily checks her out as Odd is annoying him. Oh, and then Jeremy walks up to the vending machine and gets electrocuted. Ulrich ends up helping him and bringing him to the nurse to be checked up on, transitioning to now we get to see Yumi get a full better introduction. During the class, we get to see how Yumi and Ulrich will form some sort of will they, won't they relationship going forward. A little bit of groundwork being laid out. We see Jeremy once again being attacked by other forms of technology, causing Ulrich to question him about what the heck is going on, bringing him along to the factory, explaining to him the whole concept of Lyoko and introducing him to Maya. Beyond this, Jeremy goes on to talk about the virtualization chambers, but they need someone to test them, to see if the possibility of going into Lyoko is even possible. Ulrich tries taking Odd's dog, Kiwi, which has Odd tracking him down, and for some reason Cece is following him too because she wants some alone time with him. Like, girl, take a hint. But right before they could send the poor defenseless dog into Lyoko as their guinea pig, Odd jumps into the capsule as the dog jumps out and the doors close in. I no longer feel bad for that little dog. What a selfish jerk. Ah, never mind. Look how cute he is trying to get Odd still inside. All is forgiven, little one. For now. Odd gets sent into the forest biome of Lyoko dressed up as a giant purple cat, as he puts it. And look, it's Kiwi on his shirt. Welcome to Watch Mojo's Top 10 Details You Missed in Code Lyoko. Number 10. Dog. Jeremy can speak to Odd from the computer into the world, but Odd is quickly attacked by some of the same creatures that went after Maya. Ulrich jumps into a pod to get sent in for backup, and on the outside, more technology is attacking Jeremy. And Sissy, who is just still being annoying. While running away from the creatures and into the tower where they stupidly fall into a void, that they end up casually walking out into an icy environment to be attacked by even more creatures. And during this battle, both Odd and Ulrich get defeated, losing their life points, sending them back to the land of 2D, where they now have to help the others fighting back against the attacking technology. Oh, and if you noticed, Odd's hair in the real world was flowing down and relaxed, but after experiencing Lyoko, he styles it up, giving him his iconic look we all know and love. Or are just fascinated with. Back in Lyoko, we seemingly get a tour of different areas within the land as Maya is on the run from a mysterious presence and the various creatures of Lyoko. In the outside world, electronics are still attacking, completely electrocuting Sissy. Now the debate about her deserving it is completely up to you, I won't judge. We cut back to Yumi and Ulrich, who are now training once more, continuing to have some more awkward moments together. But the tension is broken up once this electric ball starts chasing them. All of the characters come together and meet up in a fast pursuit back to the computer to get back in and help Maya any way they can. We also get this really cool 360 shot around Yumi, and I think this is peak awesome for the animation. And then Odd, Ulrich, and Yumi all jump into Lyoko. Sissy, who wakes up and starts to tell her dad, you know, the principal, about the secret factory and supercomputer. See, this is why we don't like Sissy. She's a snitch. Oh, but it's to save her friends. They don't even like her, dude. Chill. The battle intensifies on Lyoko, causing the soon-to-be warriors to be kicked back to the real world one by one. When the adults in CC get there, they are immediately attacked by the massive electro ball as Maya enters into the tower, after scanning her hand, finds out her real name is actually Aelita, and the code Lyoko gets entered, stopping the electrical attack on the outside. As the adults are now demanding the shutting off of the computer, Jeremy makes a last-second decision and starts hitting the keyboard hacker style while yelling, "Return to the past now!" where we pick back up at the school before all the brunt of this whole Lyoko stuff even happens. When Ulrich is just chilling watching Yumi at the vending machine, only now do they retain their memories of what had happened and are just as confused as everyone watching. How did the computer become a time machine of sorts all of a sudden? Well, it actually is a main thing that happens in the series at the end of practically every episode. It's just one of those quirky little things that the supercomputer can do, allowing them to kind of reset everything by a day or two. Well, Jeremy didn't remember the events of what happened, aside from his previous knowledge of just discovering Lyoko and Maya. They all came to the conclusion that this may be because he has never been virtualized into Lyoko while the other three were. But now, the mission is all set. The group is put together and the search for a way to bring Aelita to the real world has begun. But before we venture into the start of the series in general, we learn about Xana, an electrical controlling virus that through the use of many towers throughout Lyoko can affect objects in the real world. The only way to combat Xana is shutting down the towers being used, thanks to Aelita's abilities to enter Code Lyoko. And that's our look into the origins of this friend group of Lyoko warriors, how they all met, the explanations of how they found Lyoko and got inside, and what set up where the series would go. Honestly, it was a pretty fun look into getting some more character development, and why some characters are like they are. But just as the world needed a proper reintroduction, going beyond Code Lyoko's main series, there was still plenty more to come.
I hate to burst your bubble, but it sounded like sarcasm.
Lyoko now continues.
After the show's 4th season ended, there were still a few unanswered questions and plot holes that hadn't been addressed. Fans were overjoyed on May 31st, 2011, when Code Lyoko Evolution was announced. The reboot continuation revival aired the following year on December 12, 2012. Fans were surprised to see that the style decision for depicting the physical world was not animation at all, but live action, just like William over there. Although the 3D computer animation had noticeably been improved when they were in Lyoko, fans were still unimpressed by the changes that the series made in Evolutions. Many people have expressed that the live action takes away from the charm that the initial 4 seasons had. There was also a noticeable difference in how the characters acted. The characters we knew and loved had changed a bit. I actually thought that the casting was fairly impressive and true to what the animated versions of them looked like, minus the mile-long foreheads. But regardless, they still acted out of character, which made the series a bit more difficult to enjoy. A lot of fans have decided to reject the reboot due to it being off-putting, and also because it introduced even more plot holes and didn't do anything to tie together where the animation left off, especially as the series acted as a continuation 1 year later post-season 4. Instead, there was a series of 4 books called Code Lyoko Chronicles that were released in 2009 and 2010. The series of books were introduced to pick up after season 4 and in a way to address and fill in plot holes from the animated series. With the books, however, they were all released only in Italian, even though the show was originally French, only having the first 2 books out of the 4 translated into French. At least the toy market across Code Lyoko was pretty booming across the planet, similar to how massive the toy and merchandise market was for Totally Spies around the world, just not as successful as that. But still not a thing to be overlooked. Many of these toys being split in between regions as exclusives, never releasing outside of various countries. Stuff like action figures, remote control characters, travel bags, DVDs, glassware, keychains, magazines, bikes, Beyblade ripoffs, cell phone attachments, bedspreads, winter gear, heck, a fake computer to fulfill your Lyoko exploration needs. But you can't forget about the balloons. And not every intellectual property gets an addition to a theme park in France, now do they? No, they don't. In addition to the books and literature and the toys, lots of Code Lyoko games were created. There was a card game released in 2006 that has been compared to Yu-Gi-Oh! With over 100 cards in it. Additionally, Code Lyoko Quest for Infinity was released for the Nintendo Wii, PlayStation 2, and PSP. There was just simply titled Code Lyoko and then Code Lyoko Fall of Xana, which were both released in 2007 for the Nintendo DS. Thanks to the overall concept of Code Lyoko Reloaded, which would be an encompassing list of brand-building ideas from the books, a website, and an MMORPG that would get some steam along moving forward, and was planned to be released in the summer of 2012. But that MMO project went kaput, and a lot of the fans of Code Lyoko aren't too mad about that fact, as the game took a lot of liberties in redesigning the look of the characters, to the point that the only thing that resembled Code Lyoko was the title. But I must admit, a real Code Lyoko MMORPG that looks and feels like the show sounds pretty rad. I'm trying to get in on some of that. Later on, we would get the Code Lyoko social game, which released initially on Facebook in 2012. It later migrated to an independent site, which is odd since it used purchasable Facebook credits for in-game content. It actually lasted for quite some time, only fully being shut down in September of 2018. What about Flash games? Yeah, of course there were. They include Code Lyoko Race, Lost on Lyoko, Anti-Xana Formation, Hornet Attack, Death of the Hornets, Monster Swarm, Aelita's Battle, and many, many more. Fans also took it upon themselves to create their own fan-made games, examples of which include IFSCL, a simulated fictional interface of the Code Lyoko supercomputer, or IFSCL. Wow, that title makes a lot of sense. Thanks to the Reloaded concept in general announced in 2008, there was a lot more planned in terms of the TV show. A leaked document in 2011 revealed that originally the Reloaded concept housed the idea for the revival reboot continuation to just be like the original series. Part 2D and Part 3D animation, only now picking back up with the characters in high school to further both their digital and physical arcs. Sadly, this idea never came to fruition, and instead their other idea they were working on fully came to be, which was Code Lyoko Evolutions, the live-action version. But the potential for the expansion of Code Lyoko goes beyond just some of the games or a continuation of the show. I mentioned in my first Ben 10 video that there was a Ben 10 Challenge game show. Well, 2 of them, technically. But it also seems that there was going to be a game show for Code Lyoko called Code Lyoko Challenge. It would consist of a team of 10 to 11-year-old players who are given the opportunity to become the heroes at the center of the show's simulated concepts. Through these challenges, the team would face off against Xana, the AI itself, with a promise from the show that the game show will be equally as fun to watch as it is to play. Teamwork, hard challenges, puzzle solving, memory retention, and physical effort are what wait ahead for the contestants in this promised futuristic-looking, fast-paced game show. It was set to launch in the fall of 2012, literally 10 years ago, and nothing ever came of this, even with the fast turnaround time for recordings that they had promised. Suffice to say that there was a lot planned according to this Reloaded structure for the series. Code Lyoko was, and still today in parts of the world, is a massive brand. And I wouldn't be surprised if something stirs back up in the entertainment realm for Code Lyoko, whether it be more books, video games, a game show, or a new animated show. But because the series was already given a technical second chance, with Evolution being the main thing from the Reloaded plan that came to be, which also obviously didn't perform very well, it's highly unlikely that we'll ever see the Lyoko Warriors again. But I won't give up hope on that. Put me down for a spot in line if it ever does. Or if the Code Lyoko live show that was part of Festival Del Clan TV and Canal Panda Festival makes a return, I'll buy a ticket. But what do you think about Code Lyoko? Were you entranced by its blending of 2D and 3D animation? Let me know all your thoughts down below in the comments. As well as, if this wasn't enough Code Lyoko goodness for you today, my friend Billiam and I worked together on this video and on his new Code Lyoko video out now, where you can find even more deep dives into the Code Lyoko Wii game, the Maguzi block the show was played on, and a further look into the sequel series, Code Lyoko Evolution.
Gesturing for somebody to come over. Stupid.
So click the link down below or the pop-up card in the corner to stay in the world of Lyoko just a bit longer. And trust me, it'll be worth it. Thanks so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit the like button and subscribe for more content like this, or I'll trap you in a digital world until some large four-headed kids come and save you. Click the join button to become a member and help support the channel. Follow me on Twitter, and I'll be back with another video soon, but until then, later!
Jordan friends, collaborating with me. We've had such a good time. I'm glad you can see. See ya! See ya!
Shine It's okay. Aelita's in the tower. As usual, guys. Great job. That's right. Another Xana attack chopped up, another tower gone. Okay, get ready for the return trip to the past. And so this equation, which you weren't able to solve, would have enabled you to... Class dismissed, and don't forget your chemistry exercise for tomorrow. Actually, I prefer Art. He's funny, too. I got bonus points for making level 5. Yeah. Well, guys, how was class today with Miss Hertz? Was it fun? The same exact lesson as before the Xana attack, so it was twice as boring. Once, twice? It doesn't matter. You'll never be any good in physics anyway. Well, if it isn't Sissy. Hello, Ulrich dear. Can we talk for a minute? Hello, Ulrich dear. Can we talk for a minute? First of all, I'm not your Ulrich dear. Second of all, I will not go to your room to explain exercise B, page 52. But how did you know that I... A sissy attack is almost as bad as a Xana attack and 10 times more boring. That's for sure. So, anyone feel like sneaking out and going into town for a while? Count me out. I've got a heavy day with my pillow. And I'm gonna work on my program for materializing Aelita. One of these days, I'm gonna do it. How about you, Yumi? Wanna go into town and have an ice cream? No, not tonight. I've got to do a little studying. I'm way behind thanks to all these Xana attacks. See you tomorrow. Ciao, Yumi. See you tomorrow. Another exciting evening. Ciao. You want to take a shower. It really relaxes you. Tell me what your day was like. Oh, nothing special. Let's see now. I had the embarrassment of my life in gym class. My short store, you can guess where. Then I lost my pencil case in the library, and to finish the day, I had a fight with Marcy. And that's what my day was like. No, what I mean, Odd, is don't you feel you've already had the same exact kind of day? Well, yeah, but that's normal. Don't forget we had the same French, English, and physics class twice, and on Lyoko it was yoo-hoo, it's us for the 7th time. You-hoo, it's us? That's what I call our game plan. You know, the one we used to help Aelita to reach the tower safe and sound. Why all these questions, No reason. I'm fed up with all this. School, Lyoko, back to Lyoko, and this is Xana's 5th attack in a week. I'm also fed up with what's happening to Yumi and me. Once in a while I get the feeling that she doesn't really like me. That she doesn't have any feelings for me. Hi, Emily. Hello, Ulrich. I'm looking for Jim. Have you seen him? No, sorry. That's okay. Good night. I don't believe it. Does she have a thing for me, huh?
Ulrich, if you're gonna sleepwalk, do it in your room.
Oh, hi, Jim. By the way, Emily's looking for you. Ulrich? What's he doing with Emily? They sure don't look bored. Hello. What kind of a game does he think he's playing?
He's just talking to her. What are you, jealous?
What? Me jealous of Emily? You've got to be kidding. Besides, she's a year older than him, and that's a lot.
Guess what? You were also a year older than him. I guess you just forgot.
Yeah, well, it's not the same thing. I'm Ulrich's girlfriend. I'm his good friend.
You know, Ulrich's been kind of down in the dumps. So if he wants to talk to another girl, don't make a big deal out of it.
Who says that I am?
You know, this machine's gonna drive me bananas.
Hey, that's double big news. Ulrich without Yumi and Ulrich with Emily. Emily? How dare she? The nerve of her going after him. If Yumi's out of the picture, I'm next on the list. Speaking of Yumi, she's not taking it too well.
Neither are you, sissy.
Shut up. I just got a really great idea that's bound to make Ulrich all mine. Quite a romance going on there. 2 months already, that's not bad. What? Oh, I thought you knew. Doesn't Ulrich tell you everything? I mean, you two are so close. I've decided to give up on him. There's no hope. I'll have to do my best to forget him. And if I were you, I would do the same. You're not me, Sissy, so save your advice if you don't mind. What a pest. You mean you didn't know?
Sissy, do you mind explaining your strategy?
Jeremy! Xana's launched another attack.
Are you feeling pulsations?
Yes, in the desert region. They're really strong.
I've never seen him so active as he is now. Sorry, guys, you gotta go back. And right away, too.
Well, as they say, when you gotta go, you gotta go.
Ulrich has shut off his cell phone.
Yeah, he's much too busy with Emily. Hang on, I'll go and get him.
Yumi, no, wait!
Wanna go for a walk, Ulrich? Mm-hmm. It's nice to relax and not think of... Hey, Ulrich! Huh? Come here for a second. Hello, Yumi. I'll be right back, okay? I hate to disturb you, Romeo, but Jeremy's been trying to reach you. Xana's just woken up. Xana, again? Go on, I'll be right there. What do you mean, go on? Cool it, huh, Yumi? Okay, I'll cool it. First tell me what's going on with you and Emily. Nothing's going on. I like her. We get along really well. I don't understand the problem. Unless that bothers you. Bothers me? No, it's just that you could have told me about it. Like a buddy, huh? Oh, I get it. You think of us as buddies. I wondered what you thought of us, and now I know. That's right, a couple of pals, and nothing more. And besides, that's the way you want it. Not like Emily, huh? Oh, Ulrich! Okay, what do I really mean to you? And be honest, huh? Me be honest. You and Emily have been together for 2 months without a word, and you tell me to be honest.
Pokemon as an anime series truly has given many generations of fans something to attach themselves to. From the fun Pokemon battles to the people we meet along the way, the journey we have followed for 2.5 decades has been solely centered around one central figure that, despite going through several slight design changes, has been around since the very beginning of it and is set to retire from the anime this year. Last month we began our journey of following Ash Ketchum, a boy from Pallet Town, whose adventure has and will take us to some incredible moments, whether from the growth of himself and his connection to his Pokemon, or just the many towns, cities, and regions he travels to. Today we are continuing our journey with Ash from where we left off. While you can view these videos in any order, this is technically part 2, meaning today we will get to focus on the second generation of Pokemon within the anime world, from the episodes to the movies and maybe even a bit more, as we get to enter one of my personal favorite times in Pokemon's history. The knowledge of a new region, new Pokemon, and more to see. So without further ado, thanks for joining me on this adventure. And whether this is your first stop on the ride, or you're returning for more, welcome to the complete guide to Ash's journey.
Welcome to the Johto League.
Just as a brief refresher, Ash at this point has completed his time in the Kanto region, from meeting Misty and Brock to facing every gym leader. Whether or not he truly earned the badges is a whole other thing entirely, to then not win the Indigo League. Instead, Ash learned a lot about what it takes to be a Pokemon master, what real training and bonding with your Pokemon mean. This was further emphasized when we entered the second season and checked out the Orange Islands, where Ash gains some new perspective on team building with his Pokemon and preparing him for his journeys ahead in the Johto region. Here he ends up winning the small Orange Island League, but still facing off against his greatest and most challenging opponent yet in order to do so. Now that Ash has the building blocks of what it takes to start becoming a lot more well-rounded as a trainer in general, he now faces a lot harder of a challenge, as he'll soon find out that things only get tougher from here. With a slew of new Pokemon to meet, tougher trainers to defeat, and his pals Misty and Brock by his side, Ash's journey through Johto is ready to begin. The start of a brand new adventure. And you know what that means? Another encounter with a mysterious legendary Pokemon that we are unsure of yet. Well, at least it's from this generation, as it's Suicune, one of the 3 legendary beasts that does have a connection to Ho-Oh, the Pokemon we saw in the first episode of Pokemon. Ash, Misty, and Brock, who are all back together now, when making their way downtown, walking fast, faces pass, and their new Barktown bound, stumble across this legendary sighting when being somewhat lost in an insanely fog-ridden part of the woods. And when they do arrive in town, they find out that something is amiss, thanks to Nurse Joy not being around due to being busy at the professor of the region, Professor Elm's, lab. It's a crime scene as the nurse is yelling at Elm for being careless with being too lost in his work. So what had happened was that Team Rocket found themselves at the lab first, and his busy work didn't let him pay attention to who was actually there to check on their Totodile, thinking it was Nurse Joy, but clearly it wasn't. So now Team Rocket has Poké-napped a Totodile, one of the Johto region's starter Pokemon. We also see Cyndaquil, and that's my favorite starter Pokemon in general of all of them. I just love him. Ash and company end up coming across Team Rocket, but thanks to Totodile having a fixed bite on Jessie's hair, it's not as simple as them just, giving him back. Ash's Bulbasaur is able to save the Totodile, but it's this all-out affair where Ash has out a full lineup of heavy hitters taking out Team Rocket, and then Nurse Joy helps Ash become signed up for the Johto League officially, sparking Ash's personal journey through the new region with some stops he'll need to make along the way. We next get to meet the last one of the 3 new starters, the Chikorita. It belongs to the new on her adventure trainer, Casey. That is an eccentric sports fan, which, of course, Ash proceeds to diss their skills by just pointing out the obvious little fact of that team not doing so well. But a sports fan will take anything like that personally, so Casey here challenges Ash to a battle. Literally, the first match is a Pidgey that she has and Ash's Charizard. But this is a new trainer who isn't as skilled as to where Ash is, at least. And so after Pidgey, both Rattata and Chikorita follow suit in easily being taken out by Charizard, who uses 0.1% effort to do so. Ash is looked at as the bad guy here for going this hard on a new trainer, but who hasn't skipped an early trainer battle in the video games only to come back with a level 100 Pokemon to destroy their sub-10 level Pokemon, then rob them of their coin? Team Rocket even convinces Casey, when they run into her after this battle, that Ash was a cheater, using such a skilled Charizard like that. It's not fair, and Casey ends up challenging Ash once more, now with Pikachu versus Chikorita, and Ash's friends switch up on Ash, now rooting for Casey, which is cool, support these new trainers, encourage them, but you need to back your boy Ash here. Come on, that's your guy. But they still give these callouts to Ash, which is kind of funny as he still doesn't believe in type advantages, and his friends in the audience are still like, hey, you know that you're using the wrong type here. You're at a disadvantage. He just does whatever he wants and sends out whoever he feels like for the most part, who has the time to go by typing. He's just like me for real. The battle gets interrupted by Team Rocket, of course, and when Casey feels defenseless here in getting her Pokemon back as they tricked her, Ash builds up her confidence to not give up and keep fighting for what's important. They defeat Team Rocket eventually, and they share a mutual respect for one another from their battles and lessons learned before they part ways. But now it's time for Ash to catch his first new Johto region Pokemon, a Heracross, where Ash helps it in battle from some pincer, and afterwards, it just drinks the soul out of Bulbasaur, aggressively. Well, alright then. But Ash and friends get involved in this divided land war between Pinsir and Heracross to make sure that they all stay out of each other's areas, especially being this battle ready towards one another, as Heracross wanted to make sure this Butterfree was okay. And after this whole little adventure, Heracross just follows them out of the forest and wants to be on Ash's team, so Ash just caught a Heracross, I guess. I like Heracross. Now, just like we saw in the first Pokemon movie that there was a new Pokemon named Donphan that we didn't know about, we get to see a bunch of them for a brief moment, which is nice. Heck, they all run into Gary already, who has a hoot with his hoot messing with the group, giving Ash some more drive to be on Gary's level or better. Nothing like good old motivational rivalry to really get the blood flowing in the morning, you know? We get to meet some Blossom, a fancy Snubble, you know, just really get the tour of some new Generation 2 Pokemon. But we also get to meet another Chikorita, which Ash wants to catch this one and of course has Charizard out to battle it again. But this Chikorita puts up a way better fight, resulting in Chikorita still needing some help from the Pokemon Center, but having this strength like Ash to not give up and to keep getting back up. Even when Ash is trying to help the Chikorita, it bites him. Maybe it's her tough spirit that she doesn't give up in the fight, so she's still attacking Ash, or it's a sign of thanks and how much Chikorita may come to love Ash. Foreshadowing? Could be. Guess we shall see. After getting Chikorita some help though at the Pokemon Center, Team Rocket gets involved as usual. Chikorita ends up running off and a snowstorm comes in. Ash goes out after the Chikorita and gets stuck out there, but doesn't give up the search. When we catch up with Chikorita, she's not doing too well within the weather, and neither am I. Look at all this snow. It's March. Piss off. Chikorita is brought back to safety thanks to Ash showing her some genuine care. They together take out Team Rocket, and once again, another Pokemon just wants to join Ash. Chikorita follows him and wants to be on Ash's journey with him after the great lengths of care and strength Ash has shown. We also get to hang out with Quagsire for a moment, where we deal a bit with Ash's responsibility in taking care of the GS ball, and I want to just mention that here, but later, we will have a lot to talk about when it comes to that little GS ball, okay? So far, a majority of these episodes are bringing in a bunch of new Pokemon from the second generation. Much like the original series showing us all of the Pokemon at that time, so far this season, every episode is bringing in a bunch of fun new Pokemon, giving us the feeling of the world expanding, of Ash's journey widening. It's so refreshing while feeling so similar. But now Ash and friends have made it to Violet City, where he can finally start his new badge collecting goal by facing off against the gym leader Faulkner, who just helped them take out Team Rocket before officially revealing himself to the group, with Ash ready for a battle against him and his flying Pokemon. Things start pretty simple with Chikorita fighting his Hoot. Ash gets some more lectures about type advantages, this time from the gym leader himself, but Ash finally says it like it is, that not everyone should be judging by the typing. On one hand, yeah, I feel that. On the other hand, technically, there is some importance there. Because Hoot takes out Chikorita, so now it's Pikachu's turn, where he ends up taking him out and then now faces off against a Dodrio, who ends up putting up a decent fight, but Pikachu ends up still clutching that victory too. Now down to his last Pokemon, Faulkner sends out his Pidgeot that easily takes down Pikachu, leaving Ash with only one Pokemon that can match the strength and is determined for a challenge, the Charizard. The two-winged beasts engage in a massive battle, resulting in Charizard pushing himself with getting the upper hand, ending the battle with a seismic toss from the heavens down to the arena, taking out Pidgeot and giving Ash his first badge in the Johto region, the Zephyr badge. And we ain't talking the level from Spyro to Ripto's Rage. But we need to speak about Charizard briefly here, as not long after him and Ash together win the Zephyr badge, the group run into Liza, who is a caretaker of the Charizard training grounds, Terrific Valley, which is full of other Charizards and even a romantic interest Charizard for Ash's Charizard named Charla. How cute. Ash has never ridden on his Charizard for flying around, and until Charizard is now convinced to allow Ash to try and do this, from Liza and Charla, it was a whole new experience, and Charizard wasn't too into this whole idea. But we do get to learn about Charizards needing to train against one another in the wild for the most part to truly become the battle-ready but extremely disciplined warriors that they are. The Charizard here are way tougher than Ash's, easily getting the upper hand and testing each other's strengths. But this wild Charizard here is kind, as it's a big softie, making sure Ash's Charizard is okay, but of course, the old tendencies of Charizard are sneaking back in as he begins to go on a rampage, regardless of Ash telling him he's still great no matter what, and Ash thinks no different of him not being as powerful, which we'll get to that line again in a second. The other Charizards here do not tolerate this behavior, and Ash's Charizard is no longer welcome to be there. In fact, the whole group gets pushed out and told to come back once Ash's Charizard has had some real training before he's able to get some of this next level training in the Terrific Valley. All Charizard wants to do is get back inside, prove his strength, and become like the others. Standing there pounding at the gate until until knocked back by Charla and told again from Liza to reflect on your behavior. Because of this, the trio spend the night outside of the area since Charizard has refused to leave, and is determined to wait there until he can get back inside. Liza makes note of Charizard's determination throughout the night though. But then on cue, in the morning, Team Rocket comes through to try and get to the gates themselves to find a strong Charizard to steal for themselves. But Ash's Charizard easily defeats them, making Charizard look really good for defending off the gates. But let's rewind. Team Rocket here is actually doing another good thing for Ash's Pokemon. Back in the original series, Meowth translates to Jesse and James what Pikachu is going through when refusing to evolve into a Raichu with the Thunderstone he was given, and then they go and root for Pikachu to win against Raichu. Here with Charizard, they notice that it isn't as strong as the others, and Meowth relays how Charizard is feeling in his determination and struggle, helping him physically here by both making sure Charizard stays awake with his flame lit, and then by knowing that their mech would be easily destroyed by Charizard if they used it, basically going out there just to get blasted off at the expense of Charizard looking good. Now the gates are open and he is welcomed in, which is excited about, but Ash, well, he pulls a goodbye Pikachu, but still having this tendency that being mean is easier than saying goodbye, because it somehow will hurt less. But Ash mentions to Charizard he can stay if he wants to, and that he doesn't want a weak Charizard anyway. I thought you said you didn't care how strong he was, Ash. Now fully holding back his real emotions. Continuing on to say that he has a lot to learn here in this valley, and with him not giving Charizard the chance to think twice, Ash fully knowing that this is what Charizard wants, he runs out of there crying in sadness of losing a friend for now, but happy Charizard will find his happiness in the strength that he wants to find. Charizard, out of respect to Ash, sends a flamethrower beaming into the sky, roaring out as we hit one of the hardest pieces of art in the whole series. This is big for Charizard in his path for growth, as well as Ash for him to continue to grow as a trainer, knowing what's best for his Pokemon and how he needs to navigate it. I do think he needs to not be a butthead being all like, who wants a weak Charizard anyway? But I like to imagine it as him having this fun, playful gut punch, where it helps make Charizard work harder and it motivates him, and it just shows that they're closer in their friendship. Like, I don't want a weak Charizard anyway, huh? Why don't you go in there and train, buddy? But then he just runs off crying. So, regardless, great episode, and a super early on launch for one of Ash's strongest Pokemon for this new journey. Another pattern we see here is Ash acquiring the starter Pokemon from the region. With one down, I guess it's time for another, replacing his first fire starter for a new one. Welcoming in Cyndaquil. Hey, just look at this little dude. I love him. Now we reach our next major moment, at least to me, where Ash and friends reach Azalea Town, where Ash wants to take on the gym, but Misty brings up finishing the errand with the GS ball first, especially since there is a drought going on and the gym is currently closed because of it. There seems to be a lot of Slowpoke love around the town as Ash steps on a Slowpoke's tail by accident, causing everyone in the town to chase them out of it for some reason. Here's where they meet a mysterious man in a Slowpoke costume who has multiple backup costumes for them to wear as well. But now we get the tale, pun intended, of why Slowpoke are so beloved and worshipped in this town. 400 years ago, during another drought, a Slowpoke came to the area and yawned, causing it to rain, and everyone was happy because Slowpoke saved the town. So Ash basically disrespected a whole town's religion. So along with this mysterious dude, the group ends up saving the day, helping out the Slowpoke, and defeating Team Rocket, and hey, look, it rains! But now we need to get back to finding Kurt. Oh, that's Kurt. Wow, that's convenient. I totally didn't see that coming. Anyway, now for the moment of truth with the GS ball. We are finally going to get our answers, right? Right? Oh boy. Okay, so here we meet Kurt and his granddaughter, as Kurt is a Pokeball expert who can create special Pokeballs through apricorns as we really start expanding through all the different types of Pokeballs out there. Kurt begins to look at the GS ball, trying to figure it out, and spends the majority of the episode doing so as Ash lets Professor Oak know about this and asks that Ash report to him as soon as possible if there is anything of note. But by the end of the episode, Kurt only knows that it's sealed by a mighty lock and nothing more than that. But he wants to spend more time with it, so Ash just leaves the ball within his care to do just that, as Ash has a gym battle to go face. Okay, now before we continue on the journey, we have to talk about the GS ball, okay? Probably the biggest nothing burger that was supposed to be a something burger, but yet my plate is left empty and my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. In the Orange Islands, Professor Ivy is the one in possession of the mysterious Pokeball who needs it to go over to Professor Oak, so Ash takes on the responsibility of that. It literally is the plot-driving device that is constantly talked about for the rest of the Orange Islands and into the Johto region. And the biggest thing we get is, oh, I want to research it longer. Thanks, Ash. See you later. It's literally written out of the show after this. It doesn't matter whatsoever. Later on, we get a flashback that involves it, but outside of that, for the anime, there is nada. You can't just invent the coolest Pokeball and give it no payoff. That's not fair. And this is where I first experienced heartbreak and why I have so many trust issues. It was a complete ball of nothing, literally. Or so we are led to believe in the context of the anime itself. We have several avenues to break this down. The GS ball has not only appeared in the anime, in fact, it's in the other forms of Pokemon media as well. If we look to the video game Pokemon Crystal version, no, not that one, this one, the Japanese release, there was an event item you can get from the Trade Center attendant where you receive the GS. And so you bring it to Kurt, just like in the anime. He spends a day looking at it, whereupon him returning it to you, you head to the Ilex Forest, specifically looking for the shrine, and when you interact with it, you will encounter the mythical Pokemon Celebi here at level 30. Interesting because in the Pokemon Adventures manga, specifically during the Gold, Silver, and Crystal chapter, which covers volumes 8 through 15, it even comes with more lore as we learn about the GS Ball being created by someone who goes by the name The Masked Man, who is essentially the replacement for Giovanni and leading a new version of Team Rocket. Well, his real identity may actually shock you if you actually read the manga or plan on reading it, so I won't spoil it here. I'm still thinking about making that manga channel. I can do it, but I might not. But just another warning. I can do it. And the whole backstory of this GS ball being involved in time travel is all really exciting. Being partly made both by the feathers of Lugia and Ho-Oh, GS, Gold, and Silver, it all makes sense. But what the heck is it for? Well, to capture and control Celebi, so that the effects of time travel do not wear on the person who travels through time. Also, the GS ball gets destroyed in the manga. That's a bummer. But what do both of these avenues have in common? Clearly, that the ball was made to introduce a storyline involving Celebi that would follow some similar path as either of these stories. How do we officially know that this would be true for the anime as well? Well, thanks to an interview with PokeBeach back in 2008 with Masamitsu Hidaka, the director of the Pokemon anime, up until the Battle Frontier arc of Generation 3, he confirmed in this interview that yes, Celebi was planned to be in relation to the GS Ball, with a whole major arc in the show that followed through with some sort of storyline that doesn't just end and disappear like it did. But when the team working on the Pokemon standalone movies were working on the next movie, it was decided that it was going to focus on Celebi, time travel, and all that fun stuff, meaning that to fit into continuity, the storyline for the show needed to be scrapped and the secret to the GS Ball to just be left as a mystery. And that's how it shall remain, according to him, as they just wrote it out of the show, hoping most people watching would just kind of forget about it and leave it as nothing more than it was. So all of this extensive lore that we got in the manga, this really cool event in the Japanese version of Crystal, is something that never came to fruition in the anime. Well, in a way, I guess it did if you just look at the movie Pokemon Forever, which we'll be speaking about more in depth later in this video anyway, as that film has a lot of parallels to the story in the manga, and possibly the story that would have been written into the anime if it were to progress that way. Sadly, Masamitsu Hidaka would pass away on March 10th, 2022, and I just want to say thanks for making our childhoods fun and our adulthoods youthful. But here's how I see it, since there isn't really anything in the other direction to look at. I feel that this can just be viewed as a responsibility test, and throughout Ash's time having it, he kind of struggles dealing with that, and just doing whatever gym or challenge related thing that captures his attention instead. Also seeming like this GS ball is a burden as much as he seems interested in whatever it is. At first, he puts off going right back to Professor Oak by spending time in the Orange Islands, competing in the competition, and somehow Psyduck gets his hands on it, or really his head, but whatever, right? He made it back to Oak with it in one piece, who then now has to get it back from Team Rocket after they end up taking it, but since Ash's journey then begins to head to Johto, he was tasked with bringing it over to Oak's friend Kurt. But on the way, like I mentioned earlier, a Quagsire steals it after Ash is taking some nice care of it. This feeling of responsibility here has him literally do anything to get that ball back from this Quagsire, but obviously is still annoyed when he can't focus on going to the Azalea Gym first over just finishing this errand and delivering the ball. Regardless of the grand reveal being anything but, Ash had to take care of something and make sure he did all that he could in the end to make sure it was safe and ended up being delivered. So I like to see it as, wow, Ash, You did it. Good job, buddy. Sure, is that a lot more lame than having a really cool payoff? Yeah, duh. But hey, it's at least something, okay? Alright, no more GS ball talk unless I feel like it. I've held up continuing on long enough like this side story for Ash getting to the next gym, so let's just get into it. Ash goes to challenge the Azalea Town gym leader now, Bugsy, who is easy to jump into battle mode sending out Spinnerack with Ash sending out his new buddy Cyndaquil. But he's just this little tired thing and he's not too great at pulling off any of his attacks yet, so Ash just recalls him and sends out Chikorita. This time, however, in full knowledge of the typing here. Not needing anyone to tell him he's wrong or he's right, he knows what he's doing, I guess. He's at least aware of what he's doing. And Chikorita has this little love quirk here and is just really happy to see Ash in general. See, I told you it was foreshadowing. Also, she defeats the Spinnerack, leading to Bugsy dropping the freshest Season 1 meme of a Metapod, much to everyone's confusion, but this one knows a bit more than just Harden, taking out Chikorita, leaving Ash to send out Pikachu, who dodges what the Metapod has to bring to the battle, and ends up knocking it out, leaving a final battle between Pikachu and Scyther, which Scyther gets the upper hand here and Pikachu is knocked out. But it's okay, remember, Ash still has that Cyndaquil who doesn't really know how to battle, but now it's ready to go, and oh baby is it, because this little dude ends up taking out this Scyther. I always believed in you. And so now Ash has won his second gym battle in the Johto League, earning him the Hive Badge. Ash then has some fun, swapping in one of his Tauros with his Heracross to take place in the running of the Tauros event, where he uses his and ends up winning. How nice. I love seeing Ash send and swap Pokemon from the lab and spend time with some of them, usually the ones that don't always get that much attention or time to shine. But after this win, he just sends them right back to the lab, as well as keeping Heracross there. But we can't focus on that. We have a reunion to worry about. There's another Pokemon-based event called the Fire and Rescue Grand Prix, where Pokemon show off their firefighting abilities against each other. So, you know who shows up? That's right, Captain Aiden and Team Wartortle. Were you expecting someone else? Well, these characters were met in the Orange Islands and are past champions of this competition. But yes, the OG Squirtle Squad is there as well, and Squirtle gets excited to see them, and they all seem so happy together, regardless of how nervous the rest of the squad are to compete here without really having a formal leader. When the time calls for it, Ash's Squirtle rejoins the squad to help them out, becoming that leader that they have all been needing to fully get their shells in the game. The team operates so much better having Ash's Squirtle with them. So in between rounds, Ash and Squirtle have a moment to talk. Ash, just having let Charizard go in a very emotionally aggressive way, here has a more reserved conversation with Squirtle, letting him know how much his friends need him and how strong that he's become, giving him the option here, but with a more peaceful and understanding tone, where Squirtle chooses to then go and rejoin the squad, and he gets to show why he's so good at this. When it comes down to the end, it's the Squirtle Squad versus Team Wartortle, as both team leaders are fiercely making sure things are running tight on their teams, with the Squirtle Squad clutching their win by just over a second. Ash congratulates them and says a final goodbye to his Squirtle, still very choked up but yelling nice sentiments as their distance grows. Wow, so far this season, it's been all about goodbyes, it feels. Sure, we welcome in some new faces, but at this rate, Ash will have no more Pokemon if he just keeps letting them go. Okay, now it's time to replace one water Pokemon for another. Here we get to see another Totodile that Ash and Misty are both after when they each toss a lure ball at it. And one of them lands a catch, but it was obscured to see whose Pokeball it was that actually ended up making the catch. So these two get in a fight over this, but regardless of who did catch it, it'll now be settled over a battle between these two, which is genuinely pretty hyped to see. Both of these strong-headed characters who constantly clash are battling, with Ash's Bulbasaur defeating Poliwag that evolved into a Poliwhirl mid-battle. It was so much fun, but hey, it's good to know here that even though Ash got a Chikorita, he didn't abandon, ditch, or send away his Bulbasaur to do so, like the rest of the great starter reset here. See you later, Charizard. Hello, Cyndaquil. See you later, Squirtle. Hello, Totodile. Yeah, anyway, Ash won the Totodile. Which is cool or whatever, but come on, let Misty get something. She's the water main. Give her some main character energy, please. But for more main character energy for Ash, hey, shiny Pokemon are cool, right? Well, how about we find one? Oh, look, a shiny Noctowl. Wow, that was easy. I don't know why shiny hunters spend months trying to do this. Has Reversal caught that shiny Feebas yet? I don't know. We deal with Dr. Wiseman being outsmarted by a smaller in size to other Noctowl that is actually pretty smart. Imagine being named Wiseman and being outwised by an owl. He eventually gives up and tells Ash to go for it once it wants to battle Ash. So Pikachu has a tense standoff with this wise Nightbird, but gets a nice hit on him and Ash chucks a Pokeball, capturing the shiny Noctowl. Hey, That's pretty cool. And you know what else is pretty cool? That's where we're gonna end for Season 1 for just the Johto journeys. We still have both Johto League champions and Master Quest to go as we continue throughout the Johto region. But this is where we are going to break from the story and check out the third Pokemon movie, Pokemon the Movie 3, Spell of the Unknown Entei. Wow, what a title. And wow, what a movie. You know what I want in my Pokemon movies? More mature, dark themes that give me something to think about and walk away questioning what matters in life the most and how to deal with trauma. So yay, we have Spell of the Unknown Entei. It takes place right here in the story as a diversion from Ash's main adventure. But there are some definite fun payoffs here for dedicated Pokemon fans. If you went to see the film in theaters though, then good news for you, it came with another Black Star promo card, with this reverse-like Hollow Entei card. I mean, come on, look at this beautiful card. That Ken Sugimori art be hidden. I love this. So this movie is all about Entei and the unknown, but the Entei, well, may not really be Entei. Here at the start of the film, we meet a Pokemon researcher named Spencer Hale and his daughter Molly, whose mom is not around, as they have a nice time together in their mansion as he reads her the story of the powerful legendary beast known as Entei. But then he ends up getting called away to go check out some specific ruins that lead him to be entranced by, then made to disappear by, this unknown dimension. Molly doesn't take this news well and collects the box of these mysterious unknown tiles that were brought back and uses it to kind of bring her family back by spelling out Papa, Mama, and me. This triggers the unknown to reveal themselves as the mansion starts turning into this crystal-like structure for protection. And as she looks at the Entei in this book, missing her father, the unknown merged the two, creating what seems like a real Entei, but now having the voice of her father, who is just Dan Green, thanks Yugi, and has this overbearing protection of her and does whatever she wants to do. Whatever her wish is, he does. Ash and the crew get introduced here as they're just passing through town, essentially. Of course, upon seeing this, things seem pretty bad, noting all of the crystal-esque structures infesting the area, seeing a news crew reporting on what's happening, and at the same time, we learn of the connection that the Ketchums have to the Hales, through, I guess, being friends and through Professor Oak. So Ash's mom and Professor Oak head towards the area in fear of what's happening. They pull up quick, and Ash's mom speaks to him about Spencer working with Professor Oak at one point. Molly and Entei are watching the news as well, and Molly wants a mom figure back in her life, leading Entei to go out and take Ash's mom, hypnotizing her to make her believe that she's Molly's mom and then run off with her. The news footage is making its rounds, even to places where some familiar Pokemon may be, who now learn of the situation, and that Ash is now involved, so that's pretty cool. Wonder where that's gonna lead. Ash, without hesitation, now heads towards the structures, using his Pokemon to help scale the crystallization, as he needs to go get his mama back, as her trance is starting to kinda wear off. Molly wants a piece of Ash and his friends in Pokemon battle, being excited at this. Once they find a way to sneak into the mansion, they end up going up these special stairs leading to stylized Pokemon battle arenas, where Molly will start to battle with them. Brock takes her challenge first, while Ash and Misty break for the stairs, as Entei turns Molly into an older-seeming trainer, who is definitely more ready to battle. And the next stop, the same thing happens where Misty ends up having to face Molly, while Ash continues on some more. During these battle distractions, Ash is able to find his mom, and they try to speak with the real Molly and explain that Ash's mom isn't her mom, and they need to leave to get her to safety from these unknown. But she snaps and yells at them, where the power of the unknown spike around her, as if they are feeding off of her emotions. Entei threatens Ash to leave, but during this refusal, they break out into battling, resulting in Ash being launched out of the mansion high up and begins to freefall. That is, until Ash's Charizard swoops in from out of nowhere and catches them, and then now starts to take on Entei. The battle starts getting more intense. Ash and Entei have been tossing back and forth logic about their perspectives until Entei gets the upper hand and is about to take out Charizard, but Molly tells Entei to stop. She has this breakthrough in knowing what's real and what she needs to grieve different with. As Ash tries to take on the unknown, Entei cherished his time with Molly, offering to help get her out, as he explains that he is just the figment of her imagination, and his limits go as far as her beliefs. She'll always have Entei, just like her dad, in her heart. Everything has begun to revert back to normal now. And hey look, Spencer is okay and back with Molly, along with her mom. And Charizard heads back to the terrific valley to train on some more. A solid happy ending that pays off a fun yet brief appearance from Charizard, which this moment was so cool to experience in theaters. This movie's awesome. The conversation that Ash has back and forth with Entei, the power that the unknown feed upon to create this visually beautiful setting with a smaller and more personal story that was interesting enough to keep you engaged the whole time, wrapping up the first Pokemon trilogy in such a unique way. The Pokemon battles were fun. Entei was really awesome, and the inclusion of Ash's mother being a central point to the plot, I think was well done. Ash here seems a lot more serious. Definitely selfish about wanting his mom, but like, I get that. And through his growth along with Charizard's growth, it became a fanfare of fulfilled moments with a showcase of Ash's determination and his relationship to Brock and Misty, who want to come along on this mansion heist and end up battling a different version of Molly so Ash could proceed his search and rescue his mom. And if you bought the home video release, you got a different Black Star promo card, this time the Unknown J card. And oh, I remember getting this VHS in my hands at Walmart and telling my mom I need this, that Unknown J is just for me, my name's Jordan. That's Unknown J, this is meant for me. No, you ain't! I have to have it. But do you know what this movie could have been? Well, Takeshi Shudo was the chief writer of the original series and the writer of the first movie and the Mewtwo special that I'll speak about soon, the second movie where he helped create Lugia, and for the third movie, the original script that he wrote was wild. It involved exploring the reason the world has Pokemon, what happened to real animals, a bunch of existential questions, all sparked by the finding of a regular Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil. And then it would be brought back to life and go on this dino rampage throughout the regions. Clearly, the Pokemon powers that be didn't really like this idea, and the film would eventually become the movie we know it as today. Takeshi was an incredible talent and really helped bring some fun concepts to Pokemon when working on the franchise, being crucial to things like the iconic Team Rocket motto, as well as creating Lugia, like I mentioned, who is one of my favorites. He sadly passed away on October 29th, 2010, and thank you for creating something my mom and I have bonded over for the majority of my life. As a side note, are we ever going to talk about the Pikachu short before the movie starts featuring the Pichu Bros, where Ash has this big celebration for being a full year since he and Pikachu met, but somehow he's still 10, and he has been for forever? I'll give you guys a brief break to think about that. Well, the journey continues on, as we now enter Pokemon Johto League Champions, as Ash, Misty, and Brock have made their way to Goldenrod City in hopes of Ash facing off against the gym leader there. Sadly, the gym is closed and they have to wait until the next day for Ash to battle. The group then runs into Whitney and her Clefairy, and get tangled up in some Team Rocket drama that results in them working together to help one another. At the end, she admits to wanting to battle Ash, because he seems like a strong and competent opponent, which Ash, of course, is like, hey, maybe later. I'm trying to get prepared for my battle with the gym leader tomorrow. As Whitney then reveals herself as the gym leader. Man, Ash just knows how to run into gym leaders and not know that they're gym leaders, huh? They head to the gym and commence battle with Ash taking the lead, having his Cyndaquil defeat her Nidorina, having her now send out Clefairy, who she's a little too overprotective of, and calls her back at the slightest problem. Things are looking pretty good for Ash here, but if you played the games, you know Whitney still has an ace up her sleeves. Well, she's not wearing sleeves, but the point still stands. Miltank is now sent out, and they ain't called Tank for no reason. Literally plowing through Ash's Pokemon with Rollout, and out goes Cyndaquil. Then next goes Totodile, and finally Pikachu, resulting in Ash losing the gym battle and not earning a badge this day. After this intense battle, Ash's Pokemon are healing up, and Whitney shows off some nice hospitality to the group on her farm, with a bunch of other Miltank there just hanging out. When Team Rocket attacks, Ash gets to see this Rollout attack some more and even build up some new battle strategy because of it, which is nice to see Ash learning and applying this knowledge to become a smarter and overall better trainer. Ash and Whitney are set to battle once again. While Whitney takes out Cyndaquil fairly quick, his Totodile carves some trenches into the floor with the force of his water, making the rollout attack harder to navigate. Totodile still gets defeated, but now Pikachu, and his fast speed, is able to help Miltank hit these trenches, where Pikachu hides and waits for Miltank to roll over one as he attacks from underneath, sending Miltank flying as now he shoots a Thunder Shock that ends up defeating the Miltank. Now, while this is exciting, this was only for a battle, not a redo of the gym battle itself, but she ends up giving Ash the plain badge on the technicality of him defeating her top Pokemon, making him worthy of the badge. Sure, okay, at least he wasn't just handed it for no reason. So no time to waste, on to the next gym, right? But along this way, we meet up with Casey again, as Ash enters a bug-catching contest at the park. She seems a lot more confident in herself, and has had some more time to work on her skills as a Pokemon trainer. At one point, though, she's just like Ash in the beginning of his journey, putting too much pressure on her Chikorita, especially facing off against a really tough Scyther. Ash jumps in to save them and let her get her Chikorita out of there, as he berates her about being this bad and inconsiderate of a trainer, much like he was if we look back to when Metapod was stolen by Beedrill early on in the original series. For Chikorita has had enough and won't listen to her anymore after her constant pushing, and she realizes her competitive nature overshadowed her caring for Chikorita. So she apologizes and the two make up and all is fine, helping her grow again in a similar way that Ash had to, where he had to go through the same thing with that Metapod as he was originally yelled at by the Samurai Kid. Here's another parallel. Remember the original Beedrill swarm that took Ash's Metapod? Well, here they run into another Beedrill swarm, but this time Ash ends up catching a Beedrill, and to me symbolizing his growth, and now being prepared under pressure, overcoming those lingering emotions from this originally happening. Casey and Chikorita's growth is also symbolized here as well when dealing with Team Rocket, as then Chikorita now evolves into a Bayleaf. At the end of the contest, Ash's Beedrill catch nets him the win, and his prize is a Sunstone, which is another evolution stone in the Pokemon world that helps evolve certain Pokemon, as this will come into play another time. But Ash ends up giving Casey his Beedrill. Since she's always bumping Wiz Khalifa and loves black and yellow striped Pokemon, it helps build up her confidence as a trainer even more. It's a cute moment for these two who are very similar in many ways, but both have their own long journeys ahead of them. There is another contest that Ash takes part in, this time with Misty, as it revolves around catching Seaking. And they both do, but unlike the bug contests, they aren't allowed to keep the catch. But Misty here really takes the lead in this story, facing off against this butthead of a character, Andreas, who belittles and makes fun of Misty and her Poliwhirl while he has a Poliwrath. Their tension heats up as they both catch a Seaking weighing the same, so now they must battle to determine the winner. Ash here gets to learn that certain typings can change to allow learning certain moves that the base typing of that Pokemon may not be able to learn, as the Poliwrath here knows fighting type moves alongside of its water typing. Misty and her Poliwhirl end up winning this battle in the end, resulting in a trophy and a bunch of chocolate bars for her to enjoy and share, as Ash somehow gets left out of having any. But hey, at least that jerk Andreas apologizes to Misty for the awful things he said to her and congratulates her on winning. A happy ending for all, except for Ash, for not getting some chocolate. Later, they also come across Gary in the middle of a battle where we see his Eevee has now evolved into one of the two new Eeveelutions for the second generation, Umbreon, as he is fighting against an Alakazam. The battle seems pretty intense, but we really get to see just how good Gary is when it comes to battling, ultimately defeating the Alakazam, and Gary wins. Ash, of course, wants a piece of this, but Gary declines fighting him as Gary feels there is no current challenge there when it comes to Ash and his Pokemon right this second. Gary walks away, leaving Ash only more fired up to beat him at some point. In a struggle now with Team Rocket, where Gary gets involved when the power is out at places like the Pokemon Center, which is not good, and the generator at the power plant needs to be started up again. After all this Team Rocket hoopla. So Pikachu uses a powerful Thunder Shock to bring it back to life, where Gary sees how Ash and his Pokemon handled Team Rocket and work together in a situation like this, and is pretty impressed with him, mentioning that he is getting better and stronger every day, and just maybe, when they next meet, he may be the one challenging Ash to a battle first. The moment of respect represented here is so wholesome. While he started to earn Gary's respect towards the end of the original and Orange Island seasons, here it's a fully realized mutual level of respect that Ash feels like he's truly earned, as the two both go on their own paths to cross each other's again soon. Ash also gets in another contest tournament of sorts called the Grass Tournament. James enters with his victory bell, Meowth pretends to be a Sunflora for Jessie, all their cover is blown, Ash ends up losing in the final round, remembering that in the end, winning isn't everything, as he learns a nice lesson in humility. Just having a sense of pride and power in a battle is not enough when a trainer needs more than just those things to truly win. But before we go on and continue the journey to the next gym battle, Ash and friends find themselves in some sort of sequel. Mewtwo returns. Yes, you heard that right. The movie or special that contains this infamous scene.
I'll use my trusty frying pan as a drying pan.
Ah, a true classic. Not being considered a full movie, but rather a special that takes place right here in the Johto region. Mewtwo Returns would tie directly back to the first Pokemon movie which we spoke about in part 1. At the end of the story in the movie, Mewtwo, voiced by Dan Green, thanks Yugi, wanted to seek a better place of living for himself and the cloned Pokemon. A safe area that is out of the way from humans, and especially those like Giovanni, who took away Mewtwo's free will. Here on the mountaintop that acts as an impossible to access oasis, that Mewtwo and his clones can live in peace as he oversees their protection. But Giovanni is still on the hunt to get Mewtwo back, locating where he is and now leading his full force in that direction. Ash, Misty, and Brock happen to be near the area and checking out the beautiful landscapes along their path before getting stuck in a nearby lodge when the weather gets extremely bad, as we see how Mewtwo not only protects the clone Pokemon, but for some reason saves a whole bus full of people trapped in a storm and in danger. And Mewtwo discusses why he does this, whether it be from compassion for every living being to somehow making sure that the clones are always protected, and not sure the real reason of these two options for why he did so, but mentioning that there is no way he can ever feel compassion for humans. Our group team up with Luna, a Pokemon habitat researcher and someone who spends their time helping tourists in the area. Two others show up, a famous researcher named Cullen, who is accompanied by a girl named Domino, as Team Rocket interrupts them and ends up taking Pikachu, but their blimp ends up getting swept up in some bad wind, as now the others must follow them up scaling the mountain, and end up now getting hooked onto their balloon, bringing them all to the top of the island. And while floating about there, this shifty Domino character pulls out some binoculars and scans Mewtwo for Giovanni, as she is really working for Team Rocket. So now the greater Team Rocket's assault begins, as Domino strands the Team Rocket trio and our heroes. Clone Pikachu ends up finding and talking to Pikachu as if he's known him before, but Pikachu has no memory of this. Remember, all their memories at the end of the first movie were all wiped by Mewtwo. Mewtwo then actually shows up to defuse the situation between the Pikachu, as James from Team Rocket here says what everyone is thinking.
This is like the sequel to a movie I missed.
The clone Pokemon and Mewtwo help Team Rocket understand their plight. Pikachu is with Team Rocket and the clones, as Ash and the others look for them. Mewtwo prepares on what to do as Giovanni and the Team Rocket brigade come flying in, struggling to figure out what balance is more important for his care of the clone Pokemon, their safety or their freedom. We also see baby Pokemon that are fully evolved Pokemon aiding in the whole size of Pokemon debate. And can Pokemon be born at a certain evolution stage, or evolve at any age despite stuff like size? Well, no time to ponder this. It's probably the pure water here. That's it. Or the clone aspect. What does it mean to be alive? You know, that whole fun topic. Listen, it's 4 a.m. when I'm writing this. Give me a break. But Giovanni comes in and starts catching all of the clone Pokemon as Mewtwo has a face-to-face with him. He decides that the clone Pokemon have a right to choose where and how they live, not having to live in fear and hide from Giovanni. So he gives himself up to keep the others safe, but engages in a battle of will to not let Giovanni warp his mind with his devices. Mewtwo, though, seems to recognize Ash without mentioning what had happened before. Mewtwo uses all of his strength to break the machine, but is now completely weakened. So all of the trainers and every Pokemon in the area end up holding off Giovanni as long as they can, as Ash tries to help Mewtwo to get him to the Purity Spring Water, telling Mewtwo that he is one of a kind, and is of course worth helping. And then he just chucks him in the water. Mewtwo emerges with a sense of belonging, ready to fight back against Giovanni, shooting a powerful beam into the sky covering the area. And in the end, instead of a direct battle, Mewtwo is gone, and so is the spring. But really, they are all now inside of the mountain, spring and all. Ash and friends, as well as the Team Rocket trio we know and love, are there too. And they all convince Mewtwo to allow them to remember what happened here, and to keep safe the area for all the Pokemon that live there, as Mewtwo and the clones leave the area, with all of the bad guys having their memories wiped. Later on, Mewtwo speaks to Ash through time and space, saying that he will remember Ash always. I just love Mewtwo's poetic way of speaking, feeling so philosophical as it ponders the meaning of its existence and place in this world. Honestly, this special is just fantastic. It's always been a personal little favorite of mine. We built a nice conversation about belonging, as well as some preservation of nature mixed in with some really cool visuals. It's just a fun time and a worthy epilogue to the first movie, if you want to look at it that way. Plus, Mewtwo must have filled Ash in on some of the stuff that happened the last time they met, based on Ash Ash saying that now they can remember this time, implying that there was another time where they don't remember. So Ash may have learned that he freaking died, or turned to stone, however you want to classify it. Anyway, back to the regular show. Okay, so after that fun diversion, we are back in Johto League Champions, where Ash and the group finally arrive in Ekritique City, where there is a lot of lore to learn and a gym battle to be had. The trio get tricked into thinking that this other building was the gym, but it wasn't. Where inside a fire breaks out, setting them all in a panic before they realize that it isn't real, and Ash's Noctowl helps reveal that all the fun trickster ghost Pokemon like we saw in the original series before the Sabrina fight were casting illusions to ward them off from their home, where this guy reveals to them that this is the Burned Tower, and also that his name is Morty, and he's the gym leader. Convenient. Ash here learns about Ho-Oh and realizes that this was the Pokemon he saw on the first day of his journey in the original episode of Pokemon. We learn that the tower originally burned down some hundreds of years ago, which can also be tied into Ho-Oh resurrecting perished Pokemon, turning them into the legendary dogs. During a battle with Team Rocket, Ash sees just how powerful Morty's Gengar is, and now has the night to prepare mentally for this battle the next day. We see Ash spend time pondering over strategies where he gets some advice from a pretty surprising person, this city's Nurse Joy, suggesting he should use his Noctowl in the fight. He may just come in handy. Noctowl's foresight helps reveal the ghost Pokemon when they aren't visible, which is what happened when the battle starts, having used the move on Ghastly before recalling him, making it easier for, no, not Pikachu, he loses, but for Cyndaquil to take out the Ghastly. Next, Haunter comes out and ends up taking out Cyndaquil, leaving Ash with only his Noctowl and still 2 Pokemon to defeat. Noctowl's battle with Haunter isn't too tough, but the final battle with Gengar is pretty intense, resulting in some pretty close calls, but Noctowl ends up the victor after a powerful tackle, with Ash now winning his 4th badge, the Fog Badge, a well-fought and well-earned one for sure. During their next leg of the trip, they run into an old friend, Todd. Yes, Mr. Snap himself is back, since his last anime appearance 137 episodes ago. Todd is after a photo of one of the legendary birds, Articuno, but their adventure gets sidetracked by a frozen sunkern that requires some attention, and it is luckily brought to the Sunflora Lodge, where this year would be their 50th anniversary, where every year the Sunflora come, they get a nice photo together with the older couple who run the place. Todd wants to take the photo for them for the 50th anniversary, but the Sunflora aren't coming around because of the weather. So when the couple was going to just settle with a small photo with the Sunkern instead, Ash uses his Sunstone that he won a little while back to help the Sunkern become a Sunflora. And because of this, Sunflora is able to call in all of the other Sunflora to be a part of this 50th anniversary photo, and it's just a sweet little story before the group, now featuring Todd, head literally up a dangerous snowy mountain in a blizzard to get a glimpse of this legendary bird. And luckily, they do run into Articuno, who screeches to save Ash from falling off a cliff. Things are great as Todd gets ready for the photo, but Team Rocket attacks the bird, but who cares because it's Articuno, and it easily takes them out. Todd is now able to get a glamorous photo of the bird and decides to stay there for more photo opportunities, as our main trio say goodbye to Todd once again as they now continue on to the next gym. But Ash, he just loves getting sidetracked into random contests or competitions, as now he wants to enter a Pokemon Sumo competition, swapping out his Noctowl for a Snorlax, so Professor Oak can now study a shiny Pokemon up close. And Ash, well, he has a Snorlax for this competition now, so that should be fun. And somehow, because Ash is Ash, he makes it to the final round where his Snorlax has to face off against this powerful Fraligator. But after a pretty rough bout, Snorlax ends up winning and Ash receives a couple of things, like a King's Rock, another random evolution item that he personally will have no need for, but will find some use for later, as well as a year's worth of Pokemon food that Snorlax instantly eats in seconds and then goes to sleep. Yeah, that sounds about right. Ash then spends some time with Chikorita. We encounter an Electabuzz, and where's Casey when you need her? But in these struggles, Ash now faces Team Rocket's Pokemon, with Chikorita evolving into a Bayleaf, saving the day, finding the strength to do so from her love of Ash. Following this though, Bayleaf's larger size hurts Ash when jumping onto him with Joy, much different from when she was a small Chikorita. So Ash kinda gets scared and makes a comment about her staying away from him, upsetting Bayleaf, who then runs off in sadness, overthinking that Ash doesn't care for her anymore. But she's just not aware of her size now, and didn't know it was hurting him. But by the end of this, Ash learns to be more considerate towards Bayleaf since it was never meant in malice, and Bayleaf finds a more fitting way to show her affection towards him and has learned more self-control instead of being more impulsive like she was. Well, maybe. She might still have some old tendencies. We also get to meet some Generation 3 Pokemon a bit earlier than they would premiere. Well, one new species that is, and that is Kecleon, here with a green one and then a purple one, which isn't a shiny, but is shown to just be a special in-color Kecleon that appears here in the anime and in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. And I love when Pokemon does random previews of upcoming Pokemon with the series before they premiere, and we will see more of that later on too. Ash and the crew make it to Olivine City, meeting the gym leader of the city, getting right into the battle, but as it rages on, the real gym leader, Jasmine, appears, claiming that this was her apprentice, and this match does not count for a real battle with a gym leader, so now Ash has to deal with Jasmine, who has a sick Ampharos that she needs to attend to, and has to have her apprentice head across the waters to an island that has Seawood City to get medicine and come back. While Ash can't battle her now because of this, Ash decides to head to the island as well, knowing that there is a gym there that he can face in the meantime. And once they get there, Ash meets with the spirit-filled, tough-built Chuck, who happens to be the gym leader. Again, convenient. When the battle starts, Chuck sends out a Poliwrath and Ash uses his Pikachu, but the strength of the Poliwrath knocks out Pikachu pretty quickly, with Ash now sending out Bayleaf, who then knocks out the Poliwrath in return, showing off an impressive strategy from Ash to do so. Where next, Machoke is sent out and Ash needs to find a good strategy to overcome this again. And after a really tough battle of strength and resilience, Bayleaf knocks out the Machoke, and that's the end of the gym battle, giving Ash his 5th badge, the Storm Badge, thus bringing us to the end of the Johto League Champion season of the anime, getting us prepared for the finale of the Johto region in Master Quest. But before we do so, we have another movie to go over that takes place right around this time as well. It is time to speak about a fantastic entry into the Pokemon film series, and the reason the GS Ball was rendered useless in the anime. Pokemon Forever, Celebi, the voice of the forest. Don't worry, there were Black Star promo cards here too, Celebi for the theatrical version, and Suicune for the home video release. Here we start in the past, 40 years before where we are at in the show's story, where a kid named Sam is walking in the woods and gets some bread from a woman there, offering him a warning of some powerful Pokemon looming in the woods, where he eventually runs into a Celebi, who is on the run from a Pokemon poacher, as Celebi cries out, bringing itself into the future 40 years along with Sam. We're now in the future, we see that same poacher, who has now aged greatly, and now we also get to meet an even more evil dude, aka the Iron Masked Marauder, aka an elite Team Rocket member, aka a direct parallel to the GS Ball story origins in the manga, in many ways, aka Dan Green. Thanks, Yugi. Ash and the gang happen to be in the area, where they end up seeing Suicune again, but Ash acts as if this is the first time he's ever seen this Pokemon. They end up finding Sam, who is passed out, as now this older lady recognizes Sam, as she was the young lady who in the past gave him the bread. Sam seems kind of phased, but like not too worried, more concerned about making sure Celebi is okay, rather than whatever family he may have back 40 some years ago. But hey, it's whatever. They find Celebi and it starts fighting them back because it's scared, but soon Celebi understands that Ash and Sam are friendly and gives in to their help. Jesse and James get into the mix of things because, of course they do, they have to, they always have to. But this guy shows up with his overpowered Pokemon thanks to his dark balls that allow any Pokemon caught to instantly become their highest level, and also evil to do his bidding and stuff like that. I mean, just look at this Tyranitar. It's so sad and scared, and boom, it's menacing. What's cool is we do get to see a Pokeball from 40 years ago, but what's funny is since we have this ancient ball nowadays thanks to Pokemon Legends Arceus, a game that takes place further in Pokemon's past, with a ball that seems just way more efficient. But whatever, who could have known at this point? The other Pokemon of the forest seem extra protective over Celebi, helping guide them to a lake for it to be baptized, bathed it, as Celebi begins soaking in the energy from the Lake of Life, or the Lake of Radiation because Celebi's literally glowing. Sam eventually has the thought of his mom probably worried sick about him. I mean, maybe in like a timeline where, he never goes back, then sure, that's pretty worrisome. Time travel's confusing. Ash, Sam, Pikachu, and Celebi watch the sunrise together, but their nice times later turn into a battle against the Marauder, who now captures the Celebi in a dark ball. The forest Pokemon are shown to start getting upset as Ash tries to rescue Celebi now with them, but when Celebi is released from the ball, it's literally a zombie of its former self, being extremely powerful, beginning to turn into this giant CGI natural disaster that will destroy everything in sight. But Suicune is here, baby, running down some 3D rocks and is going to do something about this. The Marauder, though, gets too power happy with claiming to have the most powerful Pokemon in the whole world. Giovanni should bow down to him, and he can take over the world with this type of power. We all know that speeches like these from bad guys tend to happen before they literally get defeated, which is exactly what's gonna happen as Suicune now comes in to save Ash and Sam, as now they fight back against the destruction of the forest, working to get through to the Celebi and snap them out of this trance that they're in, finally severing the bond as they literally rip Celebi free from its mental hold inside of this giant beast, helping it remember who it finally is, flying Ash and Sam out to safety before being extremely drained, turning into a literal dried up tiny little onion. Suicune repurifies the Lake of Life from the damage done as Celebi is placed back into the waters, hoping to be brought back to life, but nothing is working. Everyone and all of the Pokemon in the forest are brought to tears, but then suddenly a beam comes from the sky, revealing a ton of Celebi all throughout time appearing, angelically bringing Celebi into the sky, restoring it back to full health, and with it, the health of the forest is safe and protected once more in a joyous fly around, until the Marauder comes from nowhere and grabs Celebi and takes off to the sky. But Ash holds on to him with Pikachu and ends up shocking him out of the sky, as now they are flown down by Celebi safely back on the ground. Celebi takes Sam back to the past as they say their goodbyes as the movie ends, and gosh darn it, why are these Pokemon movies so dang good? Another absolute classic with a great story, awesome characters, and when you think it couldn't get any better or have any deeper meaning, we then learn that Sam, from the past, was Professor Oak the whole time. So the professor has always had this connection to Ash even from when he was a kid, a secret he keeps private to himself. What the actual heck is going on? While this is clearly a story partially meant for the GS Ball storyline, I do like how it was used here, and if this is the consolation prize for not having the other story in the anime, then I guess I'm fine with that. We should just digest this film as the great treat it was as we now hop into the final season of the Johto region. Welcome to the start of the end, Master Quest, our final stretch of episodes in the Johto region. We start off with something really cool as well. Out in the Whirl Islands, where deadly whirlpools are constantly a problem, the group end up fighting being pulled into a whirlpool, and once safe, a very specific silhouette swims under them, making a familiar noise to Pokemon fans as we can clearly tell that it was a Lugia that had swam by. As after this, some other Pokemon come up to them and bring them to safety on Professor Elm, who is on a boat. We also get to learn about the World Cup, a smaller in size battle tournament for water Pokemon that only happens every 3 years. And what great timing, it happens to be happening this year. So why not jump into another side quest? And as we build up to this and spend some time looking for some more water Pokemon, and Misty worrying about that more so, we meet a character named Luca, who is someone who spends time in the island area looking for the Silverwing, a feather that relates to Lugia, which here we can kind of see the remnants of the GS Ball storyline being reworked. Yes, sorry to bring up the GS Ball again, but I probably will bring it up another time here soon, so just wait. Next, our group reaches where the World Cup tournament will be. Ash and Misty both enter, with both of them being sent to different stadiums, as they both need to do some qualifying matches in order to be allowed into the 64 official contestants for the tournament. Ash and Misty both win their first and second matches to qualify them pretty easily, and now they await the start of the real tournament. Ash sends his Bayleaf to the lab so he can use his Kingler, but Bayleaf doesn't handle this too well, crying out for not peeing with Ash. But this will only be temporary. Ash has an exciting match using his Totodile against the Kingdra, where he ends up winning and advancing forward. In between this win and the next day for more battles, Ash has a moment with Misty, where they are both up in the middle of the night in anticipation for the next round, contrasting them earlier in the episode arguing with each other. It's always nice to get a more calm moment between the two. Misty and her Corsola end up battling against a Quillfish, where Misty finds a nice rhythm and battle strategy with her newer Pokemon to ultimately clutch a win in the end and move on to the next round. Both Ash and Misty celebrate with one another for their wins, but this all comes to an abrupt halt when the matchups for the next rounds get posted, showing that they now will have to face each other in a higher stakes battle. Friend versus friend with no holding back. Now the two face off against each other. Ash sends out his Totodile and Misty uses her Poliwhirl. The battle is pretty fierce, but Misty is able to get the upper hand with her Poliwhirl, putting hands on Totodile, knocking it out. Ash then sends out his Kingler, and they don't name him Kingler for nothing as he shows his incredible strength and takes out Poliwhirl. Misty was going to send out her Corsola, but Psyduck comes popping out instead, which really makes an embarrassing statement to the crowd and for her confidence in the match. But miracles do happen, and somehow, despite everyone not taking Psyduck too serious, except for Real Breaking Nate, Psyduck ends up defeating Kingler with Misty winning the match and moving on, while Ash would now be knocked out of the tournament. This is the first time Misty had ever beat Ash in a match. It's a really big deal for her. Ash sends back his Kingler to get Bayleaf, who is literally begging to come back, and at the end of the day, Ash is still supportive of Misty as she moves on to fight in the next day's battle against an opponent named Trinity that ends up defeating her, as Trinity would go on from there to then be interrupted by Team Rocket. Ash, Misty, Trinity, and this other dude who she was battling all work together to stop them. After this, Trinity ends up losing to this guy, but they all just end up celebrating the fun that they had in the tournament, sharing a high level of respect for each other and all the skills that they have with their Pokemon. Now, resuming their exploration of these multiple islands, the group runs across Sparky, the Pikachu that belonged to Richie, the trainer Ash lost to in the Indigo League, who he made a promise with at the end as they went their separate ways. Then Richie comes around as well and they reunite, with him being here in search of the mysterious Pokemon, the same one Ash and the group had swum under them and has a relation to the Silver Wing. We meet Oliver, who has a secret Pokemon friend under the water, who goes by the name Silver, who he is trying to hide the existence of when others are looking for it. Oliver's secret is that Silver is actually this little Lugia, which brings on more of the conversation of legendary Pokemon and there being more than one of them. And I guess same thing with Mystical. Have you seen all those Celebies? But regardless, the real thing here is the name Silver, the GS ball, gold and silver, made from a Rainbow Wing and Silver Wing. Lots to think about here. Sorry, I'll hold back on that now. For now, we need to focus on this dude here, Dr. Namba, who is a Team Rocket scientist and is after the baby Lugia, with returning Team Rocket characters Butch and Cassidy, the underrated and sometimes overhated Team Rocket duo. They try to swoop in and capture the little Lugia and leave, but all of them, including Luca, who shows back up, all stop this from happening. Oliver admits to the group that he was just trying to protect this little Lugia as it was too young to fly, or really defend itself at all yet. But then Mama Lugia appears, viscerally angry at everything going on, as our heroes do what they can to get it to understand what really happened, and then Lugia, calms down a bit. The two Lugia go back together in the ocean in peace, they swim, it's nice. But then later on in this episode, Team Rocket plans another attempt to get the little Lugia, where this time they succeed in doing such. Parrot Lugia doesn't take this well, causing an emotional rampage, stirring up a storm in a panic. Ash, Richie, and Luca all head through this storm, dodging the attacks from Lugia to get through to them that they are there to help get Lugia back. Ash knows his way around how to communicate with a Lugia. We all saw the second movie. So eventually Lugia calms down a bit and just disappears. But then Dr. Namba sets a trap using the baby Lugia to trick the adult Lugia to come after it so they can also capture the big Lugia, living the collection dude from the second movie's fantasy. Now what are our heroes supposed to do? Both Lugias are captured. We are facing a much more powerful faction of Team Rocket that isn't just Jesse and James. Ash, Richie, Misty, and Brock are all now captured and in the base that has gone back under the water. Oliver then swims down there with his lantern and breaks in with Jesse and James, who are trying to free Lugia as well. They just, they don't like Butch and Cassidy. So this giant battle breaks out in the base. Pokemon are throwing attacks everywhere. Jesse and James are fighting Butch and Cassidy. Ash and Richie are taking on the Doctor, and the base is rising back up from the sea to make sure that they all don't get stuck under the water from all the damages to the base, mostly thanks to the free parent Lugia going Ludicrous, and eventually Silver is freed, so now the base just falls apart. Lugia protects them from all the falling parts as they make their way out, and it explodes. So now we get to see a nice goodbye to the Lugias. Richie decides to stick around the area some more, and Ash and the others continue back on their journey. Just a fun little Lugia set of episodes there. I love that. While I like that the Johto series brings back some fun characters here and there, was this at all a worthwhile return for Richie? If we take him and his part out, does it really change what happens here? Maybe only by a high percentage, but regardless, I guess it's still nice to see him around. It does help make the world feel lived in, and that these other characters are off doing stuff, and we may just run into these people again whenever. But now back on track for earning a badge, Ash returns to Olivine City to face Jasmine. For real this time, as now her Ampharos should be fully healed up after that little arc with the Royal Islands. But it doesn't matter, because she won't use the Ampharos. And she's not here for an easy fight. She plans on giving Ash her all, with Magnemite going against Pikachu in the first matchup, with Pikachu getting the best of Magnemite, where she now sends out a Steelix, who is too powerful, easily taking out the Pikachu. Trying to deal with a type advantage, Ash sends out Cyndaquil, who puts up a strong fight against Steelix, and on the brink of defeat, is able to let out a massive flamethrower, causing a fire vortex when combining with Steelix's Sandstorm, that ends up draining Steelix completely, causing it to faint, giving Ash the win and the mineral badge. Just look at little Cyndaquil go! Ash certainly has learned a lot as a trainer, and as a result, even his smaller and more unassuming Pokemon put up strong fights in some David vs. Goliath moments to still pull off a surprising victory. But remember earlier when I mentioned that there is still time for Ash to ditch the final one of his original 3 starters? Well, it's time to say bye-bye to Bulbasaur. Well, it's not as bad, he just sends him back to Professor Oak, who ends up needing him around to help keep the peace and the place in order, with Bulbasaur being the best choice to help around. Through a series of events that require Bulbasaur as a necessity there, both him and Ash agree that this is where he needs to be right now. Leaving Ash's current party, but at least still right there when he needs him, I guess. But now back in Ecruteak, the crystal bells within the tower were stolen, resulting in chaos starting to happen, with the balance of everything feeling a little off with Pokemon behavior. Ash fully learns about how Ho-Oh created the 3 legendary beasts from the burnt-down tower to maintain peace, with one of thunder being Raikou, one of volcanoes being Entei, and one of the north wind being Suicune. Eventually, they are able to track the bells back to Team Rocket, and Jessie has apparently broken one. After a struggle with all the mad Pokemon around, Suicune ends up showing up, allowing the others to make their way back to the city, and now with a rainbow in the sky, hoping one day to see Ho-Oh's return, which would be known to this town because the bells chime for Ho-Oh when it's around. Soon after, Ash crosses paths with Gary again, but rather than battle, there is an extreme Pokemon race, where the trainer holds on to the Pokemon as they ride a skateboard. Gary using his Arcanine to pull him, while Ash trusts Bayleaf for this, and that was a good idea, because at the end of the race, it's Ash and Bayleaf who end up winning and receiving this Poké. Also, this resulted in Ash beating Gary at something that, sure, Gary is first annoyed at with this loss, but you can tell is kind of proud of Ash, giving him some congrats before moving on. Now Ash has this egg, and oh look, it's ready to hatch. Hey, it's a Phanpy, the pre-evolution of Donphan, and Ash tries to build some sort of connection with it, as this newborn isn't just jumping into a Pokeball. It ends up causing a chase to get in that now involves Team Rocket and Ash, especially for him to learn building trust with his Pokemon, rather than just expecting it, since imprinting here was different from when Misty got Togepi. Ash saves the Phanpy at one point, and then they work together to take out Team Rocket, and the two of them find their special bond as trainer and Pokemon. The group now reaches Lake Rage, and we all know why this lake is so famous, right? Well, it contains a very special and powerful shiny red Gyarados. We also get to meet Lance, a Pokemon League champion that is here with his Dragonite doing some investigation on Team Rocket, worried about the well-being of Pokemon being part of the G-Men. This Gyarados was the result of Team Rocket experimenting on forced evolution, and so for the compassion of Pokemon, Ash and friends join Lance in his efforts to take out the device they made that does this. Ash fights to defend Gyarados from full-on capture, as it was getting more and more weakened and beat down, but the rage continues building, now shifting from the lake and heading towards Mahogany Town, where this random dude has a dugong that stops Gyarados' travels, and Lance ends up in a battle with it to stop its anger, showing everyone how fast and powerful his Dragonite is, taking out the Gyarados and capturing it, with that being the only proper response to save everyone, and by extension, save the Gyarados right then and there. They all part ways, and hey, that random dude we saw? Well, he's the gym leader in Mahogany Town, and he thinks Ash is a weaker trainer for him having these more emotionally charged bonds with them, not really giving him the time of day until letting him battle his dugong. If he wins this unofficial battle, then he will be granted an official gym battle with him. Ash here loses, and while he may have a good heart, Price thinks that he is blinded by this to come up with better battle strategies to actually win, and now he will no longer get his gym battle. From here, thanks to Team Rocket, Price and Ash fall into some caverns, as we learn from both Price and through this character of Sheila speaking to Brock and Misty, that Price is so hardened and cold as a trainer from once being like Ash, really caring about his Pokemon. We then hear about his old Poliswine that just left after a battle where both of them were badly burned by a Magmar. Poliswine disappearing after he would have protected it as much as he could, thus hurting himself worse from the burn, breaking this feeling of Pokemon being considered friends or having a strong connection to them outside of strength and discipline for battle. But during their time in these caves, they come across the same Poliswine, now frozen in ice, who didn't run away, but was looking for herbs to help heal the burn, but was stuck in frozen in time ever since. This breaks Price, feeling like he was the one who gave up on Poliswine. Ash helps melt the ice to free the Poliswine, and Price has it rest to restore its energy to get it out of the caves. After they are out, he is grateful to Ash and gives him the opportunity to battle him the next day. Now, Price is shown to be more compassionate to Pokemon, spending time taking care of his Poliswine before the battle starts. At first, it's Dugong versus Cyndaquil, as Price is impressed at Ash's skills and not expecting the outcome of Dugong being defeated. He then sends out his reunited Poliswine that takes out Cyndaquil. No more burns for this guy. Then Pikachu comes out and the battle is really tough. Pikachu takes quite the beating, but Ash doesn't give up, especially when Price tries to convince him to. Pikachu ends up fighting all that he can, but Price ends up forfeiting the match, which at first upsets and angers Ash as he is robbed of the full battle. But it's not for any other reason than knowing when to pull back and take care of his Pokemon, knowing not to push Poliswine past its limits any further, giving Ash the win for how great he did in battle. Ash accepts this response, he gets the Glacier Badge, and I'm a little bit conflicted here as he didn't really win it, but like, he did really want to win the battle. And at least he's been really solid in earning his badges here in Johto, so I'll let it slide for now. Also, Ash gets turned into a Pikachu after this. I just like seeing this little Ash Pikachu. It's really funny for some reason. And remember that King's Rock Ash won a bit ago? Well, Misty's Poliwhirl ends up with it and evolves into a Politoed, the newer introduced Generation 2 evolution option instead of a Poliwrath. Eventually, they all nearly reach Blackthorn City, as they run into Claire, the gym leader, who gets to have a moment of speaking about the Red Gyarados with them, talking about Lance as we see some Pokemon similarities between him and Claire, especially when her Dratini evolves into a Dragonair, being now the evolution before a Dragonite. These two train together and have some sort of bond between them, and after a nice day of the usual affair of things, the two get ready for a battle, as this would be the 8th and final badge Ash would need to complete all of the Johto gyms. Claire starts off with Kingdra, with Ash sending out Pikachu. When Pikachu's attacks aren't doing enough, he sends out Noctowl instead, but this battle would be interrupted by Team Rocket, and that's annoying. It only happens all the time. But at least we get to see a Wynot, the pre-evolution of Wobbuffet, that wasn't introduced until Generation 3, so once again, another fun add-on of a future Pokemon sprinkled in there for good measure. Soon, Charizard, Liza, and Charla all come around as Charizard shows a lot of love to Ash, excited to be reunited with him for now. With this whole kerfuffle over the Dragon Fang being stolen from the Dragon's Holy Land by Team Rocket really being this intense and pretty big segue mid-gym battle. Charizard tangles with an enraged Dragonite, and in the end, Dragonite was calmed down, and it is sad to see all the damage caused at her expense, but they get the Dragon Fang back from Team Rocket and everything's all good. So now it's time for the rematch. Ash sends out his Snorlax that ends up putting out a strong defense against Kingdra, rather than trying to catch up with its speed. Snorlax was able to wear out the Kingdra, leaving it open for a Snorlax to hit it with a giant ice punch, taking it out. Here, Gyarados then comes out and breaks Snorlax down easily, but Ash's initial strategy was good here, and pretty smart based on what he learned from their previous partial match. Now Pikachu heads out to battle, and Pikachu's speed and perseverance end up with him knocking out the Gyarados. So now it's time for her final Pokemon, Dragonair, who is a lot tougher than what it may seem, taking out Pikachu, but Ash has a guest Pokemon on his team, welcoming back battling with Charizard after a long time of training in the Terrific Valley. Ash tries to strategize certain moves to be able to catch Dragonair with a more powerful one, where Charizard goes in for a seismic toss, converting it to mix with a fire spin that ends up massively slamming into the ground, and knocking out the Dragonair as Ash is now the victor and awarded the Rising Badge. We started at the first gym in the region with Charizard winning, and to where Charizard is now, coming through to help clutch the final gym, was pretty epic and satisfying. After this, Charizard heads back to the valley, and now the group has 3 months to explore, train, and become prepared for the Johto League Silver Conference. During this time, Ash is tasked with getting an egg from the Marine Pokemon Laboratory, which through this we get some time to see Ash's Lapras again from the Orange Isles. We get to see how much Lapras has grown, even being promoted to the leader of their group, after how well it helped protect the herd from Team Rocket. Just a nice little reunion as Ash now has to take care of this egg, which quickly hatches into a Larvitar, a really cool Pokemon that can one day through evolution become a Tyranitar, being a truly unstoppable force. If you know me, I like Tyranitars. We love Tyranitars around these parts. Ash is given the responsibility of looking over Larvitar for Professor Elm, with a goal of bringing it to Mount Silver, which would be the direction that they would need to head in anyway. Ash and Larvitar quickly build a nice bond and some real trust here, as it's new to the world, trying not to be afraid of everything in it. And now, on the path, they come across Entei, the real Entei this time, and that's pretty exciting. At one point, we run into an Elekid, the pre-evolution for Electabuzz, that is checking in on the group's break site before both the Elekid and Larvitar get captured by Team Rocket. As now they have to go after them, they run into Casey again, who has definitely had some time to grow as a trainer and really start finding her own footing, now with her Bayleaf being evolved into a Meganium. She was trying to find that Elekid and wants to catch it, so after working together to stop Team Rocket and get these two back, Casey battles and catches the Elekid. Larvitar is just happy that Casey is going to take good care of the Elekid, and we get to see that she is halfway done getting all of her badges, now having 4 of the 8. We then get a trippy episode featuring a sick unknown, and I don't know why, but seeing this image of the unknown in a little bed with a little washcloth on its head, whatever that is, it's just really funny. And then shortly after this, we get to Larvitar's final destination for a drop-off with its mother. So not too much time with Larvitar, but it was fun while it lasted. And Larvitar gained some nice confidence along the way. We now meet Harrison, who is from a different region, specifically the Hoenn region, which we speak about our journey through there in part 3. He is here to compete in the tournament as well, and looks forward to a nice little rivalry with Ash. And we get to see the Ho-Oh Shrine be the start of the torch running event for the Silver Conference, which it is now time for. Wow, time flies. Ash and Gary meet up again and continue their rivalry for how well they're going to do against each other. They all have to pass their screening matches so that the brackets can be made, resulting in Ash defeating a Furret, one of my more favorite Pokemon, with Pikachu, as we see that both Gary and Harrison also pass no problem. During the night in excitement, Ash can't sleep and finds that Gary can't either, as they both spend the night looking back on their journey as trainers, with Gary pondering of what kind of trainer would Ash have been if he didn't arrive late that day. How would things have changed for either of them? They vowed to give it their all, but no matter what, if they have to face each other along the way, there is no holding back, fully wanting to give each other the battle they deserve. I think this was a really sweet moment to show how much both of these two have grown, how much respect they have for one another, and what's ahead for their futures. They even work together for the opening ceremonies when Ash gets tied up by Team Rocket, and Gary has to save him as they now chase them to get Pikachu back, as Jesse and James also collide with a torch runner, and Gary catches the torch, and the two of them help the injured runner and get the flame back to the arena to make sure it's transferred in, signifying the official start of the end. Okay, that sounds a little dark. The official start of this tournament. Ash gets caught up the next day in a weird love, but not love triangle, as this one girl Macy who helps out save her Vulpix from Team Rocket becomes infatuated with Ash, where Misty jumps in and she asks if Misty is his girlfriend. They get into a whole big screaming match about it, but Ash needs to focus on crafting his team, needing water Pokemon as Macy will be his first opponent, and she has fire-type Pokemon. All he has access to right now is Kingler and Tonadile, but surprise, surprise, Officer Jenny brings Ash a familiar friend, his Squirtle, who rejoins Ash for now, especially after Kingler gets injured and won't be able to battle. And as the battle starts, Ash has Totodile go out against Macy's Slugma, but after Totodile is getting the upper hand, she recalls the Slugma for now and sends out a surprise for Ash, an Electabuzz, so Ash responds swapping Pokemon as well, sending out Phanpy, with Ash having a solid backup typing in the event of this happening. But Macy is annoying, so she recalls the Electabuzz and sends back out Slugma, but Phanpy still takes it out. She sends in Quilava, who takes out Phanpy, so Totodile comes back out, and then she swaps back to the Electabuzz. Great, this is so annoying. I get the strategy. You're still insufferable. Electabuzz takes out Totodile, leaving Ash with only Squirtle left. And that's okay, because Squirtle comes through here, skull bashing the Electabuzz to knock it out, and then against the Quilava, hydro pumping it out of commission, resulting in Ash as the victor of the match. But this is just part of the preliminary rounds for the semifinals. The 48 trainers who pass the screening are split up into 16 groups of 3, and only one of the 3, based on the points of how their matches end, is able to advance to the victory tournament, with Ash having 3 points for winning his match match, and Macy now defeating Jackson and earning 3 points, Ash must now face Jackson and try to beat him in order to have enough points to win out of their group. Ash switches around some Pokemon choices for his party and is ready to take him on. We start off with Azumarill versing Pikachu, and Ash is able to work with Pikachu, taking out Azumarill. Where now more sparks will fly thanks to him sending out a shiny Magneton that is able to overpower Pikachu and knock him out. Cyndaquil comes out next, and it does its best but ultimately loses to the Magneton as well. So with one Pokemon left, Ash sends out Bulbasaur to handle things, being able to stop the rampage of Magneton, and then hold up as long as it can with a Meganium, serving to be quite the opponent where they both end up feigning at the same time, leaving the match as a draw, but giving Ash enough points to technically win overall. They show some good sportsmanship. Both Harrison and Gary made it out of their groups as well and into the top 16 with Ash, but in the first matchup here, Ash will go up against Gary. Finally, the rival fight is about to happen, maybe a bit earlier than expected. The fun of the rivalry comes back with Gary getting under Ash's skin. This is going to be a tough battle, and Ash truly has to give it his all here more than ever. We get a deeper look into why their rivalry is so strong and where some of these deeper feelings are coming from. Ash pulls out a smaller white bottom half of a Pokeball, where he tells Brock and Misty that before Ash and Gary got started on their Pokemon journeys, they both liked to fish at this similar spot around Pallet Town, and Ash catches a Magikarp who flails and hits him in the face, to where now Gary laughs at him and pokes fun at how he can't even name moves that Magikarp would have. In competition, while fishing at this spot, they both end up getting hooked on a Pokeball under the water, as they both tugged on it and it splits in two, seeing who is going to win this battle of strength, with Ash getting the technically smaller white half and Gary ending up with a larger red half. Ash calls this a draw, but Gary disagrees with this. It's either that Gary won or nothing, because to tie with Ash would be just as bad as losing, which is pretty harsh. Ash holds on to this half still as a reminder and good luck charm, but is now confident to finally get a win against Gary. This was a nice little look into the relationship Ash and Gary have had, seeing right before they left that there was this rivalry between them already. But what was their relationship before this? It's something to ponder over for now. Ash, along with his friends, try working on a strategy based on all of the options of Pokemon that Gary has and may use. Then, like a gift from the heavens, to help out in this tournament, Charizard appears from the sky as Brock made a reach out for him to come and visit. Perhaps a secret weapon. Professor Oak arrives to speak to both Ash and Gary as well before the match, upgrading their Pokédexes with new data. It's now all led up to this. Ash sends out his Tauros as Gary sends out his Nidoqueen, which we know how much of a powerhouse that Pokemon is for Gary, and it's able to literally grab life by the horns, or in this case, Tauros by the horns, and deliver an inescapable Hyper Beam, taking Tauros out completely. Heracross comes out to play, good to see him again, as Gary switches between Nidoqueen and Magmar. And the two go at it for a while, but Heracross's Mega Horn takes down the Magmar. But Gary doesn't really mind. He just sends out his Blastoise now, and the battle fiercely continues. This is a larger battle, being a full 6-on-6, so there's a lot of action left to go. Blastoise's power was too much for Heracross, though, and we get another old friend to return, Muck. He does a decent job holding up against Blastoise, but Ash switches Muck out for Bayleaf, but despite her best efforts, is left knocked out from Blastoise. Ash's mom and Professor Oak reminisce over the boys' younger days growing up, cluing us into a less rival-filled past before things changed for them. Ash sends out his Snorlax, and Gary has his Arcanine at the ready. And Snorlax shows off how strong he truly is, and takes out the big fire dog. Nidoqueen comes back out, but that good old Ice Punch that Snorlax has takes out the Nidoqueen as well, leaving the match at a tie so far, both trainers having 3 Pokemon left. Ash is truly giving Gary a battle worthy of his respect, and potentially a lot more than he anticipated for. Gary sends out a Scizor, who wastes no time to find a lead, taking Snorlax back to Dreamland. Muck comes back out but gets tossed around and diced up, leaving Ash with one final Pokemon. That's right, no, it's not Pikachu. It's Charizard, showing that throughout all of his battles here, he uses one of his original 3 starter Kanto Pokemon each. First Squirtle, then Bulbasaur, and now his Charizard, which, will just count as the Charmander, but, it evolved twice and the others didn't. After a long time of training, becoming a better disciplined and more battle-ready Pokemon than ever before, and now fully willing to work with Ash on a respectful level, Charizard is back and it's a beautiful sight to see. He takes out Scizor pretty easily, then pushes through Golem like he's Chris Redfield and he's punching a boulder, leaving the final matchup between Charizard versus Blastoise. Ash starts coming up with some sort of tactics as the typing advantage is all in Gary's favor here, massively. He has Charizard burn the field to surround the arena in nothing but heat, making Blastoise kind of stuck. Blastoise tries to keep up by cooling things off, but Charizard goes in for some close-up combat, where Charizard grabs Blastoise for a seismic toss, ignoring the biting coming from the Blastoise, as they slam into the ground, causing a dust cloud for them to hide the results in, as everyone waits to see who's the winner. The dust settles and Blastoise picks itself up, staring intensely at Charizard, who is glaring right back, but he couldn't hold himself up for long, collapsing, and Charizard had won the fight, meaning Ash had just won the battle, defeating Gary Oak for the first time in a real and meaningful way, to show how much he has grown, to no longer feel like he is in the shadow of Gary, having to play catch-up and be belittled by him. Ash and Charizard share a special moment of excitement over the battle, and Gary speaks with Ash privately later that night, giving Ash the top half of the Pokeball, showing that he had it with him this whole time as well. He shows a calm respect for Ash, declaring him a real winner, as the rivalry is no more, or at least no longer a mean-spirited one. Shaking hands and having Gary there to root for him now. Also, yeah, this was like the first match that he didn't use Pikachu for. His most important match, maybe to date, at least for personal reasons, and he doesn't toss in his boy at all. Very interesting to note, but it's okay. It's time for the next round, with Ash now having to go up against none other than his newer rival from the Hoenn region, Harrison, who sends out a Kecleon, as Ash now uses his trusty Pikachu. This is another 6-on-6 battle. We all are excited for Ash to go all the way with this tournament, especially now that his biggest challenge is behind him. Things start out well with Pikachu defeating the Kecleon, but Pikachu gets slashed up by a Sneasel. Totodile avenges Pikachu, defeating the Sneasel, but Hypno does the same avenging of his own, sending Totodile out of the match. This back and forth showed itself to be a stacking layer of skills and strategic plays, but who will send out the heavier hitter to stop this first? Snorlax is back and takes out the Hypno, and after a brief intermission, the match continues, where Ash now sends out Noctowl, and Harrison sends out a Steelix, who is just enough bronze to take out Noctowl's brains, leaving Ash to send back out his Snorlax, who handles taking out the Steelix with some nice and powerful combos. Harrison now sends out Houndoom, who runs through Snorlax no problem. The back and forth knockout for knockout hasn't stopped. Nothing here is too one-sided. It could go to anyone this match. Bayleaf comes out and gives it her all, ending in a body slam to the Houndoom, bringing Harrison to his last Pokemon, Blaziken, a Generation 3 Pokemon and the full-evolved version of the Hoenn Firestarter Torchic. This power-foul anthropomorphic beast is something to fear, easily taking out Bayleaf and becoming the perfect opponent for Ash's Pokemon, Charizard. This battle is probably one of the most exciting yet in the series. Pure powerful skill from two tip-top fire Pokemon who try to best each other, with a final test of strength when both of them get back up after some massive attacks on each other, with Charizard sadly falling back to the ground, giving Harrison the win, and Ash is officially knocked out of the tournament. Ash is pretty bummed about this, but his Pokemon did great, and he worked well implementing more strategy into his battles. He still beat Gary, and he has a full group of people who are there supporting him. We get to see a nice goodbye to Squirtle, who heads back to the Squirtle Squad. Harrison in the next match would lose as well, with none of the three who we were looking at here making it to the end to become champion. Ash blames himself for Harrison's loss because of Blaziken being too hurt for battle in the next round, and later in the night the two have a conversation, and Harrison mentions that Ash should go and travel to the Hoenn region, meet even more new Pokemon, see what new experiences are out there that await him. Ash, of course, gets excited over this, wanting to check out what an even further away region could hold. We also get to see how smart Gary is when it comes to knowing things about Pokemon, where we've seen some hints about this in the past, but here he has a new goal in mind for his future, and that's becoming a Pokemon researcher, studying evolution to fully try and understand it. He bows out of further Pokemon tournaments, no longer believing that this is his journey, giving props to Ash and giving him encouragement for his journey as they part ways. Harrison, Gary, and Ash all head down their own separate paths from this point. On our main trio's travels back, Misty gets a call from her sisters, who are leaving for a trip, and they need Misty to come back home and look over the gym and be its leader. She's not really ready to leave this big adventure though with Ash, but Ash is all for her taking some time to go be a gym leader, even surprising her with her bike all fixed up thanks to Nurse Joy, back from when Ash took it and got it destroyed in the first episode. Instead of being happy at this, she runs away emotionally. She feels that Ash doesn't care that this would split up their group after their adventures, even though he was just looking out for her and repaying his long overdue debt. She then ends up getting harassed by this trio of trainers while being in this state that basically force her hand into battling them, where it's 3 against 1, but Brock and Ash jump in to make it a fair 3-on-3. Misty notes that she could have handled this all on her own, and they knew that, but the opportunity to battle together as a trio was something they didn't want to pass up. After all of this, and some Team Rocket stuff, Ash tells Misty how good she is as they head out onto their paths home. Misty, while still being sad, makes sure Ash knows to take care of Pikachu and, of course, himself, also mentioning one last thing to him, and that is to just keep doing your best. Ash notes that them meeting, this whole journey, was meant to happen. Whether it just randomly started or not, it was always meant to be, as Brock adds on that they all have become best friends, walking until they hit a 3-way intersection of paths that all lead them separately back to their hometowns. Brock has had to head back home as well, but didn't want to bring it up until he had to, as they all give some thoughtful goodbyes, with Ash being given a picnic set up from Brock and Misty giving him a handkerchief that it gets wrapped in. Ash is emotional at this, as after they separate, he runs home crying. Once there, he also finds that Gary had already made it back home and left, also leaving behind all of his Pokemon to go start anew on his own path. But Ash goes and finds him to figure out where he's going, only to mask that he doesn't know where he wants to go now. Gary is off to learn more about Pokemon as he tells Ash to go spend some time and figure out what's next for him. And Ash hands him back the top half of the Pokeball that was split as a gesture to always be connected and remember each other while on their journeys. Ash is now back at home outside, sulking in the fact that his friends are not around. He feels alone and doesn't like it. But then he sees Ho-Oh once again in the sky, this time in full color, flying in the direction of a new region, unexplored by Ash, the one that Harrison comes from, the Hoenn region. Following Gary's lead once again, he wants a fresh start, but dealing with Team Rocket shortly after this, he knows that even without his friends being directly there, they are always with him, and willpower to always move forward. He gives Professor Oak all of his Pokemon, clearly not Pikachu, and wants to start a new journey in the Hoenn region. Ash's mom knew this was probably coming and packed him some fresh new clothes and a fresh new backpack, and she also got him a ticket for the ferry to take him from Kanto to Hoenn. His Pokedex is upgraded to have information on the Hoenn region Pokemon now, and Tracy promises to take care of his Pokemon that are there. And Ash, now feeling more determined and excited than ever, heads to the ferry to go start the next leg of his adventure. Ash and Pikachu are now on their way to a brand new land and are excited to further their bond with one another. They've come so far in becoming a dynamic duo, both in and out of battle, as they together will now brave a solo adventure, unless you count the fact that they have each other. As Ash changes into his new clothes, slightly changing his look now, and sees Hoenn coming up in sight, with new Pokemon like Wingull, Pelipper, Wailmer, and Sharpedos all around, expanding the horizons even more for their Generation 3 journey to begin. But just before we arrive, Pikachu isn't feeling good, and comes down with a bad fever, stopping the excitement and bringing in all this new worry as we end one journey and start our next one. What will become of Pikachu? Well, guess that's for us to discuss next time. However, we still have another movie to talk about, one that also includes some prominent Pokemon from the 3rd generation, that takes place during Master Quest before we get to the whole Silver Conference. Pokemon Heroes, Latios and Latias, and oh my gosh, is that a Porygon in the intro? They do care. While Pokemon Heroes still takes place with our original trio and during the Johto region, I really see it as a fresh new start for the Pokemon movie franchise, mainly because the English movie numbering title theme is gone. But what doesn't change is that you do get some Black Star promo cards of the title Pokemon with the home video release, so that's awesome. Now with our trio in Altomar, and in a water racing contest through the canal streets similar to Venice, we see some invisible silhouettes of new Pokemon we've never seen before. Ash ends up having his Totodile pulled by one of those silhouettes and forcing him out of the race, where Misty ends up winning the race, which is nice to see. Ash isn't mad though, it's just all a fun little competition. We hear about the Guardians of Altomar, Latios and Latias, Pokemon that don't come around until Generation 3, but they get a fun movie before then anyway. Ash meets a mysterious non-verbal girl who captures his attention, but these new Team Rocket members knows of the disguise that this Guardian can pull off by becoming this girl, where the girl is really Latias, and Ash doesn't know this, so he thinks that she's just getting attacked, so he steps in to rescue her. But at some point in their escape, she disappears to Ash's confusion. We then learn about the DMA, the defense mechanism of Altomar, which will tie back to those Team Rocket members that we see Annie and Oakley. Ash then spots the girl again and chases after her, as she leads him to a fake wall that they can run through, and on the other side is a secret garden paradise, where she is alone, swinging before Ash is attacked by Latios. And then another girl who looks exactly the same comes, who can speak, and confronts Ash as we learn that this other girl, who is not speaking, is secretly Latias this whole time, surprising Ash as this was the Pokemon's disguise, as she was taking a liking to him, wanting to spend time playing, as we are now shown their ability to sight share, seeing the bond these two guardian Pokemon have, projecting an illusion around them of what the other one sees. We learn that there was a father Latios who was there originally that passed on, leaving these two as orphan sibling Pokemon, and that there is this soul dew that contains Latios' soul, and if in the wrong hands has the power to destroy the whole city, which with how important this item is, has these two Team Rocket members dealing with it. And when in battle with the Rockets, who catch the Guardians off guard, Latios jumps in to protect Latias as he gets captured so she can escape free. The pair then place Latios in the DMA, along with the Soul Dew, and get inside of the controls themselves. And while doing so, resurrect an Aerodactyl and Kabutops, sending them to hunt down the Latios, which happens to be with our main trio. But to make sure no one escapes or gets in, they use the machine to lock down the city, with Ash and Latios being the only ones able to do anything about it right now, with everyone else being trapped. But because of this, have to deal with the fossil Pokemon that are coming after them. Misty and Brock send out their Pokemon to help in the meantime, as Ash and Latias are getting into a bit of trouble here. One of the Team Rocket members, Oakley, starts getting mad with power, thinking she could control the entire world with this machine, as Annie is concerned for her motives now. The machine starts going haywire, Ash makes it there and just shocks the heck out of Annie, who is just standing there, and then takes it. But now to save Latios, Latias helps lock the machine to pull him out, as brother and sister are united again. Annie gets Oakley just to try and leave, but then she touches the blackened Soul Dew, which triggers a tsunami. And since she got hurt, that begs the question, Annie, are you Oakley? Alright, I understand why you may hate me with a burning passion. Now to save the city from the massive tsunami, the two Guardians work together to calm and ease the water back into the drained city, saving everyone who lives there at the expense of Latios' life, becoming the new Soul Dew in replacement of their father. As through sight sharing, we get to see an existential look at the afterlife, floating away from Earth until fading into nothingness. Okay, Pokemon, can you chill with making me feel some type of way here? Now that the town is saved and the trio are getting ready to head out, Ash gets a kiss from Bianca, and a gift as well. Or wait, was that Latias? I guess we'll find out one day. Oh, and that drawing we get to see is really nice. And now when our trio head back out, we see more Latios and Latias flying in the air as the cycles continue to protect the area. Heroes is a fan favorite film by many Pokemon fans, and it's easy to see why. It just makes you feel emotions, sets the story in a fun location, and makes you experience death. And what could you ask for more in a Pokemon movie where someone or some Pokemon's gotta die? And oh boy, is this one another tearjerker. Heroes is fantastic. It's really cool to see how much this Guardian Pokemon likes and trusts Ash, from just enjoying their day to then saving it. The relationship between Pokemon and humans is always shown to be so important, and is understandable as a language you would know. Another language I know is Italian. Torneremo presto, which translates to, we'll be back soon. Ash with his Pokemon throughout Johto definitely go through some massive growth moments. From some old Pokemon to all new Pokemon he met and added to his team. From a big growth arc with Charizard who has to get to a certain point of maturing to learn to hone his attitude and rage, learn to grow stronger and work well with others, Charizard was a lot to handle in the original seasons. And the several times we see him here throughout Johto, he's always come back in to show off how well he's doing to help Ash when he's in need, and each time he comes back, the better he is in attitude and in battle, becoming one of the most powerful and now loyal Pokemon Ash has, or had. It's a complicated relationship, but I'm happy to see this growth. Pikachu, I think, grows at an average level with Ash here, nothing more than really strengthening their bond like usual, but Ash has a great emphasis on team building with so many of the new Pokemon that Pikachu is just there for the ride. Kind of the same with Bulbasaur until he is able to find purpose helping the professor, taking care of Ash's Pokemon back at the lab. Squirtle got a nice ending with purpose as well, returning to lead the Squirtle Squad, and coming back to help Ash when he was in need. And as far as past Pokemon that he caught, it was nice seeing Ash bring in these older Pokemon like Snorlax, Muck, Kingler, and even Tauros. seeing Ash using them for battle strategies and growing as a trainer through what he has learned. If Ash were a Pokemon, he would have grown the most here. But since we are following his journey, yes, Ash fully grew throughout Johto, becoming a stronger trainer, both in his passion for bonding with his Pokemon and for how he started to apply himself with battle strategies, type advantages, and really understanding it all. It felt like you were learning all of these too. He was someone you could relate to and mastering it. He felt like he was there to learn and grow with you rather than just teach you for the sake of reiteration. He acquires a Heracross early on who is this powerful beetle Pokemon that has an incredible amount of strength. He acquires a Cyndaquil that he helps empower to find its inner strength and confidence in itself, especially in battles when the enemies are most times way bigger. Totodile joins Ash and is an energy-filled, powerful little guy. Noctowl is the brains, and the battle strategies and learning how to overcome certain circumstances really stem from Ash's time with Noctowl. Larvitar is breaking out of your shell, learning the world isn't scary and learning trust, and finding that confidence. Phanpy came to be another powerhouse for Ash, being this reliable fighter that is just a happy little joy. Beedrill, while he instantly gave him away, was a nice symbolism of getting over his past mistakes as a younger trainer, and helping a new younger trainer. But by far, the biggest and most impactful relationship here was Ash and his Chikorita, from her independent beginnings to her literally jumping into his arms every time she came out of her ball, to show love to Ash for how thankful she is to be around him and battle with him. She's powerful and represents the strength that Ash has, while still having that soft emotional side. Again, something that Ash also has. Things at some points were a bit rocky when she grows in size when evolving into a Bayleaf, but they both grow from this in the ways how Ash now speaks to her, and her learning to show love in a way that doesn't accidentally hurt him and have a level of self-control. Ash and his Pokemon on this part of the journey are a definite highlight, and I love that Pokemon aren't just caught and forgotten about for the most part throughout all of the series. And here in Johto, we truly see it on full display. Whether it was Ash's relationships he makes along the adventure or strengthening the ones he already has, the Johto journey here is full of new friends, old friends, and even a bear. Returning characters like Richie and Todd, who join in for a few episodes, are really fun to see. While Richie being there didn't really add too much other than a fun reprisal of a character, having Todd back helping out the lodge with his photography and seeking out his own ventures still is a good use of the character being there. Casey was a great new addition that we meet several times at different moments in her journey in the region, growing as a trainer, learning new things every time we revisit her. Ash also gets into some more personal moments with a majority of the gym leaders, giving us moments to really get some time with these powerful trainers, and in some cases, Ash ends up helping them more than they could have ever imagined. Ash's bond with Misty and Brock is also really wholesome, at least in a good amount of the moments. We still have to push through moments mainly, with Ash and Misty and their competitive nature, and Ash always somehow getting everything over her and her not getting some time to shine, but she does end up doing so and becomes such a passionate and powerful trainer, and Ash shows her this respect in the end, never doubting her capabilities. Brock becomes a great strategist, working with Ash and coming in clutch with ideas or decisions, like calling in backup from some of his old Pokemon friends when he needed them. But my favorite relationship in general is Ash and Gary. Where we left them on a level of respect from the last series, Johto really puts their relationship to the test, where Ash is still playing catch-up and hasn't been able to surpass him in any way. And this rivalry still builds as Ash proves that he can be stronger and eventually being able to defeat him in a real high-stakes Pokemon battle, where the rivalry turns back into what we learn it was before all of this, a friendship. Gary gets to find new passions, and Ash gets the acknowledgement that he isn't a loser in someone he respects eyes, both leaving on their own paths with a piece of a Pokeball that they initially fought over. And hey, only one ban episode this time around, episode 250. It never premiered in the US, as it involved the Pokemon Jinx, and we all know from the last part that Jinx has a design issue, and this episode, it wasn't gonna cut it. But well, now it seems we've reached the end of the second stretch in our complete journey through Ash's Pokemon adventures. We've seen and done quite a bit already, met a lot of new friends, Pokemon, and more. We've encountered great mysteries and fantastical moments that truly make this generation of the Pokemon anime extremely special and held at such a special place in my heart, along with the original series. While we still had some letdowns like Ash's time being responsible for the GS ball, turning it into, well, nothing, the series still offered a lot more of a challenging experience that really helped strengthen Ash's bonds to his friends, and of course, course, to his Pokemon. But next time on our journey with Ash, things are going to be quite different. Not just because we enter a brand new region, the Hoenn region, we all meet new companions for Ash to adventure with, thus changing the group dynamic and allowing for other characters to grow off-screen while Ash furthers his on-screen. So next time on our complete guide to Ash's Pokemon journey, we enter the next generation, full of more new adventures, world-building Pokemon, and a whole lot of more surprises to come. Thanks so much for watching. Like and subscribe. I'll see you next time. Later.
Morty! Morty!
Oh, Rick.
Get in the car, Morty! Get in the car!
Oh, Rick, I was asleep. I was having a little Morty sleep.
Morty! Get in the damn car now! Get in here!
Oh, why?
Get in the fucking car, Morty! He's not coming with you! Leave him alone!
I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police.
He's sick of it! He's sick of the adventures! Get in the fucking car, Morty!
You leave my brother alone.
Get out of here! You leave him alone! Morty! Get in the car!
What's going on, Rick? What's happening?
We're going on an adventure, Morty. Classic Rick and Morty bushland adventure. We're gonna go for a drive. Big old drive, Morty. 8-hour drive.
8 hours? What do you mean? Where are we going?
Morty, we're gonna go get me cube. We've gotta go to Bendigo to get me green cube. We're gonna go to Bendigo, Morty.
Oh, Rick, Bendigo? Isn't that 12 hours away?
Morty, check it out. I did some science to me portal gun. And now it's also a real gun. I've got a real gun, Morty.
Why are you holding it to my head, Rick?
Morty, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna kill you today, Morty. You're actually gonna die. I'm gonna blow your head off.
Oh, Rick, please, if this is a prank, it's not funny, alright? Could you please just stop the car and let me out? It's actually starting to scare me a lot
Shut
now.
the fuck up, Morty. Shut the fuck up. I'm so tired of you. All you do is whinge and complain. It's really getting on my nerves, Morty. I'm gonna kill you and then I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna drive this car off a cliff and we're gonna die. We're gonna die, Morty.
Oh, Rick, I don't want to die. I don't want to
We're
die.
gonna die, Morty. We're gonna die today. We're actually gonna die.
Oh, no, Rick, no.
Wait 1 sec. We're gonna go get some petrol first. Morty, while I fill up the tank, go get some chips and shit for the drive. Get a paddle pop, Morty.
Just these and the petrol for pump 4, thanks.
So if you want, you can buy 2 of these for only $1 extra.
Oh, nah, just this, thanks.
You can get a bottle of water from the fridge, 50 cents extra.
No, thank you.
Do you have a rewards card, sir?
Oh, nah, just want to buy this stuff, thanks.
Morty, what's taking so long?
Oh, I'm stuck. I can't leave. Oh my god! You just killed him, Rick!
He's a bureaucrat, Morty. I don't respect him.
Rick, I think you've said that before. It's out of context here.
Nah. Oh no! I filled it with diesel! Oh shit! Oh, the car's dead, Morty. There's nothing we can do. We're gonna walk, Morty. We've got to walk to Bendigo. It's gonna be 8 days, Morty. 8 days to Bendigo to get me cube. 8 long days, Morty. This is our walking along the highway Rick and Morty adventure.
really gotta go pee. Where can I go?
Oh, don't worry, you cute little Morty head, Morty. I'll take you to the bush dimension. You can pee behind a tree there. We're in the bloody bush dimension, Morty. You can pee here. Go behind that tree there, Morty. That one. That tree. Do it. Yay, Morty, yay.
Okay, don't look. Ow! A snake bit me!
What?
A snake bit my penis, Rick!
Oh, no. I've got to suck your penis, Morty. I've got to suck your little Morty penis to get the venom out now.
What? But you're my granddad!
Oh, come on, Morty. Just one little suck. It'll save your life.
I don't know, Rick. Isn't there another way?
Sorry, Morty. It's the only way. I've got to suck your little Morty penis.
Oh, the venom's really starting to hurt.
Don't worry, Morty. I know a guy in the bush dimension who'll be able to help us. We'll go see him. Old mate Dougie, the bush wizard. Let's go.
G'day, Rick. Wabba-lubba-dub-dubs.
Dad?
No?
Awkward turtle. So, how's it going, Dougie? Me Morty got bitten by a snake. Anything you can do?
Oh, yeah. One sec. Let me check my bag. Put this on your cock.
What?
Put the witch stick grub on your cock.
Why? Oh, just put the witch stick grub on your cock, Morty.
Oh, jeez. I don't know.
What are you, racist? Just put the witch stick grub on your cock.
Put the witch stick grub on your cock.
Okay, fine. Put it on there, I guess.
Put the witch stick grub on your cock.
Okay. What now?
Morty, you're so gullible, mate.
Huh?
We just pranked ya. That's not a bush wizard. That's your dad.
Yeah, I knew that.
Shut up, Morty. You didn't know.
Had no idea.
We made you put a witch stick grub on your naked cock.
What about the snake venom?
Oh, it was an earthworm, you idiot. God, you're dumb.
What? No, it was a snake. It bit me.
Oi, Jerry, Jazzy boy, we've got to go to Bendigo. Can you help us out?
Oh, no. Can't take you to Bendigo. I can take you to Uncle Barry, though. He can take you there.
Oh, yeah, of course. Uncle Barry. Yeah, take us to him. That'd be great.
Alright, see you later, boys.
Oh, I bumped my head.
Get in the wombat hole, Morty. Welcome to the ancient bush cave of Uncle Barry.
Gullah, 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 gullah.
Oh, yeah?
Ow! You put fire ants in my hand.
No, I didn't.
They're right there. You can see them.
You're being rude, Morty. They're goblins.
Kick the ball! Kick the bloody ball!
Uncle Barry.
Yeah, mate, that's me. And who am I speaking to?
Name's Rick. Dougie sent me.
Look, I don't know who you are, but you look like a top bloke. And I know this is weird to say, but I feel a strong bond between us.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I've only known you for 15 seconds, but it feels like 15 years.
Grab a fucking stubby, mate. You're a damn legend. Charlene, bring these Ripper legends some stubbies and a pack of Mentos.
Sick.
Kick the ball.
Yeah, kick the bloody ball.
So where is off to?
Me and me mate Morty here have to get to Bendigo. Get a green cube. Dougie said you can help.
Bendigo? Yeah, I can take this to Bendigo. Actually, you know what? I've got to go get me wheel alignment done there. Yeah, no worries. I'll take you to Bendigo. We can go in the ute after the footy.
Oh, sweet as. See, Morty, things are gonna be all right. We're going to Bendigo.
Wait a second. Who the hell he is?
What?
Oh no, his dementia's playing up. Uncle Barry's got dementia.
Hey, just get into my house. I don't know who you are.
Barry, it's Rick and Morty, remember? You just met them. Calm
I
down.
ain't calming down for no one. I don't know these blokes. I've never met them in my life. Get out! Get out of my house!
Oh, screw Rick I know I sometimes play pranks on you, like getting Dougie to put a witchy grub on your little sausage. But you are a true blue Australian hero, mate. And I wouldn't go on these crazy bushland adventures with anyone else. I love you, Morty.
Oh, this is real love.
Wait, don't tell me.
It's me, Uncle Barry. My dead soul floated right into the bloody ute. Can you believe it? I'm Ute Uncle Barry.
Unfucking believable.
Me husband's a bloody ute.
Up in, boys. We're going to Bendigo.
Yes!
Guys, I'm not gonna lie. Last few weeks have been a bit rough for me. I've gone through some bad personal stuff, but when you two came and just killed me, and my soul went into the family ute, I feel like I've become a new man. I think things are finally looking up for Uncle Barry.
Buzzer, you bloody legend.
See you around, mate. Righto, take care of yourselves, Rick and Morty.
Bendigo. Beautiful Bendigo.
Yeah, Bendigo.
What do you see around you, Morty?
I see trees, scrubs, nothing really.
So, where's the cube? I don't know, you're the one who said it was in Bendigo. What the fuck are you talking about, Morty? I never said that. What do you mean? Why are we here then? I don't know, I was following you, Morty.
A huge thanks to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's episode. Sometimes taking steps toward mental health can feel daunting, but BetterHelp makes it easier. To get started, you just answer a few questions about your needs and preferences in therapy. That way, BetterHelp can match you with the right therapist from their network. You can message your therapist at any time and schedule live sessions when it's convenient for you. If your therapist isn't the right fit for any reason, you can switch to a new therapist at no additional charge. Our staff is included in the 2 million plus people who have taken steps forward for mental health with BetterHelp, and we highly recommend speaking to a trusted licensed therapist. Get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/cinemasins. The link is in the description.
Oh, sorry.
Movies that make COVID an unnecessary part of the plot. Ooh, nice. A period piece. I sure hope they got Edith Head out of internment to do the costumes.
It's from Miles.
Not understanding the dynamics of a live broadcast feed.
What can I do?
Tell him no.
Insinuating there's ever been a Zoom call ever in the history of Zoom calls where the participants heard and spoke things in complete synchronization and without a single second of lag.
Genius always looks like insanity at first, all right?
Like the movie Brick.
I'm a hard light on climate change. If that scares you, go stick your head back in the sand.
This is not how political candidates courting votes usually speak. This is how political commentators usually speak. A politician would be more likely to say, I believe the science behind climate change is real and serious, and I'm the one who can fix it. Directly followed by exactly 0 examples of ways to do so.
Everything is so woke these days, it's out of control.
Yes.
Love you. Yes.
There's no possible way that A, Birdie has a straight visual shot to any corner of this crowded room while sitting on the floor, or B, would have been able to hear him say this with all the COVID pod shenanigans going on all around her. She appears to be pointing at this corner to see and hear this guy. How? Yes, of course, someone like Duke would have a Scarface poster hanging up in his house. I think that's what the joke is. Duke sees himself as a man of power, even though he isn't. But can we just send the fact that it's Scarface? Props crew prop for making this an actual stereogram. But if you're going to design a hidden button, don't you think it should be somewhere a little more off-center? Finding the box's click Taurus should be much more difficult.
It's a compass.
Mom. Jackie Hoffman is the best.
So, a fugue is a beautiful musical puzzle based on just one tune.
Songs as a musical puzzle? Is this movie stealing from the January Man? Also, thank God Birdie is having a party in the middle of a pandemic so that Yo-Yo Ma can solve the music puzzle for them. Or else, How did they figure this out?
See the center wheel lifted up?
Sure, a fugue is, as defined by Yo-Yo, a musical puzzle that when you layer the tune on top of itself, it becomes a beautiful new structure. But that isn't an intuitive clue whatsoever. How does that clue lead one to think I need to lift the center wheel? Anyway, we're all thinking the same thing at this point, but only I've had the balls to say it. Fugues. A curious thing happens from the time CNN interviews Claire to now. The coronavirus cases go down globally from somewhere over 4 million to just over 800,000 when they interview Dr. Fauci. The United States goes from just over 1 million to just over 160,000. And they've changed the graphic from globally to global cases. Feels like the movie took real footage of CNN's interview with Dr. Fauci and did their own during Claire's interview. Or it's just an average day on CNN. The way Helen solves this box, being mirrored by the way she solves the final puzzle of the movie, is such beautiful thematic disruptive symmetry that I have to peel another thin layer off.
Blanc, I saw you go in the engine room.
The movie introduces the possibility of Benoit teaming with Jessica Fletcher and doesn't follow through. Also, this marks Angela Lansbury and Stephen Sondheim's final appearances on film, so here are a couple more sins for these legends no longer being among us.
Lockdown hasn't been easy for any of us. But Philip told me you haven't left the bath for a week.
Baths are gross, even at reasonable amounts of time. You're basically just stewing in your own filth. Add to that, once you're in there for a while, the water gets cold. I'm just saying, I don't care how bored he is. I'm guessing Blanc isn't likely to sit there long enough to be germ soup or freeze his Benoit balls off.
Did you solve the murder of, what's your name? That, the ballet dancer with the thing and the thing.
Spoiling the plot to Tender Mercies, a Knives Out Glass Onion Benoit Blanc Netflix prequel mystery.
Tyrell Miles? No, never met.
Did Miles not send the manifest with the boat, or even to sudden throat spray Ethan Hawke? I know he's an idiot, but with that much money, certainly he pays someone to keep the uninvited off the island.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Greece.
Sudden throat spray Ethan Hawke, who I just mentioned, but I'm still somehow surprised by this extra snap bracelet that shouldn't exist. It's amazing how mysterious Ethan Hawke doesn't bother to get out of the car and give Andy the weird COVID shot during this entire dramatic entrance. He shows up in the background as the scene ends, but he just seems to be having a conversation with her, and I have a sneaking suspicion it's not even Ethan Hawke anymore.
The question isn't why do you invite her? It's why did she show up?
No, why did he invite her is a good question, actually. If they just went through heavy litigation and had a major falling out, what would the purpose be of inviting her? Aside from the there's no movie if it doesn't happen reason. Sure, I guess he could have invited Andy as cover in case her apparent suicide was ruled a murder, but he had almost no time to use the puzzle box for that purpose. Andy sends the threatening email on May 11th. She was murdered the next day, and the puzzle box was delivered to everybody on May 13th.
My friends, my friends.
Oh, and also two people you aren't expecting to see and will somehow be consecutively shocked by, even though you're scanning in their direction for much of the next few minutes.
Hey!
Hey, bro.
Not here.
But you are here, and unless Trooper Wagner from Knives Out has a twin brother we don't know about, but Benoit Blanc somehow did, I'm gonna need an explanation as to why he doesn't immediately recognize your face. Little known trivia, Brian Johnson had his friend Joseph Gordon-Levitt voice that sound effect, marking the first time his giant dong has been on screen. Now that seems like a sin.
Oh my God, it's full of stars. 2010, year we make contact.
Explaining your Kubrick references. Be patient. Initiative comes to thems that waits. That's from Clockwork Orange. Here's Sydney.
Lionel, you are too sexy to be a scientist.
That's scientist-ist.
You remember that night you almost pancaked me with it on the road outside of
Anderson Cooper's birthday.
When this conversation is flashed back to later in the movie, Duke clearly says Andy, and yet here the Andy is missing. And this is weird, since we don't know Andy is dead yet and that her twin sister is playing her. I suppose the movie doesn't want you referring back to this later before it reveals Miles as the killer, but it's a pretty massive cheat. Also, Duke doesn't even bother to correct Miles over this, even though he doesn't even know Andy is dead yet and has no idea how to benefit from that knowledge.
You never know when shit's gonna go down.
The slogan for the American Plunger Society somehow clogs up the script.
Will you break more things? Break bigger things? Are you willing to break the thing that nobody wants you to break?
Ryan Johnson, you sneaky bastard. Miles doesn't realize it, but he's drawing the exact blueprint Helen will use to finish him off later. And this screenplay is so brilliantly intricate that I'm gonna have to disrupt the sins and remove one more. I was really planning to like Andy until she started sarcastic clapping her way into the conversation.
That was some real red pill stuff, Miles.
Using a Matrix pill reference to win any philosophical argument, no matter what side of the argument you're on, cliche.
It's a dangerous thing to mistake speaking without thought for speaking the truth, don't you think?
Preach, baby, preach! I could either take another sin away for saying it, or add one for the seeming lack of our culture's ability to hear it, or I could just say Twitter. During this entire sequence, before the murder mystery dinner, Benoit finds himself in all the perfect places to witness all sorts of important information at just the right time. I don't know how the he does it. It's f***ing insane how much pertinent information he received during his walk around the mansion. I guess he can see her, but she can't see him. I know she's putting her hat on when he turns the ass cheek, but how does she not notice the face in her peripheral vision when she's looking this way? Also taking your attempt at cracking the case too literally.
This is a smokeless garden.
Having this kind of a system but no signs that tell you not to light up in the first place.
That's Jeremy Renner's small batch hot sauce. I let him invest. He sends me like a pallet every year. Take a few bottles.
They'll also come in super handy when you need to make it look like not Andy is bleeding to death later in the movie. So by all means, pocket the hot sauce for no other reason than that.
I apologize. I don't know your drink, but, pick your poison.
Remember these words for later, folks. I think this will be very interesting when we find out that Miles is Tyler Durden and that while there always was a Roy, there never was an Aaron, counselor.
Or, come on. Wait, that's impossible.
I agree. Look, I love everything about the setup and payoff of what the Mona Lisa means to this movie. But I don't care how hard the pandemic hits, no one is renting it out without a man detailed to oversee its protection.
My mom took me to Paris when I was 6 years old.
Skip!
Yeah, why not? As Watson said to Holmes, it was Bertie who planted a remote device on a crossbow in revenge for you stealing her signature red diamond.
Must have been really hard to find someone who would paint Kanye West this way until Miles ran into Kanye West. Ruining your headline's alliteration by having one P word start with an F sound.
I hired Gillian Flynn to write the whole thing.
Oh, she's quite good.
She's goddamn expensive, is what she is.
For someone like Miles, there's no way that hiring Gillian Flynn to write his murder mystery party could have in any way been that expensive. Hell, Gone Girl's movie rights were bought for $1.5 million. Even if she requested 10 times that figure, that's a whatever expense for him. Blanc is now going through all the murder Miles motives for everyone on the island except Andy, who he knows is Helen. Seems like that would be the one to lead with, and leaving it out seems like a careless and un-Blankian way to draw attention to her. Earlier when Miles explained how the Mona Lisa protection worked, he said after it was set off, it had to be released by pushing the dunce boy down here. But now it's just automatically resetting after a couple seconds with no one pushing it. Why? Also, if the sound of a phone alert sets it off, how is it not set off by the music or even conversation? Why is the protection sound-based anyway?
My life was taken away from me by someone, by everyone in this room.
Dragging Peg into this nonsense.
Duke's smiling.
Yeah, we find out later it's because he just got a Google alert that Andy was dead. So you're telling me that Duke, of all people, saw that news, and instead of freaking out about who was impersonating a dead woman on the island, he immediately figured out that Miles killed her and came up with the plan to blackmail him for a TV slot? This makes none of the sense on so many levels.
Everything works out in the end. You just gotta keep the faith.
I saw Keeping the Faith back in the year 2000, and I can say without hesitation that you shouldn't go anywhere near keeping the faith. This is a nice sleight of hand here when Miles gives Duke the glass of alcohol that's going to poison him, but it sure makes me wonder why we couldn't hear Duke say Andy a minute ago, if we're gonna cheat the viewer. Also, Miles really puts a lot of stock in the fact that this switcheroo won't be noticed by the people in the room and the audience, but especially Duke, who already has a drink in front of him. Luckily for Miles, Duke wasn't holding his glass like he has been for the entire scene, or this doesn't work at all. Duke takes exactly 10 seconds to go from taking a drink to full anaphylaxis. And that's just too fast. It can happen within 2 or 3 minutes, yes, but 10 seconds is what happens when a movie develops an allergy to inconvenient medical reality.
My guess is something was put in his drink, intentionally.
How is no one here immediately on the pineapple train? The plot needs everyone to think it's poison so that they could be misled that Miles was the target. But this is clearly an allergic reaction, and Duke's aversion to pineapple is public knowledge.
Boat can't come till low tide in the morning, 6 a.m. at the earliest. Do they understand the situation?
Do you understand the situation? I understand Miles' boat captain doesn't want to make the trip because the dock is a piece of shit. But cell phones work, right? Duke was getting Google alerts. Why can't anyone call the police? Plus, there's a dead guy. Swim the last few feet, slackers.
Oh, that is...
That's your glass, Miles.
I know the movie cut to an extreme close-up of the glass, so we could clearly see Miles' name on it. But how the can Birdie read it from where she is? Andy got a personalized glass just like this one earlier, and Duke's was obviously similar.
He picked up mine.
Sorry, guys, but I'm not watching this in a theater. I'm watching it on Netflix, so I decided to rewind to the scene that is being flashback to here. And I noticed that Miles gave him the glass, so case solved. It's not 1933 anymore, bitches.
Where's Duke's phone?
It just dinged. It must be here.
Despite this phone having constant Google alerts the rest of the evening, it conveniently only chimes the one time Miles is near the body so as not to give him away.
When did his gun disappear?
The movie tries to make me believe that the guy who sees everything somehow missed the gun being taken from Duke.
Aha! Here's my phone.
Cool. So why are you using the screen as illumination instead of turning on the flashlight that you were bragging about earlier? Benoit now runs after Andy, and they end up running into each other in a place where the killer just so happens to be perfectly set up to shoot her.
Helen!
Helen? He called her Helen. We don't even know that name yet, and the movie is suddenly giving us a chance to know something's up. Still, Blanc doesn't know for sure that no one else is around, and that doesn't seem like a mistake he would make, considering all that's on the line.
We only need one last piece of information, and only you can.
Being this accurate through glass with gloves on at night. And that's before we even get to the convenience of the bullet stopped by a meaningful object cliche that's coming up later. Also, even if you're a dumbass like Miles, why would you take this shot from behind the glass with a witness? Haven't you ever played poker, Worm? It's called picking a better spot. All the suspects arriving to the scene of the murder cinematically and simultaneously.
Peg, radio the mainland. Tell them to send the boats now.
Does Peg have a more persuasive tone of voice than Lyle does? Didn't they tell him they wouldn't go out there because Miles only has a low-tide dock? I think you're gonna have to give her more instructions, right? Underneath this transition to the second half of the movie is the fugue that Yo-Yo Ma was so kind to come in and ma-splain to us earlier, indicating that the movie itself will now play the same tune underneath itself for the second half to reveal hidden layers of musicality and meaning, because apparently I didn't hate Ryan Johnson enough for being a genius yet. Of course, it should be another sin-off, but my spite will turn it into a sin because I too had hidden layers. Why did Helen leave the hammer inside the box?
Well, what do you do in Alabama?
I teach 3rd grade, so a lot of zooming.
Something tells me that in the not-so-distant future, all education in the United States will be known as zooming.
Miss Brand, what can I do for you?
The question for me is, how did Helen find Benoit's address in a short time, and why did she go straight there instead of making a call first, especially in the teeth of the pandemic?
Andy didn't commit suicide. She didn't leave any note.
Maybe Helen doesn't trust the cops detectives who handled Andy's death, or they didn't believe her story. But it would be nice to hear that from her before accepting the fact that she immediately went to Benoit Blanc for help. 2:45, but earlier in the bath it said 2:39 on the laptop, and that scene went on another 2 minutes, meaning you were still in the tub at 2:41. Not only that, but this scene started 2 minutes ago at what should have been 2:43. Take another 30 seconds off for walking from the bath to out here, and I'm sinning that there is no human who should look this put together after being in the bathtub with a hat on 90 seconds ago.
Google said you were the world's greatest detective.
So wait, it didn't give you a bunch of fictional detectives like Batman or Sherlock Holmes? How did you refine your search to get Benoit Blanc so easily?
I've not seen your sister's death in the news. Did you release a statement?
No. Was I supposed to?
Does it require a statement for everyone to know about the death? This is a celebrity, or at least someone well known.
If I pulled a few strings, I could keep it from leaking to the press for another week.
Keeping the death of one of the most famous women in the country a secret because Blanc is going to pull a few strings. You're gonna have to explain this string theory to me, or I'm calling bullshit.
You cut your hair, you wear her clothes.
Oh, you really think I can fit into that
Helen must have that Christian Bale power from The Prestige, where she can tell the weight difference between twins when there isn't any.
I'm a detective, Helen. I'm not a bodyguard. I'm sorry. I can't help you.
Blanc rightly realizes he's putting Helen in harm's way and calls off the plan for about 15 seconds until she convinces him to put her life back in jeopardy by showing him her revenge boner.
Now, come on, walk me through these journals.
And do it out loud and in a voice that almost sounds like you're narrating some really important movie exposition.
Now, 10 years ago.
Believe me, I tried to read this journal. Even if I could make out every word, it's hard to think it has anything to do with the story Helen is about to tell. Something about indulge, to imitate them, suggest you are under their spell, and maybe some sort of technique she used on her friends, but hell if I know. This is a very mysterious journal entry, and I wonder why we even get a glimpse at it.
You know, I wanna be responsible for something that gets talked about in the same breath as the Mona Lisa. Forever.
What does that even mean?
Oh, sure, we can question the meaning of this, but Benoit doesn't even bother to ask what the hell
His first venture was movie phone for foot massages.
means. I have been studying this napkin for what exactly Andy and Miles turned into the company called Alpha and why it's such a huge deal, but I guess the movie's answer is they got into crypto, and that's all we need to know.
So based on the napkin idea,
Helen and Blanc are now expositing out loud through a second public location, even though they should probably be on the down low because cinema, baby. There's no doubt that James Baxter is the best journalist writing about capital E entrepreneurs today. But can we just for a moment recognize that when I frequently hear the word entrepreneurs out in public, I think it's the French word for sexual intercourse. This outburst of destruction will lead to finding the all-important napkin, and I don't think this destroying things when you're angry will lead you to the answers message is good for the kids. And you know how much I care about the kids. Too bad that when they show Andy writing this email, the subject found it doesn't capitalize the it, like the one we saw earlier did.
you must be really great at Clue, huh?
It's just a terrible, terrible game.
Well, my students love it.
You play Clue with third graders over Zoom?
I signed off on putting Clear in a manned mission.
Yet another time where Benoit or Helen got in perfect position to hear something that could be important to the case.
You're telling me that it could literally turn people's homes into the
Hindenburg?
How the f*** had she not talked to Lionel about this yet? Like, if she cared more about people's lives or her reputation than the money or getting elected, wouldn't she have asked the science guy of the group about the dangers before signing off on it as governor?
You didn't even write back. I never email anything that I wouldn't want to see on the front page of the Times. That's why I called. We all did.
Claire says she didn't email back because she's a politician. But what is everyone else's excuse? Did they not email back so that the movie could put everyone at Andy's house on the day of her murder?
And when we couldn't reach you, I went to your house.
Lionel and I got there at the same time. Duke was already there.
Let me get this straight. After at least a week of no response, the three of you just happened to show up at Andy's house at the exact same time? That's film astonishing. Sorry. That's plot amazing. Damn it. One more try. Oh, that's convenient f***tastic. There it is.
He almost got in an accident on his motorcycle. He was driving so fast.
Andy, I almost got pancaked.
Since both of these characters don't have any idea that Miles killed Andy, and that Helen is playing Andy right now, why is Duke still not mentioning that the person who nearly pancaked him was Miles? Yes, Miles interrupted him earlier to say Anderson Cooper's birthday, so maybe he feels the need to keep his mouth shut? But keep his mouth shut about what? That Miles was at her house for a murder he doesn't even know happened? Also, he's obviously told this story before to Claire, and he was about to ask Miles if he remembered him nearly pancaking him outside of Andy's house before with no hesitation. So doesn't Claire know that Miles was there too? Or was Duke being careful about mentioning it when he told her?
Do either you two want to do a session or what?
So they came in here, and Serena was already on the screen, sitting completely still reading a book. And she didn't say hello or anything else when they entered. Why the f*** not? Dookie, how's the peeping? How's the peep? Oh, Benny, how's the peeping on the peep? Oh, fake Andy, how's the peeping on the peeping on the peep? Oh, okay, that's too many peepers, I'm out.
Are you going to do it for me? Not that.
Coitus interruptus, the perils of whiskey, I guess.
The YouTube channel's dying. He needs the exposure.
Look, I barely believe Duke heard this through the window, but I really don't believe Benoit or Helen heard it from their vantage points. At least have the window open, for God's sake.
The envelope. Whoever killed your sister took that envelope to protect Miles.
I mean, maybe, I guess. But how do you know Andy didn't hide it away to where no one could find it? Seems like a bit of a leap to base the entire success of the case around it, no?
They'll have to hide it in that room.
No, they won't. They could hide it anywhere on this island. You sure are doing a lot of assumptioning tonight for the world's greatest detective.
Search their rooms.
Yeah, but aren't their rooms opened using their biorhythm monitors? How the f*** does she get into them?
He deserved what he got. And you are better off without him.
Boy, a good thing for the movie that Helen, fresh off her argument with Duke, had the presence of mind to say,
He's a son of a whiskey. Leave his ass.
so that there could be a misunderstanding during this scene when Helen has no idea that Duke is dead. It's the catalyst for Miles running out of the room and getting everyone separated so that Helen Andy's attempted murder can happen. Helen lies dead just long enough so that whoever tried to kill her doesn't know she's alive. Oh look, we finally arrived at the bullet stopped by a meaningful object cliche. We made it, guys!
Killer thinks you're dead.
And somehow we have enough time to talk about it and rub the Jeremy Renner hot sauce on your clothes before anyone comes out to see you alive. Wow, the way sound carries in this place, you'd think people would have heard that, but they don't. Why exactly would you keep the red envelope or the napkin for any reason? I know you don't expect anyone to rummage around your room in a house on a private island looking for this thing, so it makes sense why he thought it would never be found, but man, you could burn this thing and it wouldn't hurt you one bit. And that's exactly what you do in front of everybody later.
Look into the clear center of this glass onion.
Roll idiots.
Ignore his lies, everyone, and think clearly now. What did we all actually see?
Well, you assholes didn't see as far as I'm concerned. You weren't paying attention to whether Miles handed Duke the glass or not, because that's not something people pay attention to or tell themselves to remember as it happens.
Right out in the open, he told us. You remember that night you almost pancaked me with it on the road outside of Andy?
Anderson Cooper's birthday.
Yeah, out in the open for a few of you. But not at all for the people in the audience who didn't hear that Andy the first time through.
What is reality?
Kate Hudson. That's the sin removal. Why would he still be carrying the phone around? All right, he's an idiot. But how are you smart enough to take the phone but not smart enough to ditch it afterward?
He didn't need to hide the death. He just needed to hide that Duke had shown him the death moments before he was killed.
And for Duke to just so happen to have a pineapple juice allergy so that he could kill him quickly.
So dumb, it's brilliant.
No! It's just dumb!
Writing a line so hilarious, sneaky, meaningful, and brilliant that it will become a meme misused to defend all sorts of dumb thus becoming an ironic Ouroboros eating its tail in a never-ending circle of brilliant stupidity.
How could you ever prove that that's the original? She might have copied mine.
No, the bar closed 9 years ago. And hers has one thing that yours just doesn't.
I'm not entirely sure that would still prove it, actually, since someone could simply have old napkins sitting in a drawer in their house. Or someone could remember the pattern or the logo on the napkin and recreate it later. And if you think that's too much work to forge proof, think about the motivation someone might have to take control of a billion-dollar company. I'm not a lawyer, but I certainly would put a lot of doubt in people's minds until someone discovered I didn't have a license and he kicked me out of the Burger King.
But this is the real world. And in the real world, you need more than a neat little detective story. You need evidence. And you've got nothing.
Nothing? What about the fact that Duke told everyone your car was seen speeding away from the crime scene? Or that you were caught red-handed with Duke's phone? Or that everyone just saw you burn that napkin? I'm not saying it's a slam-dunk case, but there's certainly enough here for a jury to make it interesting.
He's right. The contents of that envelope and his possession of it were our only physical evidence.
Yeah, but you guys f***ed that up, right? By merely taking the envelope out of the office and showing it to everybody in the big reveal, that ship had already sailed. Because all I have to do now is say, envelope? What envelope? You mean the one Andy's twin sister produced and nobody saw where it came from? I'm kind of surprised Benoit didn't tell Helen about the chain of evidence here.
Anywhere you go, it's going to be your word against mine. How do you think that's going to go? I think it's going to go about like it went for Andy. Jesus.
Sure, but I bet Lionel here is willing to wait for it. And so begins the finale of destruction. If the plan is to blow the place up, why is she starting with all the little I mean, I know the story reason, because it lines up with Braun's disruptor speech earlier. But for the purposes of this plan, it's really just wasting time. Also, to be clear, there's a very large chance that this idea planted by Benny and executed by Helen results in her own death and the murder of several people. The fact that Blanc lights this fuse and then walks to safety is some pretty top-shelf dickishness, if you ask me. Also, over 2 minutes of smashing 2 minutes! This is somehow just as long as Limp Bizkit's break stuff, and maybe, weirdly, I can't believe I'm saying this, not as satisfying. The fact that any fire safety systems wait until the script says it's time to kick in is some bullshit. Fire safety systems can't even read. Also, I love how when they finally do kick in, they do absolutely nothing to stop this small fire except make the fire look more cinematic in the rain.
Hindenburg.
Everyone who hasn't been murdered already survives this. Now the movie's going to waste time on a full-minute slow-motion race between Helen and Miles with the Mona Lisa's fate in the balance, complete with the Nat King Cole song and everything, followed by 30 seconds of Edward Norton anguish. After the movie revealed all of its secrets, this smashy, explodey, fiery ending is f***ing exhausting. Also, burning the Mona Lisa just because some asshole owns it.
Did you get the son of a bitch?
Being this casual about attempted murder, or for all you know at this point, actual murder.
Be careful. Lionel, you're a scientist, not a publicist.
Damn it, man, I'm a doctor, not a torpedo technician.
Listen, kid, I've been hearing that crap ever since I was at UCLA. I'm out there busting my buns every night. Tell your old man to drag Walton and Lanier up and down the court for 48 minutes. I need danger, the hunt, the challenge. I need nos. I just wanted to say that. We got a great weekend.
We have a great show for you tonight, Janelle. My name?
Someone reset the box.
Dad's recycling the crap out of that box.
You want revenge? You want to slit Miles' throat? You want to take us all down? What? Just drop the bombshell. Say it. Say it. I want the truth.
You want to hire me to go to that island?
It's a stupid idea, right?
Listen, I want to be clear. Huh? I'm Batman.
Look me in the eye, Claire. You know it's a lie.
Answer the question, Claire. It's 30 minutes away. I'll be there in 10. There goes the friggin' Mona Lisa.
There are 2 Ks, 2 Es, and 2 Rs in this logo, but they don't get any special Shrek treatment. This logo is racist against like 80% of the qualified alphabet. 8 seconds of a book not opening and then finally opening. You could win a bull riding contest in that amount of time.
Once upon a time,
Narrating. Shrek tears out 1 page, but the story in the book skips ahead all the way to the wedding of the princess and the knight.
like that's ever gonna happen.
It took only 90 seconds for this movie to get to its first joke. Also, by dramatically crumpling this page, he just made extra work for himself to make it viable toilet paper. Also, Shrek apparently depends on books to wipe his ass. Also, movie literally wipes his ass on fairy tales, informing us this is going to be a new, fresh, subversive take on the genre. That will need 3 sequels and a spin-off. Also, why does Shrek even need an outhouse? Apparently, the medieval outhouse has working plumbing with a flushing toilet. We can't play this song, but Smash Mouth. Also, the song All-Star, by which the word ubiquitous was nearly replaced by a Muzak version of this song in all the dictionaries of the world. I guess the fact that Shrek bathes in mud or shit or something is supposed to be like one of those Addams Family jokes where their pleasures come from awful things, but I can't figure out why a guy who likes to bathe in mud would even bother going through all this work to do it. That's right, kids. There are 2 fart and poop jokes in the first 2 minutes. Are you not entertained? If there are several notices out for rewarding folks for finding and killing the ogre, why the hell would Shrek advertise his exact location, no matter how terrifying he thinks he is? Well, we've seen shitting, farting, and burping in the movie's first 3 minutes, and with Cameron Diaz voicing a character, I'm sure we'll see semen in the hair later.
Well, actually, that would be a giant.
Any reason the ogre is Scottish? Hey, I liked SNL, so I married an axe murderer and fat bastard just as much as anybody. But man, does everything have to be Scottish? Yeah, I know. If it's not Scottish, it's crap. I laughed at that a long time ago. Does it have to be the reason?
This is the part where you run away.
Yeah, but don't you guys have pitchforks and rakes and stuff? I mean, sure, the torches are toast, but Jesus, these guys don't even take a swing at it.
Wanted fairy tale creatures?
Can we pause for a second and ask why an ogre that lives by himself in medieval times can read? Okay, carry on. Also, I guess these villagers are a trusting lot, since there's no amount listed on the reward notice. If they bring in an ogre, the bank will just be all, hey, thanks, you win a set of steak knives.
5 shillings for the possessed toy.
I know we're making fun of Disney here, but we're seriously gonna believe Geppetto sells Pinocchio for 5 shillings? The witch got 20 pieces of silver, so he could totally get at least 50 on the black market, especially since his face is plastered on a wanted poster. How is it possible all the fairy tale characters on these wanted posters got captured all in the same day? Shrek is posting signs literally steps away from the fairy tale death camp roundup.
By the order of Lord Farquaad.
Whoa, Farquaad? I know this is a kind of double entendre you put in a movie for adults, but who wants their kids going around saying Farquaad whenever they want?
Man, that's some strong gases eking out of my butt that day.
In this fairy tale, every character has to reference their anus at least once.
My house.
Hey!
I understand the blind mice could sneak in, but how the hell did the rest of these characters get in here without Shrek seeing them? He's having dinner right by the door.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I don't care how magic these fuckers are. There's no way they had time to build up an entire camp, light fires, and settle down while Shrek made dinner. And without him hearing. I mean, Jesus, the old woman that lived in the shoe brought her f***ing shoe house.
You're coming with me.
Even though Shrek clearly doesn't like Donkey, he lets him tag along for whatever reason. All Donkey has to say is Farquaad is in the castle, and that would be enough. But we need comic hijinks, damn it.
Now tell me, where are the others?
Didn't Farquaad just evict and displace like hundreds, maybe thousands of fairy tale creatures? But the gingerbread man is supposed to know the whereabouts of everyone else? Wouldn't torturing those other prisoners cast a wider net? Sure, it's offensive, but I bet that stick tastes delicious.
Please welcome Cinderella.
How would marrying Cinderella make him a king? Cinderella is not a princess, unless the whole story of Cinderella has already been told, and the magic mirror is suggesting that Farquaad steal her from some other kingdom's prince after they get married.
Okay, number 3.
Who picks the girl in a castle surrounded by molten lava and a dragon to be their queen, even if you're gonna just pawn the job off on someone else?
But I probably should mention the little thing that happens at night.
Somehow, Magic Mirror decides to withhold the most important information about Princess Fiona during the dating game spoof. You know, because of comedy and because it'll be a big surprise later.
That's the place. Do you think maybe he's compensating for something?
So this is obviously Disneyland, and Farquaad is obviously some representation of Michael Eisner, in a movie made by a studio headed by Jeffrey Katzenberg. Shrek is like an ex-girlfriend, bitching about how lame and stupid her ex-boyfriend was, but secretly wants to get back with him. Medieval Castle has fully functional speaker system, but still relies on fire for light. Of course, the tiny welcome dolls have a butthole reference ready.
What is that?
Luckily, every CGI character rendered in the early 21st century had identical shocked faces.
The one who kills the ogre will be named champion.
That's perfect motivation, but from what we've seen in this movie, no one is brave enough to take on Shrek for any reason. In fact, I'm shocked the entire arena didn't start running in a mass panic when they saw him walk through. What the is a giant beer keg doing in the middle of an arena? Knights on the left must have passed out from the alcohol fumes, because they definitely weren't affected by the spray of the keg. Good thing this horse pen, which is in the middle of an arena by the way, has wrestling ring-style ropes. Crowd cheers a hideous ogre assaulting their own men, because he has a good finishing move. Donkey makes the climb up this sheer rock, despite having no opposable thumbs or working digits. If you're an evil dragon with a castle, why would you even have a bridge over your fire moat? Or if you stole this castle, why not just burn the bridge? Is it for the pizza delivery guy? Also, looking at the impossible nature of this place, I wonder how they got supplies here so that Princess Fiona wouldn't die while being held captive.
That'll do, Donkey. That'll do.
That's a Gordy reference right there. I feel so smart when I get it. Come on, how the does Shrek fit that knight's helmet over his giant head? And why would he need it, except for the dramatic reveal a few minutes later? Even though the dragon has Donkey right in its path, she forgot the match to light her convenient fire breath. Thanks to the extremely real physics that occur in everyday life, Shrek gets thrown straight into Fiona's room so the quest can be more convenient. And yeah, he's an animated ogre from a fairy tale and all, but still, he survives this. Given the amount of carnage in the front of the castle, I assume the dragon usually makes short work of her prey, but it takes her forever to even be in position to kill Donkey.
You're a girl dragon!
Of course she is. All females of every species have lovely lashes, and they're all susceptible to flattery. And dragons can be attracted to donkeys. Why not?
You didn't slay the dragon?
It's on my to-do list. Now come on!
But this isn't right!
Fiona totally saw Shrek falling through the ceiling into her room, but apparently thought this is how it was supposed to happen until it was explained to her. This is cute and all, but it would have taken either a dragon with excellent penmanship or someone working for the dragon that would later die violently to write this. Also, this dragon needs a cookbook for the nights she eats. Seeing as how the movie has already shown plenty of dead knights lying around the castle with their limbs strewn about, I highly doubt this dragon needs a cookbook or prepares food in any proper way. Or, wait, is that what she feeds Fiona? What the hell is a dragon gonna do with all this gold? It's not like she's gonna go to town and plop down $50 for a handbag. Mike Myers' character gets hit in the balls, example number 3567. The dragon's fire breathing can easily reach Shrek and his friends, but for some reason she's suddenly become frigid. Princess Fiona apparently has Lois Lane disease, where she couldn't see Shrek's ogre face through what was basically an open helmet.
There's Bloodnut, the flatulent. You can guess what he's famous for.
Oddly enough, Bloodnut was a molecular biologist. Also, apparently when DreamWorks decided to do an irreverent comedy, it meant passing as many gas jokes that would cut the cheese. Also, The Lion King somehow turned stargazing into fart jokes too. What is it about looking into space that makes cartoon screenwriters think of farts?
And the first thing I'm gonna do is build a 10-foot wall around my land.
And Mexico will pay for it. It's pretty obvious Fiona, despite being in the privacy of a cave, decided to leave her green dress on, despite the fact that she changes into a much plumper ogre. But somehow she doesn't tear through her clothes like She-Hulk.
People take one look at me and go, ah, help, run! A big, stupid, ugly ogre.
Well, except for the donkey, the princess, everyone at the swamp, and just about everyone Shrek has met on this journey that's not an asshole. Jesus Christ, you can practically see Neil Armstrong on this moon, it's so big.
Show me the princess.
On-demand voyeur porn. Also, magic mirrors, which are amazing magical things, apparently have VCR rewinding functions. And can't this thing pause on the image? While she's using a thin leaf to guard against the heat of the rock on her left hand, Fiona puts her right hand directly on the scalding rock, and thus will have a disfigured claw for the rest of her life.
Of course, oh, ooh, da la la.
In what f***ing universe besides this one has Robin Hood been French? This guy throws an apple to Donkey, so he'll seem like even more of an asshole. But I think we know who the real asshole here is. While Princess Fiona takes part in this, even for 2001, tired Matrix parody, I'd like to know how she kept physically fit enough to do all these martial arts just one day after being rescued. Also, when exactly did Fiona learn Kung Fu? She was locked away for a long time, yes, but were there books or spare senseis sitting around in the Dragon Castle?
Flower-a-thons, this would be so much easier if I wasn't colorblind.
And yet, Donkey still picks the right flower anyway.
The princess here was just...
Okay, despite the fact that we're being total assholes to this movie, that's funny right there. Removing a sin.
Hey, what's that? Is that blood?
There was no blood on the arrow Fiona pulled out of Shrek's ass. It's an adorable shot to have these leaves flying up around Donkey when he passes out, but it would have been helpful to have those actual leaves around him when he's lying down to sell the bit. But seriously, how the f*** does Fiona know how to do all this shit after living in a f***ing castle for who knows how long? Shrek and Fiona are dicks to woodland creatures. Relationships that start off with casual domestic battery are almost always successful.
I'll cook all kinds of stuff for you. Swamp toad soup, fish eye tartare, you name it.
I'd like that.
Shrek conveniently leaves out the part where he kills the fish by farting in the pond.
I've been this way as long as I can remember.
And I just happen to have exactly the same type of features as the ogre that accidentally happened upon a mission to come and rescue me.
By night one way, by day another. This shall be the norm.
Sounds like yet another convoluted curse conjured by a witch who likes to keep her punishments creatively convenient to the main character of the story. Also, this was actually part of the book that Shrek tore out and wiped his ass on, which is a coincidence upon an accident, upon a riddle, upon an enigma, or something.
You're different.
I'm ugly, okay?
Yeah, but only in an I'm in an animated movie getaway. If this were real life, and if Fiona were into nitpicky assholes, I'd probably hit that.
Princess, how's it going, first of all?
Shrek musters up the courage to talk to Fiona at the time she's supposed to be asleep, and the door is nice and left open, so he can misunderstand whatever he hears when he gets on the doorstep.
Princess and ugly don't go together.
Let this be a lesson to you, fellas. Screw that whole psych myself up speech before you talk to your lady. Otherwise, you'll accidentally hear a completely out of context conversation that will make you think you have no chance. Also, Shrek takes a time out from being a gross out kids movie or parody movie or whatever the hell it is to become every rom-com you've ever seen.
You heard what I said?
Every word.
Shrek outright lies about hearing every word so the misunderstanding can continue to happen.
Ah, right on time.
A guy like Farquaad would not be happy that Shrek made him ride all the way out here to pick up Fiona. But because the plot demanded that Shrek get here just before Fiona turned back into Cameron Diaz, he had to make an excuse to do this stupid bullshit.
There was a secret chord.
Man, this Leonard Cohen song is so much better than that stupid cover in Watchmen. How did they tailor this dress in a few hours? Sudden Dragon here. Even after being collared and basically chained up the last time we saw her, she found a way out of that and even flew in the right direction to run into Donkey. Also, how the hell does the dragon get all the way out near Duloc without anyone seeing or hearing her? Wouldn't she also be pissed that she lost her captive and her donkey sex slave and release a reign of fiery terror on civilization?
The wedding! We'll never make it in time.
That's where the sudden dragon comes in. No one saw or heard the giant dragon until she was literally on top of them. Movie steals the stop the wedding scene from, well, it's Mike Myers, so Wayne's World 2. Couldn't they have slipped in the back to see what was going on instead of the whole window thing? Especially if it were that easy to crash the wedding. So Fiona didn't get married yet, and the sun is setting. But how the did she think this was going to work? How did she think the guy she just met and hates was going to be her true love anyway? I guess desperate times call for desperate measures and all, but damn. Phew, we had gone several minutes there without a burp or fart joke, and I was almost in withdrawal. So Fiona's going to take her true form, which is her ogre self. So why does the magic even bother to go through all this shit? That's like multiplying 0 by 0. Also, I'm calling bullshit on the true form thing being an ogre, since she was born to human parents. Why can't she just stay human and have a Kermit Miss Piggy relationship? I don't know how that works either, but this movie is making it sound like same must stay with same. Ain't no white girl gonna be with no green dude. The blast from the spell being broken will shatter all the windows, but the spectators are completely unharmed. These fairy tale creatures are back in place for the wedding, which brings up this question. Where the hell did they go when they were kicked out of the swamp? Wasn't the whole operation to round them up in the first place? Are you saying that Farquaad agreed to return the fairy tale creatures to their homes when he spent the whole movie exiling them? Also, what the was the reasoning behind Farquaad hating fairy tale characters anyway? We don't even get a they killed my brother story. Eddie Murphy played a dragon in Mulan, so I'm wondering if Donkey is supposed to be Mushu, reincarnated or something, and that's why this dragon loves him so much. Go to school! Also, the premise of Pixar's Up was surprisingly inspired by the DreamWorks logo in a Shrek movie.
Once upon a time, in a kingdom far, far away,
Once upon a time cliche in her reading.
until the sun went down, and they saw that their daughter was cursed with a frightful enchantment.
Prince Charming got the revised copy of the story Shrek was reading in the outhouse at the beginning of the last film, because this is the exact same story, only with extra details.
They sought the help of a fairy godmother, who had them lock the young princess away in a tower, there to await the kiss of the handsome Prince Charming.
Even for a fairy tale, this sounds like the worst plan ever. Instead of simply keeping the princess somewhere close, fairy godmother and her parents decide to put Fiona in some remote castle with a fucking dragon.
Traveling for many days and nights, risking life and limb to reach the dragon's keep.
Is it just me, or is it creepy that the prince traveled all this way just to get it on with a woman he doesn't even know, even though he's on a mission? I mean, I know we're a long way from Tinder, but this is pretty fucking desperate.
What?
Why the is this asshole living this far away in the castle? Wasn't there a happy ending in Shrek where all the animals could live in the forest again? Also, nice pork illustrated joke. But this is taking a love of ham to a sexual extreme that I didn't know existed until I saw it in this kid's movie. Also, I know Prince Charming is self-absorbed and this journey is super long, but how the did he not hear about Fiona's marriage to Shrek? I mean, not one asshole told this guy about the ogre who married the princess. Back in whatever time this is, 8mm cameras existed. Probably Nicolas Cage, too.
Maybe I'm in love.
Sure, it's not as objectionable as Smash Mouth's All-Star, but Counting Crows is the best you can do movie. It's 2004. Was Ashley Simpson not available? This image conjures up way more scares than I think is intended. Hansel, of Hansel and Gretel fame, opened up a gingerbread house for a romantic getaway? As in, the place where Hansel and Gretel nearly got eaten by a witch? And you're telling me after this incident that he experienced with his sister, he said, man, that would be a great place for a honeymoon. What the was Little Red Riding Hood doing in a honeymoon hideaway anyway? Does she have an arrangement with one of the couples and knocked on the wrong door? Or does she think her grandma married the woodsman? Mike Myers inadvertently invents a new category on Pornhub called ogering. How did the ocean pull off this trick? And why did this mermaid harlot start immediately kissing Shrek when she was thrown into it? And does Fiona really think a mermaid wanted to Shrek? I'm so confused. Movie goes a long way to make a Lord of the Rings reference with no payoff. There are still assholes trying to kill Shrek and Fiona even after the revelations in the last movie. Shrek movie is unable to hold in a fart joke for more than 5 minutes. With a moon this big, total eclipses should occur way more frequently and last longer than 2 minutes. We're supposed to believe these trumpet players walked the entire way from far, far away to Shrek's swamp, a distance that will be nauseatingly recreated in the next scene.
The king will bestow his royal blessing upon you and your, Prince Charming.
Why would this dude continue this message? In the first movie, everyone was freaked out by ogres, and in this one, they're still getting chased by pitchfork-wielding villagers.
Don't you think they might be a bit shocked to see you like this?
Why would they? How did nobody hear about the wedding in the last movie? You know, the wedding where some sort of magical pixie fairy dust changed Fiona into an ogre forever? Even in these times, the news would have spread faster than this.
But they're my parents, Shrek. They love me.
They love you so much, they put you in a fucking castle thousands of miles away, guarded by a dragon, and only by the luckiest of circumstances could you ever return.
They just want to give you their blessing.
Now I need their blessing?
Jesus, what was the point of the first movie if Shrek's just gonna reboot to being a sandy butthole, just so he can learn to open up again?
We are not going, and that's final.
Good to see that this joke was still very old back in 2004. The big bad wolf can just appear wherever he wants, even though he was 1,000 miles away the last time we saw him. This song, originally titled Off, was written by Nile Rodgers after being denied entrance to Studio 54, and Mike Myers played Steve Rebell in the movie about Studio 54. All this to say, this is the only interesting pop culture reference in this movie, and I'm 99% certain it was unintentional.
Are we there yet?
It's easy for me to say this goes on for some time because this Are We There Yet bullshit goes on forever. So, because it's an overlong joke wrapped loosely by a cliche, I'm gonna add 5 cents. Also, if I didn't live through it, you would have never convinced me that this movie made nearly $1 billion worldwide, and was once the 3rd highest grossing film of all time.
Heck, it ain't no in-flight movie or nothing.
I would like Donkey to explain where in this world, flight, movies, and in-flight movies exist. Seriously, this movie is f***ing 82 minutes without counting the credits. I'm convinced the initial cut was 23 before they started adding shit like this. The Kingdom of Far, Far Away has a Burger Prince, but it's tucked away behind a whole bunch of other shops. Someone forgot to tell these assholes about the importance of location, location, location. Apparently Rapunzel and Cinderella live in the same goddamn place. Who's the princess in this town anyway? Seriously, this news has never made it here. And I know it's far, far away, but give me a fucking break.
On Earth of A.
I think that's our little girl.
You know, the one that changed into an ogre every night and we sent to a castle thousands of miles away? Yeah, I guess that's easy to forget. They were so certain that Fiona had married Prince Charming and broke the curse, how did they send the proper invite to Shrek's home?
Well, I suppose that would be a fine place to raise the children.
Listen, if the movie continues to pad its runtime with overlong silliness like this, I will continue to sin that.
It's great, okay?
Well, for his type, yes.
This movie could have been some really subversive if Fiona had stayed a human princess. Perhaps a fun take on Guess Who's Coming to Dinner. But it sold out this couple in order to make more fart jokes. Was this dinner with a full turkey, a lobster, a giant fish, and a pig really meant for 4 people? Even if 2 of them are ogres? Look, I'm all for anachronisms. I voted for anachronisms back in 2056. But this movie is going too far.
Let's go, Kyle.
Why does Fairy Godmother need a flying carriage to get where she's going? And didn't she show up to Fiona's balcony riding a bubble from space?
Hello, Harold. What happened?
I know nothing, Joe, just the old crusade wound playing up a bit.
Shrek franchise continues its pattern of allowing people within earshot to hear conversations, only if it's convenient to the plot. Also, this is a fairy tale set in a completely different universe, but the Crusades also happen in their world.
So, what's new?
You remember my son, Prince Charming?
Charming.
Holy Prince Charming is Fairy Godmother's son? How the did they this up?
After I endured blistering winds, scorching desert.
Mummy can handle this. He endures blistering winds and scorching desert.
This movie in a nutshell. Do something, then have somebody repeat that something, then fart or have Donkey do something annoying.
Some gender-confused wolf.
That's 2000 Forest.
I mean, it wasn't my fault. He didn't get there in time.
How long did it take Prince Charming to go on this journey? I mean, in the first movie, Shrek was reading a book about Fiona, had time to go to Farquaad's castle, then went all the way back to wherever Fiona was locked up, brought her back, married her, and went on a honeymoon before Prince Charming got close to saving her.
Harold, you force me to do something I really don't want to do.
All this is a setup to Fairy Godmother going off her diet to eat at some fast food restaurant. But clearly her hired muscle thought it was time to beat up the king here. The director said, let's make this tavern sign a bite out of an apple. It'll make it look like even more of an asshole. Oh man, they dragged poor Tom Waits into this, didn't they?
Oh, God.
How the did they hear that?
There's only one fella can handle a job like that. Where could I find him?
I know the king has a personal stake in getting Fiona together with Prince Charming, but why is he doing all this himself? He's the king. Doesn't he have a mountain that can handle this? Why does Shrek wear socks when he goes to bed? Isn't he used to being in a swamp? Barefoot? The eels are on this soundtrack? The quality ratio of the music to the movie is approaching Purple Rain status. Even though her alter ego is an ogre-looking being, Fiona's parents bought her a terrifying ogre toy when she was a kid.
Sleeping Beauty is having a slumber party tomorrow.
That's a good joke, but was she really called Sleeping Beauty when she was a kid? And do all the fairy tale princesses live in the same era?
I just really need to make things work with this guy.
But what you really need to be doing is making that Scottish accent reappear. Really starting to think that the script for this movie was like 13 original lines, and the rest was just references to other better movies. Mike Myers' character gets hit in the balls. Example, 392. Also, movie confirms the fact that ogres have testicles in the same place as human, which is a question I didn't realize I had.
Puss! In woods?
Oh! With the Mike Myers connection, you're just the cat in the hat to me.
What do you reckon we should do with him?
I say we take the sword and neuter him right here. Give him the Bob Barker treatment.
I truly want to know what kind of life Donkey lives where he knows about stuff like in-flight movies, Shirley Bassey, and Bob Barker. If the world these assholes live in is one by which they have to ride a horse-drawn carriage to go somewhere, then knowledge of Bob Barker proves they're traveling stupidly.
Implore you. It was nothing personal to you.
Puss in Boots is apparently such a badass that he's the one guy with a reputation of being an ogre killer, but he's defeated by Shrek picking him up by the back of the fucking neck. Damn it, this movie's stupid.
I just wish I could make her happy.
We're supposed to feel sympathy for Shrek here, but all he's done in this relationship is boss Fiona around, actively ignore what she's saying, and read her diary while she was sleeping. So I'm saying, that sympathy until it's actually earned.
Think of the saddest thing that's ever happened to you.
I don't know, maybe hard to find a copy of The Adventures of Pluto Nash out here. Jesus Christ, the logic in this movie. This is supposed to be Fiona's fairy godmother. You're saying she appears for anyone that cries in the entire world?
I'm either away from my desk or with a client. But if you come by the office...
Yeah, all we need to do is show you a picture of the office, and you'll be able to find it.
A pinch of passion.
Hard to believe that a fairy godmother with this kind of power wasn't able to just turn Fiona into an all-day human with a simple little bit of magic. Charming would have married her, none of this would have happened.
Cinderella! There we are, lived happily ever after.
Yeah, but in the last Shrek, which was apparently only a couple of months ago, according to this movie, Cinderella was still available. So how did this story get written so fast? This fools anyone.
Puss, do you think you could get to those on top?
How does Shrek know what any of these do, let alone whether the ones on the top work on his particular problem?
Don't stool softener?
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sure a nice BM is the perfect solution for marital problems.
If the writers of these movies had a say in it, they would. The guy with the hat has to grab his hat before the door closes because Indiana Jones did it that one-time cliche. These people are so bad at shooting, I'm shocked Donkey doesn't make a stormtrooper reference. Shrek is a big, lumbering f***ing ogre, but displays some crouching tiger, hidden dragon moves out of f***ing nowhere.
He will rue the very day he stole my kingdom from me!
The script of these movies have notes in the margins that say, when in doubt, do something involving gas or poop. Remember your George of the Jungle training.
Hey, man, this don't feel right.
Donkey waits to object to this plan until after they've gone to the factory, broken in, stole the potion, and made their escape.
Shrek, I think you grabbed the 40th after potion.
Have I mentioned this movie made nearly $1 billion? Why does the mushroom turn into a rose instantly, but Shrek and Donkey don't turn into their handsome selves until later? Don't give me any of that, they're bigger so it takes longer bull either. This is a magic potion, goddammit.
Oh, come on, Elizabeth!
Movie goes for that sweet Sanford & Sons nostalgia that drove kids wild back in 2004.
It was a mistake to bring Shrek here. I'm gonna go out and find him, and then we're gonna go back to the swamp where we belong.
I guess she made this decision while thinking about her love for Shrek over the course of the day, even though she hasn't seen him since their unresolved argument last night. And the only thing she's discovered is that he abandoned her after reading her diary. I know it's a happily ever after potion, and Shrek and Fiona's love tie them together over space and time like Interstellar, and I'm completely fine with that. But if it requires two people in love to work, why would it turn a mushroom into a rose? And why wouldn't the potion have some sort of crossover effect between Shrek, Donkey, and the mushroom? And if Donkey changes into a stallion, why doesn't it turn Dragon into a filly or Catherine the Great?
Hot round buttocks?
I'm gorgeous, I'll say.
Damn, these milkmaids are so horned up that they'll hit on the first dude that passes out in their barn.
To make the effects of this potion permanent, the drinker must obtain his true love's kiss by midnight.
What a shitty potion if it has these kind of rules. I mean, the potion affected Fiona without her even drinking it. Shouldn't that already be proof of true love without a fucking kiss?
Tell the truth, will I ever be able to play the violin again?
Oh, you poor creature.
So, are talking animals common in this world? This asshole is literally in a horse-drawn carriage, where the horses are acting like regular horses, but he runs into a talking one and doesn't bat a fucking eyelash.
Fiona!
Shrek?
Shrek knows exactly where Fiona's room is, and Fiona came directly from there, so why wouldn't they just run into each other? Also, Fairy Godmother somehow knew that Fiona would yell, Shrek would hear the scream and run after her, they'd miss each other running through the castle, and he'd come running into this room, allowing her to switch Shrek with Prince Charming before she could see him. Also, how did Fairy Godmother know that Shrek would take the potion before getting back to the castle, setting up these shenanigans?
Shrek?
For you, baby, I could be.
Antonio Banderas is the best thing about this movie.
Shrek?
I, Fiona, it is me.
How in the ever-loving does Fiona not know what Prince Charming looks like? It's not like Fairy Godmother kept him hidden all these years, hoping she'd be able to do this switcheroo, and she wrote all about him in her diary.
If you really love her, you'll let her go.
Wait, she f***ing let him go? I mean, he could have said anything to get out of the room, then walked right back up to Fiona and won her back, right? Jesus, the silly conflicts this movie throws in for no reason are maddening.
People just ain't no good.
Man, this cover of Jeff Buckley's Hallelujah sounds f***ed up.
Can't believe you're gonna just walk away from the best thing that ever happened to you. What choice do I have?
Lots. You could even tell Fiona about the mix-up and let her decide. Crazy, right?
Is she here? She's, in the back.
Luckily for Shrek and crew, the king has unfinished business with Fairy Godmother, taking place in this seedy tavern of all places, so that they can get vital plot details. This goofy sign says no skin, no bones, no service. But in an earlier bar scene, there were clearly a couple of Ents hanging out, which have neither. If you're gonna do silly, do it consistently, movie.
Have Fiona drink this and she'll fall in love with the first man she kisses.
Why didn't you just give her this potion in the first place, since the other potion only works with true love's kiss? Why did you even chance this
Thank you, Mother.
Movie again abandons what could be an exciting chase scene because we don't have time for that, but we do have time for a fucking fart montage at the beginning of the movie and
Princess Fiona and Prince Shrek and oh my...
movie saves animation time and resources by using the actual Joan Rivers.
Look, Hansel and Gretel!
You mean they're still kids? How does Hansel run a successful gingerbread honeymoon hideout at this age?
Hey, mice, pass me a buffalo wing!
I can believe in magic and monsters and spells and potions, but I refuse to believe that this fucking gingerbread man can fully consume a chicken wing.
Tonight on Night.
Cop spoof that just happens to feature Shrek and company getting arrested shows up conveniently so that these dicks can save Shrek. Not only is this commercial that shows every aspect of the arrest bull, but the ability of medieval TV producers to edit live video for broadcast that night is total nonsense too. Wait, Shrek and Donkey raced off from the bar with Fairy Godmother in hot pursuit, who is, you know, magic. So why and how did the fucking village knights need to get involved?
Catnip, that's no mine.
God damn, this movie's never seen a cheap joke it won't make.
You'd be surprised how much I changed for your mother.
Change? He's completely lost his mind.
Let's back up a second. All we've seen is Fiona talking to Prince Charming one time. And yes, things were a little off, but we haven't seen any other interaction between these two that would sell the fact that Prince Charming makes a horrible Shrek.
Shrek? Donkey?
How did these guys find Shrek's exact prison cell? I guess it's also lucky that there's a skylight in this thing, too. Also, isn't this high up in the castle? How did they get all the way up here? They blew the top off the dungeon without anyone hearing, by the way. But where did they get the key to the shackles? Damn it, spend some time on some logic, movie. Any logic.
What?
Shrek gets the totally insane idea that the Muffin Man can build a giant gingerbread man that will help them storm the castle. And it turns out he's right. By the way, was there ever any explanation as to how the gingerbread man got his leg back? What the movie doesn't show is the giant gingerbread man smashing up the poor Muffin Man's house after he agreed to this stupid plan. You know, I'm glad this movie didn't get made past the year 2008, or else we would have had DreamWorks looking for a Gingerbread Man versus Pillsbury Doughboy franchise. Throw in the Jolly Green Giant and Mothra while you're at it.
She's taking the potion! Kiss her now!
Forcible Frenching. Fairy Godmother decides to shoot some sort of spell that went to the 300 school of slow motioning things. Wait a minute, if the spell the Fairy Godmother shot towards Shrek bounced off the king's armor, then how did it change him into a frog?
The happily ever after potion.
Midnight.
The second that the clock hits midnight, it's midnight. Not after the bells chime 12 times.
Is this what you want? To be this way forever?
It's not so much what she wants, but what the studio and the people paying to see Shrek movies want. As I see the exact same transformation that I saw in the last movie, I just had a thought. This movie's no different from the original. It's about Fiona accepting who Shrek is, denying another prince a chance to marry her, and changing into an ogre in the end, with a few extra characters sprinkled in. At this point, this song had been out for 5 fucking years, and as fun as it is, everyone had heard it on the radio and at a million weddings, parties, bar mitzvahs, and quinceañeras. Yet, here comes a dance montage to keep pouring salt on our wounds.
All by myself.
Haha, you thought mid-credit scenes were a Marvel creation, but Shrek's the real culprit for this cultural abomination. Great, now I'm gonna be thinking all day about how a donkey gets his penis into a dragon vagina. Man, this kid is an asshole. He rides balloons to the moon to fish for what I guess is cloud trout. By the way, you know the dark part of the moon is supposed to be solid and not a nesting ground for delinquent kids, right? Also, as if you needed any more proof that DreamWorks desperately wants to be Pixar, they rip off the classic scene from Up for the opening logo. Wait, Up came out 2 years after this? Well, DreamWorks still totally wants to be Pixar. Jesus, movie, are you trying to go all Harry Potter on us? I know Prisoner of Azkaban was that series' third entry, but this is a totally different franchise, full of magical creatures and sentient animals and wizards and apparating and a protagonist with 2 trusted allies and... Wait.
This is worse than love letters. I hate dinner theater.
Then why the are you even here? Doesn't look like anyone at your table is excited to be here, so it's not like you got dragged in against your will.
Me too.
So Pinocchio secretly loves dinner theater, and for that reason we get this cheap wooden joke? At least this movie's telling me early on what passes for humor.
Do you mind?
Gingerbread Man would go on to transform into a different magical creature, Twitter Troll. How is this vanity mirror even lit up? You might say candles, but then I'd call you a filthy liar, because this is a steady light bulb type of light. Oh yeah, remember that storyline about the fairy godmother in the last movie? No? Me either. I had to Wikipedia that. Point is, at least the second movie had the courtesy to not depend totally on having the knowledge of what happened in the first one. I get that this is a bed fit for a king, but before he turned back into a frog, a regular-sized king slept here, right? With his regular-sized wife, but it can easily fit two grown-ass ogres?
Oh. Morning breath. I know. Isn't it wonderful?
I'm glad that the Shrek franchise basically became the Addams Family over time. Everything that is terrible to us is wonderful to them. Nice try, movie, but no matter how cute you try and make these dragon donkey babies, I'm always going to remember that they're a crossbred, unholy abomination against God and man. Movie somehow misses the chance to do something completely on-brand and truthful by not calling this Shrek the Turd. I'm not gonna play this song for a number of reasons, but just trust me. It's Royal Pain by the Eels, which is a great song by an awesome band. So I continue to wonder how the Shrek franchise can be so good at musicking while being so terrible at movieing. Remember that time that Shrek either killed or maimed a dude in front of a large crowd with no repercussions? Wait a minute, how the did the sails catch fire? I suppose that's the joke, but damn it, I'm gonna be thinking about those sails for the rest of the movie. Damn movie, you've already ripped off Holy Grail with the coconuts and Dumb and Dumber with the toenail grinder in the first 5 minutes. You do know the difference between homage and outright theft, right? No? Alright, carry on. Yeah, but the king and queen from the last movie never dressed like this. Movie will go to all the lengths for one stupid sight gag.
Oh, yeah! You got it, you love it!
Hey, get your fat bastard out of my Shrek.
Who do you think we're kidding? I am an ogre.
Isn't this the plot point of every Shrek movie? And how many times does he have to remind us of this?
What if, theoretically,
Yeah?
they were little ogre feet?
Damn, if this movie takes a hard left into ogre porn, I gotta say I'd be much more on board.
Have you seen a baby lately? They just eat and poop, and they cry when they poop.
Father, listing all the reasons babies are terrible cliche aside, I think this was just the movie's excuse to say poop a million times in 5 seconds. Wait, Shrek has nipples? Like, has he always had nipples? And I've just never noticed it? And even so, what are they for? I haven't had this many questions about unnecessary nipples since Batman and Robin.
Don't forget to pay the gardener, Lillian.
For explaining.
I am proud to call you my son. And I'm proud to call you my frog king dad-in-law.
Oh, Shrek, never change. You had Farquaad in the first movie, and you crazy comic dispensers have cracked up all the censors with this double entendre.
The frog king is dead.
Movie directly inspires the most irritating part of Deadpool 2.
Maybe.
It's a funeral, so therefore it must rain no matter what. At this point in the movie, they're playing the Wings version of Live and Let Die, and I have to ask, did anyone actually think this through? This is not a mournful song that pays respect to a morose occasion, like Hallelujah did in the first Shrek. It's a goddamn Bond theme.
Cinderella is in far, far away right now, eating bonbons.
Wait, but Prince Charming just named off all the actual plots that the villains in the pub were involved with. If Cinderella is in this universe, she should be married to Charming, right? If you're gonna subvert fantasy movie, at least get your straight.
Who wants their happily ever after?
The Charming ordered fuzzy navels for everyone when he got to the bar, but Mabel hasn't made and the rest of the place has been busy threatening him for the last 2 minutes. So where the hell did these drinks come from? Also, is that really a fuzzy navel? I thought it's just peach and orange juice, but this shit's got like pineapple and lime and,
Nope.
It could be a fuzzy navel. Just like the drink Jason Bateman orders in Game Night could be a Harvey Wallbanger. But I'm sitting it until I receive confirmation.
I don't know you, but I like to.
Why can none of the other cats speak? These cartoons are really gonna have to get to the bottom of this animal language puzzle. Also, man, this franchise assumes people have a lot of interest in anthropomorphized sexual activity. Also, why can't Fiona go on this voyage too? Arthur is her family, right? And she's been a badass up until now. Remember that Matrix bullshit against Robin Hood in the first movie? Sure, she's pregnant, but Shrek doesn't know that.
And you, my friend, are royally.
What? Screwed? Is that any worse than the Frog King thing this movie got away with earlier? Movie that barely scratches feature length has time for an extended dream sequence.
Better out than in, I always say.
Yes, you do. In every f***ing Shrek movie.
When a man has a certain feelings for a woman, I know how it happened.
Huh. And here all this time my Shrek fanfic had him pulling out and finishing on Fiona's tits.
How does it happen?
Dude, if you're gonna make this joke, make it with a character that hasn't already fathered at least 5 offspring.
When have you ever heard the phrase, as sweet as an ogre, or as nurturing as an ogre?
We f***ing get it. Ogres are terrible. You're worried about that. Jesus, give it a rest. How did Shrek even know where to go? Harold only got out Arthur's name before he croaked, and it didn't even seem like Lillian knew he existed.
Bro, don't burn all my frankincense and myrrh.
Yes, at least one of the screenwriters fought tooth and bone to keep this f***ing stoner joke in the script. Congratulations, guy who wrote Caddyshack 2 and Wild Wild West.
By how did you receive the wedgies when you are clearly not aware of the underpants?
Let's just say some things are better left unsaid and leave it at that.
The only reason you are leaving this unsaid is because it is a total lie. The fact that Donkey is even leaving something unsaid is proof enough for me.
So then I was all like, I'd rather get the Black Plague and lock myself in an Iron Maiden than go out with you.
Lines like this illustrate why movies like Shrek should stay at 1 or 2 chapters, because every single time the dialogue peppers medieval references into modern lingo, begins to pile up and become stale. Man, this movie's so derivative of other movies that I totally believe that horse just got hit by a golf ball.
Yeah, you better run, you little punk no goodness!
Remind me why we were in high school for this sequence? I mean, I guess it's tangentially related to the Arthurian fable, but why f***ing high school? What sense does this make to any of this goddamn story?
Thank you to Professor Primbottom and his invigorating lecture on how to just say nay.
I mean, do you see what I mean? They got a million of them, folks.
Artie, a king? More like the mayor of Loserville.
Geez, even when the movie appears to try to be self-aware, it's so stupid you think it might actually be serious.
It's for the poopies. Wait, babies poop? Everyone poops, Beauty.
I'm adding 100 sins for the poop jokes and the anachronistic way people talk in this movie. It's goddamn nauseating. Also, this is a quick-ass baby shower, right? Shrek can't have been gone long. We've only seen 1 night pass. Do ogre babies fully gestate in less than a week? I don't care what fantasy land you're living in, there is no way they could expect Fiona to fit into that. No way Dragon saw these assholes approaching, especially since we've seen how shitty she is at guarding castles in the previous movies. I see someone caught the golden snitch. What the hell are the trees from anyway? If they're Ents from Lord of the Rings, then they wouldn't be villains. If they're from The Wizard of Oz, then they're really also not villains. And they should be sporting apples. F***ing what? Someone please tell me the logic of this joke. How does chasing people out of a bootery suddenly turn it into Hooters? I think the joke is that you can easily change bootery into Hooters, and I'm sorry, I just don't get it.
To the castle!
Why didn't they go there in the first place then? They now have to climb up to the castle on foot just because they wanted to do some light looting?
Only thing you're ever gonna be king of is king of the stupids.
This line is appropriate because this movie is definitely funnier than the 1996 Tom Arnold vehicle, The Stupids. And that's about it.
Avast, ye cookie. Start talking.
Movie thinks it's got a cool, reflective shot, but if Hook is truly threatening Gingerbread Man directly to his face, this is an impossible angle. Screw me. Now everyone in this f***ing universe goes to high school?
It wouldn't be inaccurate to assume that I couldn't exactly not say that is or is not.
Let's combine all the stuff that's terrible about this movie with the shrill character voices and... Guys, I might have to stop sitting this movie. It's that freaking awful. The sin counter says I have to finish this, and I always do what the master says.
I just figured everyone forgot about me.
Well, it did get a little foggy after you left in sync, but Justified was the man.
I'm going back! Back to what?
How is this even a struggle? Shrek's been shown to have incredible strength, and movies gone to great lengths to show us what a pipsqueak Artie is, even if he's in panic mode.
Far, far away from you.
You get back here, young man, and I mean it.
Guy who will soon be a father learns fathering with the surrogate son during an adventure cliche.
I was merely a victim of a level 3 fatigue, and at the request of my therapist.
This is Eric Idle's voice, right? Because it sounds so much like John Oliver that I'll never be able to listen to John Oliver again without thinking he stole Eric Idle's mojo to further his career.
This is lame.
How? You're lame.
Somehow the argument between Justin Timberlake and the director made it into the actual movie.
I get it. My dad left. So what?
Uther issues.
Just thought I might help set the mood.
Whenever the movie finds itself in a rut, somebody sings or plays a modern song that was popular in its day, but relatively obscure now, for all the laughs. And inevitably, all the other characters hate the song and scorn the person for singing it or playing it. This movie is so tired that it's practically sequel.
Maybe it just bothers you that I was voted fairest in the land.
Man, in a sea of bad scenes made by talented people in this movie, the princess scenes are absolutely the baddest.
We're gonna get inside and find out what Charming's up to.
How does Fiona know that it was Prince Charming that attacked the castle? He was way too far away for her to see him before they escaped, and even if she had seen him, there were like dozens of other well-known villains that could have been the ringleader. But how long had they been wandering the catacombs? Like minutes, right? maybe a couple hours? But in that time, Charming's taken over the entire city and carved out an image of his head into the hedges? If Rapunzel was on Charming's side this whole time, why did she even bother going into the secret passage with the rest of the princesses? Flipping the bird. Also, movie franchise can't resist the chance to kill yet another bird, as if it's got a vendetta or something. If the trees are this angry and have been here this whole night, then why didn't they attack them in their sleep? Oh, Hook's piano blew up. The whole plan's ruined. Run for it, even though we have nowhere to go.
I know you can do it.
I said, forget it.
Character says he's not going to do something before immediately doing that thing cliche.
I've been abracadabraed into a fancy feasting second-rate sidekick.
Is there an actual plot to this movie? Or was this entire thing greenlit as is after the first brainstorming meeting?
Yeah, you should think about getting yourself a pair of pants. I feel all exposed and nasty.
What the is he talking about? Donkey doesn't wear pants. This is the second time Donkey's mentioned something about pants. Like there's some weird character trait where he's delusional about pants he suddenly wears. How did Far, Far Away shut down so quickly? Again, it's only been a few days since Shrek even left. So even though Charming took over, the whole city wouldn't end up like Hill Valley and Back to the Future 2 that quickly. If you need to put $5 into this machine to see Pinocchio, then who put $5 in the first time? Look at this scene. You can see the machine on the left with Pinocchio inside of it. Did the witch that's walking away from it put $5 into the machine and leave? Or is this machine alive?
He's a star, people. Hello. I'm so sorry about this, Mr. Shrek.
This somehow works.
Who told you to stop dancing?
Wow, Charming got a lot of authoritarian capital out of one rousing speech at the bar and a round of fuzzy navels.
Let me guess. Arthur.
How does everyone now know who Arthur is, when the king only just mentioned him on his deathbed?
He's an ogre. What did you expect?
Whoa, hold on now. Wait just a f***ing second. Are you telling me Shrek is an ogre? When did this happen? Why didn't anyone say anything? So, they're just gonna let him go? Second rightful heir to the throne? Charming is still planning on killing Shrek, right? Seriously, this is the second sad music montage of the movie, and by my unofficial count, the 47th of the franchise. Also, the song that's playing is Damien Rice's 9 Crimes, which is about infidelity and Jesus movie. Just because a song is slow and dour doesn't mean it's perfect for a sad moment. Damn, this is a big castle to only have one cell to put all the dissidents in together.
Huh? Who dat?
I suppose the joke about Sleeping Beauty is that she's a narcoleptic, and I understand that the deal with these Shrek movies is to be irreverent and interpret fairy tales in a skewed and humorous manner. But knowing that Sleeping Beauty only fell into her deep, deep sleep because of a curse, and not because of some sort of sleeping disorder, makes me wonder how long anyone thought about giving her more of a character than the tired narcolepsy nonsense. If she could do this, why didn't she do it earlier? The f***ing is this I mean... Also, see? There's a whole other cell right there!
Why don't you just lie down?
This dialogue was personally approved by Roger Goodell, just out of habit. This is funny and all, but it's guaranteed that when we see all these women again, no one will be sporting a pair of pokies consistent with the choice.
Who would have thought a monster like me deserves something as special as you?
Guys, does anyone feel that? I think I got crushed by a heavy hand.
Man, you'd think there'd be a better way into the castle than this overly complicated plan. Like, couldn't Lillian have just headbutted an interior wall?
Hey, how's it going?
See, it's funny because she's ugly, even though she's apparently got attractive legs, and guys are horny. Laughing yet?
He was using me. That's all there is to it.
Shrek only said those things to protect you.
This is one of the only times when saying something or not saying something in order to protect you is actually used correctly. But my sins filter still wants to sin it, simply because they said those magic words that I hate. So after Prince Charming became king, he still wanted to put on this stupid play about beating Shrek like he did at the beginning of the movie, when he was clearly at his lowest point.
Bishan has
Not
had a
just be
very
king,
long
not
day
like
of
he even
entertaining
knew
chat
Shrek was
and
in line to
wants
be
to
the
take
heir.
a
What
small
the f*** is this
sleep.
movie?
She is
You're
EB
about
and
to enter a
Chance
world
and
of
need
pain
bedtime.
with which you
Bishan
are
is
not
currently experiencing critical levels of being a sleepy little guy and needs to go to
Really
bed.
wish
She's
they'd
very
given this
tired
warning
and
at the
needs to
beginning
sleep.
of the movie.
That's actually a very nice sleep time.
as a treat. Shanny's
Do they come in men's sizes?
Just
This
a
has
little
gotta be
guy.
like the 5th man as a
Shanny's
woman
her
joke
beady
in the
sleep.
movie.
Look at her
I'm
go.
pissed to have
She's
to go
big yawn
check.
'cause she's
Just like every
sleepy.
Shrek
Needs to
movie,
fall
the
off
dragon
asleep
comes into
anytime.
Ex Machina
Good
the
night, Mr.
proceedings.
Bishan.
I feel like they could just take this dragon anywhere and no one would ever with them during their stupid schemes. But who am I to judge? I'm not even mad about the stupid poop joke. I'm just sad that everyone does this joke, and it's neither funny nor clever, no matter what character is doing it.
It will not ruin things this time, Ogre. Kill it!
But make sure to do it all slow and stuff so I can actually finish jerking off for once.
The thing that matters most is what you think of yourself.
Is anyone buying this? Is this speech really going to turn the tide here? God damn it. Holy. This could not be more telegraphed. But no one moved a muscle except the one motherfucker who's chained to the floor. Yay! The guy we've never met nor heard about is going to be king. Woohoo!
I have something much more important in mind.
What? So Shrek's cool with the fatherhood now? He just faced down an asshole that wanted to kill him and let Artie take over as king? And nothing about that would prepare him for having a kid. Plus, I had a perfect Cameron Diaz audio outtake from Vanilla Sky queued up for whatever Fiona inevitably yelled at Shrek for being a dick. Damn it. this movie for that alone.
Where's the baby?
I guess everyone thought this guy was going to be such a hit that the filmmakers gave him another scene at the end. That's too bad. I was kind of hoping they forgot about him. 33 seconds of logo!
Once upon a time, a long time ago,
Movie rehashes the preface to the first movie with some narrating. Narrate-hashing?
a king and a queen had a beautiful daughter named Fiona.
God damn, this is the fourth movie in this franchise. Do you really think we need a refresher? Why does this animation seem so sucky? This feels like a cutscene from Civilization 3, which came out 9 years before this movie.
But to put our daughter's life in the hands of this person?
Conversation that should have already happened while riding in the carriage, and most certainly before they got in the carriage, takes place just before they make their deal. Oh, me sideways.
So you'll put an end to our daughter's curse?
Jesus, what a king. The movie acts like he's a good father because he's so distraught his daughter is stuck living in a castle as a prisoner to some dragon. But I see a king who just sold out all the people in the entire kingdom just to hug his kid again. Dick.
Your Highness, the princess, she's been saved.
So wait, while the stuff in the first Shrek movie was happening, the king and queen went to some faraway place to sign away their kingdom to get Fiona back? Shrek saved Fiona, and I guess someone from Farquaad's place ran to tell the king and queen, only to find out they had left, and I suppose the king and queen's journey to Rumpel's camp to sign away the kingdom was well known because the messenger was able to track them down to their exact spot and tell them just in time that Fiona was saved.
Sir, you're gonna have to pay for that.
That's funny and all, but did Rumpel walk into a bookstore just to read about some he already knew happened?
Nobody needs your deals anymore, Grumble Stinky Pants.
Grumple Stinky Pants. They should have called this movie Shrek for Never Laughter. Why would there have been a need to nail an entirely different block on this sign with an S written on it? There was plenty of room to draw an S on the sign.
Happily?
Ever?
After.
Close enough. Roll the credits, get me a tea time 30 minutes from now, and tell my wife to start heating a hot tub up.
Look, a shooting star.
Fiona sees the shooting star before it actually shows up in the frame. DreamWorks. Pee, but it's actually a fish being squeezed by the baby. That's the joke, which is weird, because babies actually do pee on their parents while changing diapers. And fish do not have lots of water in their bellies that can be squeezed out. And this might be the laziest Shrek movie since Shrek. This scene is a repeat of the last one, to show you that Shrek's days are settling into a familiar routine. But what I'm worried about is a character like Puss in Boots, who seems to have no life other than hanging with Shrek. And here's the third one. This isn't Groundhog Day, Edge of Tomorrow, Happy Death Day, or Russian Doll. This is just beating you with dead Shrek. Two of these three babies are drinking out of squashes or gourds, which do not have enough moisture to drink from. I'm giving that third baby with the red pumpkin thing a pass, but I'm not happy about it. So he's older now, and this is being younger. And this is a midlife crisis story crammed into the Shrek universe? That's not fun. It's boring. Just let me watch City Slickers again. Why does this exist?
Looks like you forgot the candle.
Shrek Forever After puts us through this anxiety-inducing birthday party where everything is going wrong, and there's this little bastard.
Get it on.
Who's like the where's the baby dude from Shrek the Third. It's almost like nobody trusted the last 4 minutes of the movie to tell us that Shrek was in a rut. And they went over the top, aggravating. If you're laughing at this scene, you're part of the problem. I actually don't know what the problem is, but I'll get back to you.
Are there any cupcakes?
Some too. They have lollipops.
I ate some.
F***ing pigs. I feel like this would have to have happened on so many previous occasions that it should be predictable and preventable. But whatever. The fourth Shrek movie's got a movie.
I wouldn't expect you to understand. It's not like you're a real ogre.
That's ogrist.
You have 3 beautiful children.
He does not. Me, was this asshat just scrounging for garbage outside the Shrek household at the perfect time? Did he have any reason to be here, or is this a giant-ass coincidence? How did Rumpel set this up before Shrek got here? He was hiding behind these barrels when Shrek started taking his anger walk, and it would have required him running to his carriage, getting a goose to carry at max speed to this spot, pulling off a wheel, and making it look like he was stuck underneath with very little time. And even if that's possible, how did he know this is how far Shrek would sulk?
Let me give you a ride.
It's the least I could do after all you've done for me.
Shrek falls for this because Shrek is super selfish right now, 4 movies into being the hero that saves the day. Movie makes a joke about Shrek being lured in with a drink and then getting drunk before he realizes it, and Shrek is smarter than that. He's also physically too large to get drunk on 6 eyeball teenies. This ogre for a day contract uses English for the title and then all gibberish in the contract's main body.
It'll be just like the good old days. On your swamp with your castle.
What Rumble is offering is basically peace and quiet for a day, and I feel like Shrek could accomplish this by making a deal with Fiona, like married couples do. But in movie world, if you have one argument, there's absolutely no recourse. You either have to endure annoying every day, or you have to sign a shady magical contract from a guy you met in a forest.
I think I fell on my keys.
First off, what keys, asshole? Second up, didn't we retire that joke in the 90s? I think we retired that joke in the 90s. I guess this means the bride was as big as Shrek, so everybody at the service was fooled. And the hidden reason for Shrek somehow taking the bride's place is that he ate her, right? Picnic dick. Pick dick. Dick pic? F***ing with cats for no reason is a legit metric for detecting serial killer behavior. Just FYI. How the did Shrek get in his cart and put watermelons all over himself? And sure, it's a cartoon, but I feel like Shrek wouldn't go this far just to scare one asshole. Shrek goes all X Games. Shrek's Games? Jesus Christ, how many wanted posters do you have to put up in one section of forest?
Fiona, are you in there?
This is Shrek, It's a Wonderful Life. It's weird to me that the protagonists of these movies think anything is the same after being provided proof that it's not. Like in the first 10-15 minutes, don't you think you'd realize that the world is not the same anymore? That there's no way Fiona is in this tree stump, and that somehow Mary never found a suitor despite looking like Donna Reed? Yeah, I guess George Bailey was right to question that. But all the other stuff? Yeah! The director said, let's make that witch throw a grenade that looks like an apple. It'll make her look like even more of an asshole. So the deal with Rumple changed history, and no one remembers how it used to be, but Shrek accidentally himself into Donkey right away.
I've never seen you before in my life.
Never seen me before. Come on, donkey.
You are a toy! I mean, how do you not know this world is different yet? How is it that there are other ogres? Have other ogres been hiding out during the last 3 Shrek movies? Man, witches be crazy.
And then they disappeared.
Thanos.
You took the day I was born.
Yes, Shrek signed away the day he was born, but what happened with his mother after the gestation period? Did she just forget she was pregnant, or does this world still operate under the Stork Union? Of course, we know it doesn't, because Fiona was pregnant in the last movie. As the witches chase Shrek through this giant f***ing building, I have to wonder if I can skip
My angry wig.
having an angry wig. Also, angry wig makes you a discount syndrome.
You need to calm down.
Taylor Swift. You've got a friend. That worked.
I've never seen a ogre cry.
Why did you come back, though? You were terrified and took off running.
I was tricked into signing something I shouldn't have.
Taylor Swift.
Donkey, I've read the fine print, and there's nothing about an exit clause in here.
Also known as the exit clause machina. It's insane.
We're back.
Where's Montani?
You please step back towards the phone, please.
Oh, fuck!
First time we were here, we were a little scared, guys. Did we do something to upset you? Just a slightly less scared guy.
Oh, okay, shut it off!
I fucking hope I see a ghost.
Hi, my name's Anna, and I have some evidence from Waverly Hills.
My name's James, and I have evidence for Waverly Hills.
I suddenly felt like somebody was watching me.
Across my
I
back.
was standing up on my clock. A stick figure showed up on the exhaust fan on my pant leg. I'd like to find this unexplained shape. Can you guys investigate?
Welcome to Ghost Files, where we take your evidence and our tools into the field to expose the supernatural. My partner, a skeptic. Myself, a believer. Both of us, truth seekers. This week, our team travels to Louisville, Kentucky to investigate Waverly Hills Sanatorium. It's cold. It's as cold as it is horrifying. We're certainly painting the air with our breath right now.
And you're gonna paint those hallways with your...
Feces. Yeah, I'm just gonna rub my doo-doo all over it.
It remains imposing.
It does. It's quite the building.
Well, let's get in there and get dirty, huh?
It's a comical amount of windows here. So many opportunities for me to have a heart attack on camera.
Finnegan tipped
Yeah,
$9.92.
Yeah. Series premiere, series finale. Waverly Hills Sanatorium was built in 1910 to treat patients of tuberculosis, and over the course of its lifetime would eventually see approximately 63,000 deaths within its walls. With so many succumbing to the painful disease, it's no wonder that the spirits of some patients might remain today.
Sort of a happy place, though, right?
Actually, it was. They treated their patients quite well. They didn't really know a lot about tuberculosis.
Who could have? It's a crazy thing. You start coughing up blood.
It was a problem.
We got our own little fun thing that we're dealing with here in 2022.
Very fun.
I can't imagine what it would have been like back in the day when you had to,
Quarantine.
probably catch it from a horse back then. I don't know how it
Well,
worked.
I don't think that's how it happens.
Kiss
but-
a horse, you get TB. That's got to be some science.
Well, that wouldn't be an issue for me,
Yeah.
because I'm not kissing horses, but for you,
might be an issue
I
for me.
guess it's hard to find people
I've seen Equus.
your height. The hospital sits on an isolated hill overlooking the Ohio River in Kentucky. It stands 5 stories tall with over 100 different rooms, enough to accommodate more than 400 patients. Believed to be more active the higher you are in the building, we're going to be starting from the ground up. We've also placed cameras and audio recorders in two of the more active parts of the building in hopes that we catch activity when we're elsewhere. One on the 3rd floor said to be haunted by a ghost named Timmy, and another on the 5th floor outside room 502 said to be haunted by a nurse. The worst part of the building is undeniably the roughly 500-foot-long tunnel referred to as the body chute. I've been there before. I hated it then. I'm probably gonna hate it now.
Body shoot's the only place I ever been scared in my entire life.
You've been scared there?
Yeah, remember?
I do
I heard a
remember.
little frog.
You know, why do I remember that so vividly? Oh, it's because you left me down there. Yeah. And finally, to end the investigation, Shane and I will each be forced to explore the entire sanatorium one at a time. Are you excited to get back out there?
I am.
I've been ready. I've been stocking up with new gear. I'm gonna catch a goddamn ghost.
You are, and I'm gonna be there to film it.
And with that, our investigation begins.
Like that little vote of confidence?
I did like that.
That's for you.
But the investigation already began.
Oh.
Alright, let's just take a second here. It's been 6 years since we've been here. Should we reintroduce ourselves? We're back!
And baby, we're better than ever.
Nailed it.
This time we got the tools, honey.
Is that our new catchphrase?
I don't think so. We'll have to workshop that.
Hey, this place looks freaky.
Our first room is the morgue. Due to the fact that some records have since been lost or destroyed, estimates vary, but the number of deaths at Waverly Hills Sanatorium range from about 50,000 to 65,000 individuals. And spoiler alert, they all probably saw this room. The amount of activity in this place is evident by some of the stories we received from you, the audience. Jess Porter reported her hair being tugged. Sydney Owen saw a disembodied arm touch and move her friend in the morgue.
And that means sort of like a... Not like a...
No, I don't think you quite understand. Like an arm by itself, like a floating arm. Just,
Yeah, like real muscly.
if I saw a disembodied arm push.
Yeah, you'd scream. Of course, I'd be very scared. I'd love to see that. I want everyone to know I'm going into this series with a thirst for evidence, and I hope it's quenched. I hope you quench it. I want to see these ghoulies.
You're saying
Show me the ghoulies.
You're saying you're very open, but it's in a very threatening tone.
I am open. I am receptive. What else have people seen here?
I'm glad you asked. We have more in this room than just anecdotes. Allow me to introduce our first audience investigators, Deanna and Mark Erskine.
So one of the things that I submitted was an EVP actually captured my husband Mark.
While our friends were posted up in the lobby, I decided to do my solo investigation in the morgue. I laid down on the body rack with my EVP recorder and proceeded to ask questions for the next 10 minutes or so. It wasn't until the following day when reviewing our evidence that we discovered what seems to be the sound of a woman humming.
Look at us tools.
Gotta play my little EVP machine here.
Oh, boy.
You ready?
Do you want help?
Did you hear it? First room, baby. We're back.
The morgue is a fitting place to begin.
Exactly. I remember this place.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in very few morgues in my lifetime, so yeah, this place rings a bell.
So obviously Deanna sent us an EVP of a lady humming in here.
Yeah.
See if we could get that to happen again.
Can't be hard to get a hum. Ghost guy, I mean, come on, just a hum, you don't even have to move your lips around. Just give it a...
If you could hum a tune, can you hum Yankee Doodle Dandy for us, please?
I mean, that's probably the one song they knew back then.
Take it away. Are you hearing that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Are you hearing that? The hair on the back of my fucking neck is standing up.
I mean, it could have well been a car outside somewhere, but it did sound like a sort of a low tone somewhere in the building. I certainly heard something there. I mean, do I think it's a ghost? No. Do you?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say if I were someone who believed in ghosts, I'd be a little unnerved right now. I'd probably get a little shaky knees.
My back is tingling. Could you, whoever was humming, could you hum again, please? Okay, well, I'm really glad we didn't hear anything on that one. Tell you what. Why don't we move to the spirit?
There was another.
What, really?
Yeah.
Tell you what.
I swear to God, in between you talking there.
I didn't hear it. Thank God, I didn't hear it. Fucking first room in this horrible fucking building. Let's move to the spirit box. Maybe we'll get some.
Let's move to the box.
This is the perfect place to test my new spirit box amplification system.
Oh.
Word on the street is it's called the honeytone. The spirit box rapidly scans radio signals to create white noise through which spirits can communicate. And the honeytone filters out the noise while amplifying only the voices. So, I'm gonna fire up my device here. This will help you speak to us. Now, Shane,
Ryan.
here's what you normally would hear in the past.
Yes.
Here's.
Yeah.
Now watch.
Oh. I like anything that makes the spirit box quiet.
My name's Ryan, this is Shane. Can you say either of our names back to us if you want to communicate? That's Ryan or Shane.
Oh, there's a little flute. Nice.
A little Nintendo Wii flute right there. Can we hear from the lady who was caught humming in here? I didn't catch that. Can you say it clearer, please?
Laura?
Is that Laura? I'm sorry. We're gonna have to have one. Oh my God. We need one person at a time to speak. Laura, let's start with you. Why are you still here?
Why did it get so quiet?
The power bank turned off. Oh shit.
The ghosts fried it.
They fried my machine. My ghost machine.
It's fucking busted.
I'm sorry, Laura. We lost contact there. Why are you still here?
She don't sound happy. Laura, do you have any words of wisdom for the children of the future?
Can you tell me the name of the room we're in?
Say morgue.
That actually kind of sounded like the morgue. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, well, we're gonna go in a... So, if there's anything... What? So we're gonna go in a second here.
Sound angry.
Yeah, I don't know why you're so upset. Did we do something to upset you? I mean, I guess... Jesus.
Oh, okay. Shut it off.
What did he say? Well, that was incredibly unsettling. I'm happy.
I like it more than the spirit box, but I gotta say, they got a scary energy to them with this machine.
I don't like this room. I'm gonna say it.
The morgue?
Yeah, Shane, I don't like the morgue.
What's your issue with
You know what the weird thing about it was? Is I felt like bad in the morgue.
Bad vibes.
Yeah. Okay. What the fuck are you doing? Just trying to get out. Our next room is the second floor sun porch. For many years, treatment for tuberculosis was the very scientific prescription of rest, fresh air, and sunlight.
Yeah, air is good for the body.
Have you tried sitting down and breathing? That might help you.
Well, you know, you don't want to be in a Manhattan breathing in a bunch of horse dung and exhaust.
But it is eerie to be in a building where you know probably 50% of you aren't gonna make it.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of like elderly homes, though, right?
I'm talking about like imminent. Like this
I
was.
mean, I gotta tell you, my grandma's
Jesus.
seniors living center. It was. They were flying out of there.
Yeah.
It's like you'd think it was a race. Nice place to hang out, chill.
Nice little sunroom. If I was a ghost, I'd probably hang out in here. This would be my spot.
If I was a sick person, I'd hang out in here too.
Consequently, patients spent a lot of time outdoors or were placed to rest in front of open windows, even in the winter. And it's in this room that audience investigator Braxton Rapp captured a startling piece of evidence.
We were walking around on the second floor when I got serious chills. Like, the hair was standing up on my arms. My mom and I had been taking pictures the entire evening, and it wasn't until later I was showing them to my friends, and one of them was like, hey, what's that? So when we brightened up the picture, I was totally freaked out with what we saw.
Is this the face of a former patient on the sun porch?
Let's see if I got anything. Does not appear so. Let's see.
Is that a fart?
No, that was a fucking noise.
That was a fart.
No, that came from down there.
Are you fucking kidding me? That was not a fart?
That came from down there.
Because I'm surprised you didn't react to that more.
Because I thought you farted.
No.
Maybe that's what the jack-o'-lantern face was.
It was.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
Sorry, guys.
Well, Braxton, we'll see if we can use our tools here.
Let's get Ryan's magical toys.
They're not toys. Now you're probably wondering what this is now.
Ryan, tell me about the REM pod.
Well, I'm so glad you asked. The REM pod creates its own circular electromagnetic field and will alarm when anything penetrates that field. The more colors on the alarm, the more significant the intrusion. The REM pod also detects temperature fluctuations.
So about... Ooh, I'm getting pretty close. You have to get pretty fucking close.
The device I'm holding in my hand is an SLS cam. The SLS cam uses a grid of infrared light to recognize human-like objects in front of it, even in complete darkness.
I could see your stick figure. It looks like it's humping the wall. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Well, that's funny.
Probably winding down right now.
Ooh, what's going on right here? I don't see anything. I see your stick figure, but I don't see anything on the... For whatever is down here, if there's anything with us, or if there's anyone with us, rather, can you get close to that doorway? Can you make that, little glowing circular thing sing? How about one of you just come towards my voice, and by doing so, we might get some activity on the REM pod.
Maybe be a shadow person if it's too hard to be a corporeal body. Just be a shade.
Can you demonstrate some dancing near the REM pod, Shane? So I can see the
I'm starting to think you just like to see me dance.
Well, remember, Shane, this is the first time we've seen this device. Oh, yeah. Well, his dancing is actually making the camera confused. I can see him in the IR camera. The REM pod's actually, really digging. It's like giving you a round of applause almost. Oh, shit. Oh, your ass light made him go into overdrive. Holy smokes.
He's gonna start smoking over
Yeah,
here.
he's gonna start smoking like a fembot. Moving down the west wing of the second floor, the next area we'll explore is the elevator shaft. In the 1980s, when the building was shut down, the building fell victim to disrepair and often was inhabited by transients or youth looking for a spot to turn God's grass into sweet clouds. In one tragic instance, it said that a transient man and his dog were found dead in the elevator shaft.
That is also one of my fears.
That you'll fall down an elevator shaft?
Yeah, that thing where in movies and TV people, step into the elevator and they're like, well, I'll see you. Wow!
Like the elevator malfunctions, not that there's nothing in the shaft and they fall down like Wile E. Coyote.
No, you fall down like Wile E. Coyote. You walk into it, but you hold there for like 2 seconds. Then you hold up a sign that says, yipes.
Oops.
That's how I'm gonna go. Like, I've had visions of this.
Some believe his spirit haunts that area to this day. And it's near this elevator shaft that James Ashenden captured some truly shocking evidence.
This photo was taken around the area where the elevator shaft is. I was just snapping photos with my phone. I didn't notice it at the time, but went back afterwards and was having a look through, and this was the one that had the cleanest detail.
Is this possibly the apparition of the ill-fated man who fell down the elevator shaft?
You seen anything?
He's not capturing anything on the photos. So, obviously, other than the man that was found in the shaft, they also found a dog. Yeah, they got a little trigger object here. Come get it! It's
Come on,
right
Doc.
there.
We got a bone for you.
It's right there.
Dog love a bone. Dog love a bone. You better get it, dog, otherwise I'm gonna get after it.
Does a dog understand what you're saying?
I don't fucking know what I'm...
My name's Ryan. Can you say my name back to me? Can you tell me your name?
Can you tell us your dog's name?
Can you tell us what happened to you?
How about this? Oh, Jesus. Whoa, what's going on? Is that you by the pod? Step away from it if it's you. Oh, shit. Okay, if that was you again, could you please step back towards the bone, please? Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! Step away now? You step away now, please?
Step away from the bone.
Okay, you understand yes and no then. Can you make that turn on for yes? Did you get pushed down the shaft?
Hey, you just walk up to that thing and touch the bone. Guy,
We have another way to maybe communicate with them.
what is this other way?
We're gonna do something called the Estes method, or Estes method. Instead of using a speaker system for this spirit box, I'm gonna be the speaker. So I'm gonna put headphones on that are noise canceling, and I'm going to say whatever I think the spirit box is saying. Meanwhile, you're gonna be asking questions that I can't hear. And if you hear a response that's compelling, pretty good. And you don't have to get annoyed by the that you love so much.
I actually like this. I like this a lot. All right, it's me. I'm talking to the spirits now. And you can use my little buddy over there as a antenna. What's your name?
Incredible.
Bit cocky. What are you doing?
Scare me.
Scare you? You're a ghost. You should be scaring me. Typically how it works.
Do it.
Okay. Okay, booga booga booga. I don't know what to fucking... I'm just here to get a picture of you on my iPhone. What was the name of your dog? What was the name of your dog?
Steve.
Your dog's name was Steve? Okay. What did you think as you were falling down the elevator shaft?
Ja Rule?
Odd thing to think about in your final moments, especially when you preceded him by a handful of decades.
Question.
Okay.
What is that?
This is an Osmo. It's a sort of like a gimbal.
Box.
Yeah, sorry, my Osmo is What the fuck are you doing, Osmo? Don't embarrass me like this, goddammit. Not in front of the ghosts. Any last words that you'd like to impart to us as someone who spent their final moments screaming as they fell down a dirty old elevator shaft? Not the way anyone would like to go.
Christ.
I guess he had it worse. You're right. He did get...
Pushed off.
Oh! Okay. So that happened to you then.
That could have been Christoph. I'm not sure if that was pushed off or Christoph. Hitler?
No, yeah, let's stop it there. I don't think Hitler has anything to do with this.
Wait, so did anything actually make sense?
Sure, some of it, yeah.
That's kind of cool.
I don't know what Ja Rule has to do with this. We
Yeah,
may
that
have
was
to crunch
weird.
some
It was
numbers
pretty
on that
clear,
one.
too. It was a pretty clear Ja Rule. And what'd you think of the whole little new spirit box session?
I'll be honest, you found a way to make spirit boxes fun.
I like to hear
I
that.
had a good time with that one.
That's good.
That's the Ghost Files difference.
You know, that's all I want for you, to have a good time.
Oh, thank you.
And maybe not be a dick all the time. but,
Well,
you know.
I want you to find good evidence.
Thank you. You hear that? He wants to believe.
I do want to believe.
Open that door for him and then shove him right through. On our way to the next room, this happens. This is the third floor right here.
What was that noise?
Did one of you kick that? No. That wasn't one of you?
No.
Do you know where it came from?
Down here.
Down there. Okay.
I
No.
don't know what that could have been. I mean, it sounded like something potentially fell on this metal grate, or it could have been like a wire or something. I'm also seeing up here, you know, I'm not just trying to debunk this. I'm just.
I mean, no, you should try and debunk it.
I'm just saying there's a lot of, you know, we were walking on these stairs and there is a lot of loose wall here.
I'll tell you what. You stand right here.
Okay.
Tell me if anything moves under.
Yeah, I mean, there's some little bits coming off, but nothing that would have made that sort of noise.
Oh my god, even being up here alone?
You don't like it, huh?
I don't like it.
Love that.
God, I'm just like, my heart is like legit pounding thinking about later. I'm like, gonna have a heart attack. The next part of the building we'll explore is the third floor, where it said that a little boy named Timmy will roll a ball back to you if you ask him. In fact, on my previous show, I actually had my own encounter with Timmy. After tossing a ball down the hallway, I heard it bounce away into the distance until slowly but surely, it went silent. The ball did not come back.
When I finally found it, I discovered to my horror that the ball had landed directly under my name, spray painted on the wall.
It's sort of Joe Pesci-like when you do that.
Yeah, no, I'm wearing the beanie.
I mean, and just so we're covering all the bases, mixed messages, because it also did land beneath a, what did it say, 420 blazes.
And I love pot.
I love pot.
Yeah, but, I mean, I do love pot. Well, here we are, back at the scene of the crime.
Yeah.
Arguably some of the best evidence we've ever captured happened right. Let him go. All right, well, the writers came back. They came back just a couple of hours ago. And I think there's this misconception that, okay, all the writers are going to come back and suddenly there's going to be all this written material. But if you think about it, the writers showed up. They haven't got their computers up and running. We had to get them their IDs back. The whole thing was very complicated. Their pencils weren't sharpened. They still have some grievances. It was just, there was a lot to get through. So I thought their first day back, I'd get them up to speed on some of the stuff that we've been doing and show some highlights from our 25 strike shows. Take a look.
The most annoying thing I do is I play my guitar along with...
Over here, I see Max Weinberg right there. Hey, Max, how are you? Yeah. You can't write a moment like this. Okay, right now, a tour group is coming into the studio.
So welcome to Studio 6A, home of Late Night with Conan O'Brien. You guys notice when you come into the studio. It's small.
Why is he putting down my studio?
Actually, every member of the Max Weinberg 7 has played fruit at one time. They're a really talented group.
Oh, yeah, they're really talented.
And hopefully whoever takes over the late show will be great.
Late show, it's called Late Night. Wait a minute. All right, now listen, I've listened to this since the beginning. This is absolute crap what this guy's telling you.
So you smell that and determine if you can smell anything. Maybe you like it, maybe you don't like it. Maybe you smell a fruit, maybe you smell dirt.
Oh, I smell a fruit, all right. You have the money.
Yes.
Do not take off with this money.
I'll be back.
I will hunt you down. Is it working? Is the machine?
It's stuck.
What?
Oh, we got it. No problem.
What do you mean it's stuck? Bang the machine, Tony. Oh, you got it?
Oh, we got two.
Gonna give you 40 days to get back home. I'm gonna call the gypsy woman on telephone. I'm gonna put out a rub out of duty. If you very thing gonna suit you, mama. See that you come back home in 40 days. 40 days.
Initiating helmet and boot rockets. There we go. Matt, let's get the light out and save Lincoln!
You don't use this at all, do you? No.
If I broke this, would anybody care?
Nope.
Oh, man. You measured the wrong guy.
You pretend like you're going to the bathroom, okay?
All right. So I'm here. I'm at the
You're here.
urinal.
Okay.
Everything's fine, right?
Zip and ka-thunk.
You know what I'm saying there? Zip, ka-funk. Kind of what happens
when Conan unleashes the beast.
Yeah, look at this. How are you? Nice to see you. How you doing? And I've had a likeness of me made. Let's have this coming. Let's do the crowd. You gotta help me out here, guys. Let's get into the crowd. Yeah! For God's sake, you're tearing him apart. Come on. Patriots taking too wide a turn. Giants catching up. Yes. Boat onto the elevators. That is so stupid. Honey, please. Oh, God, why? Oh, stop me. Janice off. Janice off. Janice off, I love you. I am in love with you, Janice off. Who are you? Please accept these flowers from Conan O'Brien. Oh. You king. Father! Why don't you love me, Father? Father, please. You want to see Turn Out Live? Yeah. Okay, let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. You gotta hurry, though. We don't have a lot of time. Come on. Do you want to be the host? Come out and say, yeah, be the host. Come on. Hi. Wow. Okay. Ryan Williams. Ryan, sorry. Are you doing something right now?
I'm working here. Conan O'Brien appears to be in our studio. Hi.
This is Chris. Do you mind if we get a picture real fast? Want to do a picture? Okay, that's cool. Just click here. Drop those stuff. And just click right there.
So you and me and Chris. Hi.
Cool. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go! How you like them apples, America? Susie! Hold it! Stop! What was it? 51! If I see either one of these guys, I'm gonna kick some serious Comedy Central ass. Right, everybody? That's just what's gonna happen. I think it's time we settled it right now. Let's do it. Let's do it. You okay? It's great. Someone's a kiss, someone's a kiss. There's not a name you couldn't slip through. Oh, except the impression. She's so right away, she's not.
I want to dedicate this wine to the land.
It's true. For real.
I gotta give back a
Yeah,
little
for
bit.
sure. I like this, what you do.
Thank you. I like what you do.
Thanks.
In vino veritas, said the wise man. In this third and final installment of From Paris with Love, Clovis and I wrap things up in the City of Light with a tuna and champagne fest at La Vervolet. And a meat fest at Brutos. I feel like a lion when I eat that. As we bid farewell to the city, we head out in my rolling living room. We're on to the center of my natural wine universe, Auvergne. First is Aurélien Lefort, a winemaker who makes wine one barrel at a time. That is juice. Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it! Then over to the legendary Patrick Bourgeois for an assemblage of more wine. Cheers to all, and From Paris with Love. to learn how to speak like the Mr. Clovis.
Well, but if you pick like Mr. Clovis with the charisma you got,
It's gonna be very dangerous.
No, it's finished.
It's too dangerous.
It's better when you have glasses that they don't see your eyes after it's finished. Mr. Delicatessen is
Delicatessen.
the vin volé, one of the first that do natural wine and stuff like that.
I hear there's a tuna in the building.
There is a little baby
A little
there.
baby tuna. It's gorgeous.
You ready to work on it?
I am. Are you ready?
I'm ready, man. My good friend is Chef Takao.
Me too. How are you?
Fine.
What are we gonna make with this tuna?
Can always grill the belly. Often for lunch we do like fritters, like deep frying.
Yeah. You want me to help you with this one?
Yeah. Down.
You see this?
It's good.
That's what we want. Ah. That one piece is like fucking heaven. Oh shit.
Kissing the tuna.
Sucking spinal fluid out of the tuna. It's another level. The most delicious, salty, briny, buttery, clean tuna taste in your fucking life.
Fucking crazy.
It's unbelievable shit. Look at this shit. You see the color of this fucking juice?
It's fucking crazy.
I want to say shouts to my people from La Colada and fucking Barcelona. They're the ones who put me on to La Media. They know how to get to my heart.
Yeah, of course. La Media is fucking fantastic.
Really good. Really juicy.
This is almost like a little bit fermented pineapple juice.
Yeah.
It's so different than all the other shit. It's more tart, you know?
It's phenomenal how we can drink and smoke and still be able the next day to do the things, you know?
Machine.
Fucking machine.
Máquina.
Máquina.
Hey, yo, look at this.
Look at that. Is that Mademoiselle?
That's Mademoiselle.
Good butter, good lemon, good tuna. Good ID that you had.
That's all it takes.
This for you.
Tuna move.
Oh, no, fucking fucking crazy. Sashimi with Mademoiselle. What a fucking creation.
Fucking crazy. Now we go entre deux bleus. Between two blue.
It's Kenjiro Kagami who makes that wine. There's a very low quality of it. It's made of Sauvignon 100% on 2013.
Salud, my
Just
brother.
salud.
Thank you. Unbelievable.
You're welcome.
That's butter right
So
there.
nice. It's so buttery in mouth. It's crazy. So good.
I'm telling you, this one tastes like popcorn with butter.
It's called
From when you watch
Yeah.
a movie
Yeah.
in the theater. It's good to just sit here and watch people, right?
That's what we do. Sometimes in the afternoon, because we open, all day, because we sell wine. We sit, we watch people, we talk, like that. Are you okay, like doing all these things like in a row? You don't get tired?
Hell no.
You have a siesta sometimes?
Sometimes, but not today. I don't want to miss a day. I don't want to miss an hour.
Don't want to miss anything.
I don't want to miss
I get that.
I like being up. I like seeing things. I like being alive, man. Check. 7,000. Le ciel bleu.
That's very, very special. Salud.
Salud.
Je t'ai senti si loin et sans raison. Ton cœur
I can't sit like this. I used to be able to. No more. The way when you put the leg over the knee, it's like poetry.
Kind of a hamburger with veal brain. Smoked veal brain.
Thank you, buddy. Swear I had fucking brain 14 times already. Brain, ah.
The beef is coming right now.
Yeah?
In 2 minutes.
Okay.
And the chicken needs 8 minutes more of cooking. So
Oh,
when we
okay.
finish the beef, we have the chicken behind.
Perfect.
It's okay for you, Mr. Brand?
Perfect. All right, let's go.
Oh, little fresh. So we find a place to stay today.
Perfect.
I think we don't move from there.
Perfect right here.
So when we're speaking about wine, about quantity, about things, we're speaking about someone that do something
making it right
artisanal.
He's making it right here.
Yeah.
So this is Gamay and Pinot.
The mix of Gamay and Pinot. I love that
beautiful.
Pinot. This is super beautiful one.
You can tell that it has the half and half because of that. There's some, I can't explain it, but I know.
Yeah, very deep.
Rich, deep.
Very deep and rich. The Gamay is very fresh. So you have the deepness of the Pinot.
That's what's
and
adding
the
that
fresh
fresh.
of
Okay,
the Gamay.
now I get it.
Behind.
That's what I taste.
Yeah.
A bit of spices.
Yeah. The total production of this wine in a year is 200 bottles. For really people understand what we're talking about, exclusive wine and special wine.
That's fucking unbelievable. That is juice. Fuck it.
Look at this smell.
We're gonna
It's heavier than a glass of wine, is there?
Should we get the bread, some cheese?
Yeah, of course.
I have a lot of crazy energy, you know, like nervous energy. Same thing. Yeah, he knows. He knows very good.
You know, it's funny. Everybody in Paris thinks I take cocaine. Since you know me for, I never take nothing, you know. And they saw me, they're like, I'm in cocaine, but I'm just my natural energy, you know. Sometimes I get a little bit crazy with myself. Sometimes. This is the first white Orania I ever made. You can see with the maceration. And
That's the way you make a sandwich. Damn, senor.
mon ami, merci.
Gentlemen. So good.
Huh?
So good. Silliness.
What the fuck?
Le mix est bon.
Ouais.
La harissa, elle est magnifique.
This harissa goes so good
Yeah.
with the comté.
Ah ouais, putain.
The comté and the little kick from the ham, you know,
Holy
from the pork ham that get crunchy. Yeah. All the spice go.
That could be the best sandwich ever made.
Look, it's like medieval village in the
Definitely
middle of
feel
nowhere.
medieval right
Wow.
I feel like jousting.
Allez, let's go to see the beauty.
I feel like Boy Scout.
Let's go Boris coasting. Do you have
Troop 357.
right?
I didn't know we were gonna go hiking.
Why we don't take the Mercedes there?
This is next level, man. This is the type of life I wanna live.
I know, my friend. You and me always need to have this little craziness things at some point and at some moment, because that's a part of us.
I have too many things going on. I want a more simple life. But I need more chaos. I work better when things are fucking crazy. You know? I want to dedicate this wine to the land.
It's true. For real.
I gotta give back a
Yeah,
little
for
bit.
sure. I like this, what you do.
Thank you. I like what you do.
Thanks.
Over there in the forest of France, outside my fucking brother Patrick Bourgeois, outside of his house, one of the best natural winemakers in the world.
The one's gonna be crazy.
Patrick Bourgeois is a master, and he's also somebody that I like a lot, you know?
For
He's a
real?
really, really, really nice dude. He just has something in his eyes, something about him that's just very welcoming, and just the stories of everything is enchanting. Right now, we're doing an assemblage of the fucking wine. We're trying to figure out exactly what we want.
Exactly.
Do we want all white? Do we want a little bit of red? Do we want more red, a little white? And we're trying to figure this out.
Yeah, thanks. Excellent. Nice. Safe. That's cool. Thanks.
This is beautiful, man. Is this the loin? The
Filet mignon.
filet mignon of pig? Or
Yeah,
beef?
filet mignon of pig.
It's good.
Everybody have just make his own assemblage.
Okay.
You don't think it's a good idea?
I do think it's a
because
good idea.
no influence, no fucking nothing, you know.
So now we're gonna all start with this? We start with
we
this.
start
We start with this.
Okay.
Start with it. Because it's a lot of syrup. It's well.
Now you have to try this base. You have to try with Gavus.
This is assemblage right now.
And
We're working on it.
This is what we're walking for.
This is brainstorming edition. I mix half a la natural and half ox.
That's the white cup.
There's a lot of juice on that, right? It's like very fresh.
Very fresh.
Yours
Yes. Yes.
tastes very red.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yours is more red and deep.
And the question is, if we make a wine for drink all day or a wine for eat.
That's why I think we do half and half. We do
Half.
half this way, half that way, so we have the best of both worlds. I like this color the most.
Yeah.
I like this better than the red. You know, for me, I drink this all day long. I respect the art, the craft. He's a craftsman, you know what I mean? Artisan is a very special person. To have this type of knowledge, to know how to work the earth, is a very special thing.
Oh, it's a special thing.
You know,
Really?
in this day and age, you don't find people that know how to work the earth.
Yeah, it's
You know?
It's true.
Everybody's so consumed in their fucking video games and their fucking phone.
We work with
You work with his hands, man. It's the hands and the mind and the heart. Oh, look at this cat. Oh, shit. That's a fucking beautiful cat, man. Holy
Mommy,
shit.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
But it was made here.
We made the wine. We made the wine already. There's already 3, 4 different types of blends. We have a good base to make this unbelievable blend that's gonna make everybody happy.
It's gonna make very happy people.
America, Europe, Japan, for sure Japan. Big time in Japan.
Japan gonna be fucking
They
crazy.
fucking gonna go nuts.
I want to show you something because people have to understand what we're talking about. Okay. Now we go to the. Now we.
Give me a hug, everybody hug. Oh, this is great. This is a fucking beautiful place, man.
Yeah, only natural wine because I can't drink wine with sulfate because allergen, so I can't drink.
The history of this place is how many? 2 centuries? 3 centuries?
Yes, perhaps more, but we don't know the story.
We don't know for sure.
Actually, you can look it's basalt.
This is
We're on basalt.
we're inside a volcano right now. We are inside of a volcano. I get chills in here. I feel alive.
C'est que c'est. On va partager le verre?
Voilà. Ah ouais.
Fort. Hop. Ouais. Et la biodynamie. Biodynamie. Hein?
That's one of the best Pinot.
That's the best caillou I never tasted.
It's like explosion right away.
This thing is fucking crazy.
See what else they got in this fucking fun house. This is what I'm talking about. This is the beginning? Oh,
Medieval.
shit.
Medieval shit.
Are you
my brother.
serious right now?
Medieval.
Oh, man.
It's all natural wine. I like to have wine for my friend. This is wine for my friend.
There's a fucking well. How did you find this fucking place?
I bought. You want a bottle?
Oh, do I want a bottle?
Yeah. This is for you.
Thank you. I don't know.
You're welcome.
I don't know what to say.
Welcome.
This is the best juice I ever tasted. It's so fucking good, man. You see something?
Yeah.
You see something that has
that for what?
a lot of
No.
fucking... It looks like it's been there for at least 5 years.
I have another is better.
I can see
This
my
is more. Terra 2000. That's a very old bottle. It's the beginning of natural wine in Auvergne. It's history.
To explain to you, this is the beginning and one reason. It's 3 people make something, start together to make natural wine in this place. They broke, they do things together, now they're not anymore, but this is legendary. In natural wine for us, that's a fucking legendary bottle.
Yeah. Like Rakia. Yeah. We share the life.
We share later.
Bah putain.
Quoi des bosses?
C'est de la merde, hein, mais... Ah là, c'est beau.
Là, c'est...
Ouais, c'est magnifique.
He's stuck in this cave.
One of the best.
Ah, il a...
Crazy.
Everybody aveugle là.
Là, c'est à tomber. Hein.
C'est... Attends, on va le partager, c'est... Quoi?
Tu sais, j'en ai bu quelques-unes.
When you drink a wine like this, 2000, and some people say, oh, you can keep natural wine. Terroir. Oh. Yeah. Natural wine, you can keep.
The only problem for me in Brooklyn, I don't have this.
Yes, no.
I have to put by the fucking bathroom. I put it in my bathroom in the tub
Yes.
because it stays a little cool over there, but last bottle, the beginning of it all.
It's nice to share.
Why do I like you so much? I don't know.
Like older woman knows. Says this.
Now we go back to the lights. It's like...
What is it? What do you smell? Man flesh. Huh? Gosh darn it. They've picked up our trail. Gosh. Run out, boys. We're gonna get them. We'll show them. We'll show those men.
I swear, bro, just let me build one more lane. I swear we're gonna fix traffic. Just build one more lane. Just let me build one more lane. Just let me build one more lane. I swear, we're gonna fix traffic. Just one more lane and just make it bigger. Just make it bigger. We're gonna fix traffic. It's gonna fix traffic. It's gonna fix traffic. It's gonna fix traffic.
Do you know what would fix traffic? Trains!
You ready to back down?
No thanks. I'll say stuff about Biden over the thing.
Okay, I want to bite you so much. They told me Madonna's Dill Donut Boy is here, so... Where is he? Francois is a cool name.
Did you bring your skeleton card? Oh, you don't know what that is? You ought to be embarrassed.
Yeah, sure.
You ought to be embarrassed.
I'm
You ought to be embarrassed. You ought to be embarrassed, son.
Sure,
You got
man.
me? Well, that's your opinion.
You're an ass.
Yeah, you're very formal. Quite a gentleman, aren't you?
To spark all your praise, I do headstands.
I wandered to here. How'd you get there? How do I get to the patio? Well, geez, you're tall. Rock on, rocket fart.
Just watching that guy. Who knows what he's saying?
Moisture, no. Hey, I want your hair. Is that weird to say? You're not me.
What? I don't know this.
Hey, you take my knife, then you're cutting my chicken. You got owls around here?
Pretend you liked what I said.
Oh,
Mr. President.
the owls went out the door behind us, I think. Listen, I have the thing. I never met you. So how do I give you the tip? Yeah, we shouldn't talk all that stuff right now.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll talk later,
Hey, I'm sorry.
He had quite a scent. Oh! I want a huggy. Come here. You smell neat, like a magpie. So good. Oh, is this the talented man? Oh.
This Papa Street mama, here, let me pay your check. You're beautiful. Hey, listen, I got a tetanus shot right here. Oh, I sensed you. Dorito.
So we're supposed to make Joe not ask questions.
You got it. Hey, I'm Rocky Flanagan. Good to meet you. I don't see your shadow. Is this the right place to be? I'm Grizzly Newmac. Yeah, seriously, y'all can call me Hawaiian Brown, but never at night.
Now you lose a thumb.
Where do I go? Oh, this way? Okay. Over here now? No? Oh. Doug Jenkins. Hello, I'm Richard Theismann III. You know, the soul of America is the gray brown on some of your sheets. Hey, don't tempt me to cry any tears on your towels, on your gooseberry towels. Ted Picard is here. That isn't really, you know what, I'll just go with it. Let me introduce you to the greatest marionette talent representative, Vashti Bodine.
I'm not... No, no.
What a spectacular performer. Hey, why is there a sloth over there? Oh, wait, that's just Mitch. Rap performances. Tonight it's Overlord and the Jersey Jives. Last week I saw Democritus and the graduation of Morgan King. No bull, y'all. My eardrum heads are about entirely broken.
You hear this?
Soap! Stone! What the hell's